it stops, no one knows. We're going headed into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend, and all of you dads out there or moms that have to also be dads had a fantastic Father's Day. We're able to relax, enjoy a beverage. Good morning, Sleuthie.
Good morning.
Good morning. What are you doing?
I'm hoping that we get a verdict here very soon. No, I've been thinking, listen, I've been running myself crazy, like trying to figure out so many things. And I think, well, did you even say good mornings yet? Probably not.
I haven't said good morning to anybody in chat yet, just to you.
Oh,
But
well, see, I'm special.
I wanted to hear what was going on with you.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. We're still tired from driving back from my mom's. She about tried to kill us. I told you, with the heat.
Yep.
So we came back to the house, and ever since we got here, it's been pissing down the rain horribly. Oh, I should send you videos. My whole neighborhood was like basically flooded. Like I had to drive home to put on rain boots to be able to check my mail when we got home.
Dang. And we're like in the middle of a heat wave. Like yesterday, I was dying because it was so freaking hot here.
I wish it would just get hot and stay hot and be sunny so I could tan. Of course, now that the trial's over, I can fucking tan whenever I want to, and it's raining.
It's like, no, it's going to be pouring down rain.
Bullshit.
All right, let me say good morning to everybody in chat. Thank you guys for being here. No, wait, I thought I was special too, my beautiful friend. Of course you are special, Delana. Of course. Hi, Chelsea. Hi, CH. What's up, Post-Punk Mama? Hi, Nunya. Happy Innocence Day, Criminal Gooses. Hi, Ems. Hi, Anna. Hey, Girly Pop Tart. Hey, Richard. What's up, Rexy? Hi, Hillary. Did I say hi to Anna? Hi, Anna. I don't know if I said hi. Like, I'm already like losing my shit. I don't even know. I'm still sleepy. What's up, Mrs. Troy? Hi, Thomas. Hi, Hoodis. Hoodis. Hi, Hillary. If I say hi twice, sorry. Hey, Grayspace. Grayspace is boots on the ground. I'm gonna send. Actually, I'll probably just drop a link in chat, and Grayspace can come up whenever they want. Karen and team, I am there. Karen and team just left the courthouse. That was just a few minutes ago. What'd they go back into the courthouse for?
I did see where, I mean, I don't know if this is the answer, but I did see where they filed a motion, like a formal one, about that fucked up ass jury slip.
Yeah, I'm going to read through that.
And apparently she told Ted Daniel that it was denied and she's not going to be hearing them argue on it.
She told Ted Daniel that?
Yeah, I just retweeted his thing. He said, defense, oh shit. Should
Who?
defense
Karen Reed did.
Yes.
When you said she, I was thinking fucking Bev. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, no.
Hi, so Lacey. Said, hello, Spring. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Indiana girl. Hi, Joanna.
And the jury's been out since 9:01.
Well, hopefully we'll have Grayspace come up, and Grayspace will be live outside the courthouse. So let me go back to the beginning just in case anybody missed this morning. So you guys
I wish
can just
someone
hear
would fly a drone over there so we could see, because I think there's like more people there today that like people are flooding in from all over the place, like all over the place.
Hell yeah. Hell
And
yeah.
they're not allowed to say anything. Like everybody's just standing there quiet. Nobody's allowed to say anything.
Hey,
Like
Angie
he's gonna
B.
kick them all out.
Hey, Carrie. Did I say hi to Carrie? Okay, so let's go. We'll go to this morning.
Let's read.
Oh, Vinny's there too, but his thing is
So
crappy.
I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Here, follow me.
Okay.
Indiana girl, I don't see how it could be possible. Just not even purposely. Like I don't see how unintentionally they wouldn't be seeing things. Our phones listen to us speak. You know what I mean? And they show you what? I can't hear them, Teresa.
We're not talking right now, honey.
Oh.
Jury's exit the courtroom. Please.
Oh, now.
Jury was leaving.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if we have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Yanetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay.
I mean,
so
you both
have,
already know
All
what
right.
they
do
want.
we have the updated version is the question. Do we have the old version or the updated version? What do we have?
Of the slip?
Yeah.
No, nobody has the updated version that I've seen.
Not the updated version of the slip, the updated version of the motion. He's saying that he's going to redo the motion. So do we have...
Oh.
What I have in the Karen Reed chat, hey all eyes.
I don't know.
What I have, Joanna, what I have in here, is this the one that he wanted replaced, or is this the one that he replaced it with?
I have from an hour ago. Christina Rex said, defense has formally moved the court, had asked verbally previously to amend the second verdict slip for manslaughter. Here's the verdict slip as it stands now and a copy of the defense's motion. I don't have a copy of the proposed new verdict slip. And then 9 minutes ago, she said the motion was denied without a hearing as Judge Kennedy says, quote, the verdict slip is consistent with Massachusetts law and is to viewed in conjunction with the jury instructions. A copy of the jury instructions was sent into the jury with the verdict slipped on Friday. And why do I keep saying slipped? Why do I keep saying slipped? Is that like a sign that John actually did just slip in the yard? You're muted.
I'm over here on mute talking to myself. I just laughing at you, and I said subconsciously you've convinced yourself that that's what happened.
Well, I told you, my eyes saw things in a whole new light when that bird entered my house.
You're like, I could have totally slipped. Okay, so Joanna said that we do have the new motion. Okay.
And while we're talking about this, I want to ask, do we have, did anybody happen to, I mean, this would be a lot of work. But does anybody happen to have the jury instructions as they were read by Beverly? Like, did anybody type that by any chance? Because I think one of the instructions is if something's written that's different from what you remember me saying, then go by what you remember me saying. And I just thought, well, then what the fuck is the point of giving them the instructions?
Well, what if they don't actually? What?
She said, I'm pretty sure, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but when she was saying the jury instructions, I believe she said, like, if there is something in the jury instructions that is not quite how they remember hearing it from her, then to go by what she said, what they remember her saying inside when she was reading them the directions. Okay, she did say that.
That makes no sense. Laura's like, yeah, she did say that. I thought that was so weird.
It's like,
Yeah,
I thought you were reading from like a script, ma'am. The script should say exactly what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Especially like when that's the copy that they have, they should go by the slip.
Right.
I don't know. That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's a difference between what she said in the sheet, go with what she said. Yeah, that's what she said. So it's like,
Is that? I don't know. Maybe that's what they normally say. I'm trying to think because I mean that sounds familiar, but
Thank
I think
you.
it's the other way around.
All right.
All right. Let me get to live. I wanted to see. I thought, well, why did Grace Bay say they were just leaving the courthouse? So she called him back there to tell him that they weren't going. She wasn't going to hear.
yeah,
She
basically.
wasn't going to hear their motion, which is
Yeah.
fine. I mean, they didn't file it. I don't think they filed it for her for necessarily to be able to argue it. They filed it to preserve their rights on it. I mean, it makes sense to me. She already made her decision that she wasn't going to change the verdict slip. And my opinion still stands that I think that the issue is, do they understand the verdict slip, not does she need to change it. I think
No.
by adding more stuff to it, you can make it more confusing. I don't think it needs to have a not guilty on everything. They just need to understand how to fill it out.
No, I think she needs to change it. I'll tell you why. So, Joe Flipperhead wrote, so he tweeted the verdict slip as it is now and says, what does the jury do if they're hung on a lesser included on count 2, but not the main charge, just like last time? If they're only hung on drunk driving, how do they tell the court that based off this verdict slip? Why do I keep saying that? This verdict slip.
You got the Hank Brennan's today. Can't differentiate the words.
Oh my God, did you read Howie Carr's new, I meant to send that to you yesterday.
No, send it to me.
Hold on, did I take his new article? I was like, oh, he's like, oh my God, who tweeted that? See, I like when people post like the article and it's a picture of like the whole article. It kind of looks like a newspaper, but it's a picture. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm going to send it to you in Messenger, and then
Okay.
I'm going to finish what I was saying about the verdict slip, because a lot of lawyers either commented in the comments or they like retweeted, and it was a lot of good insight. So Bob wrote, Joe is absolutely correct on this. There is no way for the jurors to indicate that they have voted not guilty on count 2 and all but one of the lesser included offenses which they are hung on, say for instance the standalone OUI. And then Betterow said, this is a mess. Each count and lesser should have guilty and not guilty options instead of a catch-all not guilty. It need not be this complicated. There was even like a lawyer that doesn't really think that Karen Reed is innocent that commented on these. Brother counsel and his brother were like, Solomon was like, there's no way that like this is what they always do. Like his brother was like, this has to be, I mean, this is really unconstitutional. It shouldn't be what they all are. But people were finding other verdict slips and they were like completely different. So it's not like it's just a one time everybody uses the same, because I literally saw like 5 other ones that were completely different.
No, and I was watching a clip of Andrea Burkhart where she goes and actually she's like looking it up and she's like in it as she's reading what the what it says. It's like, this is, I'm not gonna say it verbatim, but it's like, this is just like a recommendation essentially, and you have like the judge has the ultimate discretion to change what they want to. As she's sitting there saying to the jury, like, I'm gonna give you everything I have to say is verbatim as the Supreme Court tells me that I have to give it to you, not the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Justice or whatever tells me I have to give it to you, you know? And then it's like, no, it's up to you, Bev. You have the discretion to actually do it however you want. Lisa Lee, no, she didn't tell them that she wasn't going to poll the jury. She denied them being able to argue to have the verdict slip changed.
Also, the way that I read that verdict slip, just forgive me today, people. The way that I read it, like they could find her guilty on several of the lessers. Like I thought when we were talking about it, it could only be, if it's not guilty, like it could only be one of the lessers. But the way that I read it, she could be found guilty on several of the lessers. Like it doesn't say choose only one, basically.
But if she's guilty of several of the lessers, then she's guilty of the count itself.
Well, for instance, the count is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. So let's say they picked. So number 2 is basically that. But like they could find her guilty on just involuntary manslaughter.
Right, just the one is what you're talking about.
Well, number 4 technically, or number 3 technically. Oh, and since we're talking about this, I brought this up in the Karen Reed chat. I think that no matter what, they could find her guilty of the OUI. I know people were talking about how like the proof was shaky about what her BAC was at the time of this alleged incident, right?
Uh-huh.
But I kind of think they technically don't need that, because if you're looking at that lesser included, it says operating under the influence of liquor, and then you can check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. So the first one doesn't require like an actual BAC, but it also doesn't specify like a time or a circumstance. Like, couldn't they technically find her guilty of driving that morning at 5 o'clock under the influence of alcohol, because when she had her blood alcohol taken at the hospital, she was over the legal limit?
I don't know if they can do that. I read your comment in the chat. I was wondering about this. I'm like, because that's like, you know, if I'm there and I admit that I was driving under the influence at a completely different time, they could just find me guilty of it. I mean, I think it has to be at that time. No,
Well,
the time from the of the alleged event, which is what the Commonwealth is saying is at 12:32 now.
Well, I also think that for a jury, it's probably going to be enough that she said herself that she was drinking, how many drinks she had. Like, let's say she had 6 drinks. We don't technically know what her BAC was, but could they reasonably conclude that she could have 6 drinks in that short period of time and then technically be driving under the influence of alcohol?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they would do. I don't know. I mean, they may just do the OUI just because. Just
Well,
so they have.
I think that absolutely is like an out at this point. Like, I think they're gonna be like, well, even if we don't know that she killed him, right, or ran him over or anything like that, can we all agree that she was drinking a bunch at the bar and then drove? And I think it's possible that everybody's going to say yes. And that's going to be like their compromise. Like, so they're not walking out of there without finding her guilty of something.
Yeah, maybe. I think it would be I think it would definitely be a compromised verdict, or just something that like we all agree on this, so that's fine. Let me say so. Hi, Gritty. Thanks for coming in. Hi, woman.
Yeah, she's not who dis, but they did add that lesser included. So, and it is just simply that, driving under the influence.
Hi, Tracy. Trying to see who else popped in. Hi, Untamable. If they don't have proof when it occurred, they shouldn't even be charging her with being drunk. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, you can't just go randomly saying, like, all right, well, you were drunk at some point when you drove, so here you're guilty of an OUI. I don't know. That's like where I'm at with it.
I linked an article from the law offices of Stephen Naiman.
Okay.
And in it, he says, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 90, Section 24, governs a wide variety of motor vehicle-related criminal offenses. One of the most common motor vehicle-related charges under the statute is Section 24(1), charging a person with operating under the influence of intoxicating substance. The relevant portion of the statute defines this offense as follows. Whoever, upon any way or in any place to which the public has a right of access, or upon any way or in any place to which members of the public have access, as invitees or licensees, operates a motor vehicle with a percentage by weight of alcohol in their blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, or of marijuana, narcotic drugs, depressants, or stimulant substances, all as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 94C, or while under the influence from smelling or inhaling the fumes of any substance having the property of releasing toxic vapors, blah, blah. So it says, as the statute makes clear, a person may be charged under this section for operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Whether the intoxicating substance is thought to be drugs or alcohol, such a prosecution will require proof of several similar essential elements. The government will have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. She did do that, right? I mean, we know she did that. 2, that this occurred.
Yeah, they are all out there drinking and driving.
Yeah. 2, that this operation occurred on a public way or in a place where members of the public have access. We all agree on that. And 3, finally, for a prosecution charging OUI liquor, the defendant must prove, or the government must prove, that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. That's it. That's all it says. Similarly, for prosecution charging OUI drugs, the government must prove that the defendant was under the influence of drugs, specifically marijuana, narcotics, depressants, or stimulants, as defined by the statute. It says, essential to the prosecution of a charge under this section is that the defendant must be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Simply because a person has consumed a substance, whether it be drugs or alcohol, does not mean that they are under the influence. A person is considered to be under the influence if she or he has consumed enough of that substance that it reduces the ability to drive safely. Although the government is not required to prove that the defendant actually operated in an unsafe or erratic manner, the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's ability to operate in a safe manner had been impaired. So that's the one that is there as a lesser included, and it says that a person convicted under the statute for first offense face a penalty of imprisonment in the House of Correction for up to 2.5 years, or by a fine of not less than $500, not more than $5,000, or by both, fine and imprisonment. But here's the thing: if she's found guilty of the OUI, I watched a really great uncivil law video. He was explaining this really well. If she's found guilty of the OUI, which is one of the lesser includeds on count 2, for purposes of double jeopardy, she can't be charged again with count 2. So maybe they put that in there so that even if they found her guilty on that, but or not guilty on the second charge, but hung on the, well, I don't know. If she's convicted of that, she can't be charged with count 2 again. And if they're going off of what the previous jurors said, where they thought she was not guilty on 1 and 3, but they were hung on 2, then maybe they're just encouraging them basically to, like, maybe it's worth it to her to do 2.5 years and be done with this. You know?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's still going to be. I don't think she wants any of it. Actually, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think she wants to go to jail. I mean,
no, I don't mean like that. I don't think that it's even. I don't think it would even be worth it, because I mean, I don't know, the future wise, that would completely destroy a lot of what she can and can't do. Okay, so hold on. So Joanna had said something that Melanie Little had made a comment about the verdict slip being correct for count 2.
I saw that, but I can't go back that far.
Massachusetts doesn't allow partial verdicts
On the same count.
in the same count. What does that mean? Partial verdicts.
What are we doing today?
Who, us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know. I've got stuff to read, stuff to watch.
Okay.
And then Grace Base is going to come up. She's there, so she's going to come up and do some boots on the ground stuff. But I'm just trying to figure out what this partial.
Can I make a confession?
Yeah.
I feel really bad. I posted, y'all know I love Peter, the lawyer, you know.
Yep.
I mean, I watch all his shit all the time. I send him stuff all the time. So yesterday I was watching his new episode or whatever with his dad.
Okay.
And every time I watch, like, there are certain sections, like, okay, so I have to say this. Everybody knows I lost my dad. And my grandpop was also like my dad. Lost him too. I'm very defensive about older men. I can't explain it other than I don't know if, like, I equate it in my head to, like, I'm not the same way with older women. Okay. Somehow I equate it back to, like, my dad and my grandpa, maybe. So I get really defensive. Well, I'm watching it, and I've thought this before, but for whatever reason, it was like really, I was feeling froggy yesterday when I was watching it. But I'm like watching, he'll like cut his dad off, or like say his dad will say something and Peter will go to correct him and then like cut him off, and his voice starts to get loud, and like you can see his dad's face, and I just want to be like, shut up, like just let him let him talk.
Shut up, Peter.
Yeah, like take a seat, take several seats, and just let him say what he's gonna say. So like, I was watching, and I tweeted and was like, does anybody else's blood pressure go up when Peter's voice starts to rise when he's talking to his dad? And I simply meant, like, it didn't mean anything about Peter. And it's just like people get all bent out of shape about the way that Bob talks to Allie, and I don't, like, because they sound like everyone in my family. But for whatever reason, his dad, like when he did, like my blood pressure started going up, like I was just like, leave him alone, like leave him alone, let him speak. Like,
So did people get mad at you for saying that?
no, but people were saying things that I don't agree with, like things about Peter being rude to, like, I don't think it's that. I think it's me, like it's me and how I take it. And so people were putting in comments, and I just felt like I did not want this to be like a hate thread on Peter at all. You know what I mean? And now I feel bad about posting it.
Well, delete it. Delete it and put up another tweet that says, hey, this is what I meant.
Yeah. Like someone said, I understand it. Who doesn't sometimes get irritated with a parent? And I said, oh, I'd be horrified to hear how I speak to my mother sometimes. And that's the truth.
Dude, I love your mom, though. Oh, yeah, I'm tough on my mom. So, well, I think I'm tough on my mom more so, I think, now. Just as she gets older, it's like it's frustrating for me to see my mom, who I know knows how to do stuff and always
Yes.
was the person who could do everything,
Yes.
not know how to do stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you can't be serious. Like, you know how to do that, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I also, but I mean, it is tough. It's tough.
I told you, like, after I had a kid, I'm more easily able to notice when I'm talking to my mom bad, because I think, or if I'm like frustrated and I express that to her when she, like, I'm more able to catch it in the moment, because I'm like, oh my God, if my kid had this kind of attitude with me, I'd be upset. I'd be really upset. And I don't want my mom to be that upset. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But sometimes I get mad,
my mom upset, but
like when I'm doing something or I'm working, and like she's like, where's the, like, she'll be here to visit and she'll be like, where's the pots and pans? And I'm like, bro, you couldn't just look first? Like, just look first. Look in the cabinets. Like, there's not many places it would be. Look there first.
I always tell Kaylee most specifically, because she's more me than my boys are. My boys are, you know, they're more like their dad. But she's literally like my mini me. I'm always like, that's how I'm gonna be when I'm old. So please don't get frustrated. I get frustrated with my mom, and she's like, you better not act like that. I'm like, are you gonna put me in a home? Like, don't put me in a home. Whatever
Please
you
don't.
do, don't put me in a home.
Exactly, Carrie. Like, you don't, I don't keep them in the washing machine. Like, what do you, like, there's a limited number of places they could be. Like, at least try to look first and then ask, you know, like, or she slams stuff. That makes me insane. Like, I literally, as an adult, am so dainty with like closing the laundry door, closing any doors in the house, closing the cabinets, because like when I was a kid, and even now she still does it. Like, I could be upstairs asleep, and if she's here, she's down, she'll be like slamming stuff, and like I could hear her all the way on the other side of the house. And I'm like, who does this? A, you're gonna damage stuff, and B, like, people are still sleeping. I like when my kid, if she's here and she's asleep, or we have company and they're asleep, in the mornings, I'm like, you got to keep your voice down. Like, don't wake people up. My mom doesn't care. But my whole family doesn't. Like, when we're down the shore, we were all in this tiny, tiny house. When I'm telling you, like, we were in this tiny, tiny house, a 2-bedroom, 1-level house. Like you walk in, you're in the front living room. You take 3 steps, you're in the other living room, and there's a bedroom to the left. Then you take another 3 steps, and you're in the kitchen, and there's another bedroom to the left. Like it's very small. And we'd have my whole family there. 3 of the couches were pull-out couches, and there'd be 2 to 3 people in each pull-out couch, and people in the bedrooms, like tons of people. So in the mornings, they would get up. My cousin's a chef, and he would cook for everyone. Well, the kitchen is basically in the middle of everywhere. And they'd be talking and joking. The TV's on, they're yelling, and like nobody could sleep in because everybody was woken up because, you know, you're sleeping on a couch bed 3 feet from the kitchen, you know?
Yeah. Ugh. Well, see,
So
so my husband gets up. My husband's a morning person, and I'm a night person. So like, I don't even know how we ended up together at all. Like, we don't sleep at the same times really at all. But anyway, so he'll get up, but he gets up like really early, and he doesn't make any noise. Like he's like super quiet until the time he thinks that people should be awake. Like he has this like, you shouldn't be asleep still, so now I'm gonna be loud. So, but like at night, like I'm like, he goes to bed earlier than I do, like a lot earlier than I do. And immediately, like I try to be quiet, like I'll close like the doors. So like if I'm in the kitchen, like he doesn't hear it in the room, you know what I mean? Like, but I'll do that at like 9:30 at night. And I'm like, I don't think you should be asleep yet, but yet here you are asleep. And now I'm being quiet. You know what I mean?
No,
Like no, like once it's like around 7:30 in the morning, he's just like, no, everybody should be awake, and so I'll be as loud as I want to.
Oh hell no, that's like that's too much. Like even if let's say it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. And I think what switched it for me was like when I got really, really sick the first time, like you don't know how well someone has sleep. They might have been in the room at 10 o'clock and didn't come out yet. And you think they've been asleep that whole time, but they could have been up sick. They could have been up not able to sleep. They could have been like, there could have been any number of things that happened. They might have just fallen asleep 3 hours ago. So I'm going to be quiet until you wake up naturally. Cause I'm rude. Like when I get startled awake, I'm rude as hell. Prime
Don't be
example.
loud to me. Don't wake me up loud. You
Well,
want to be
anything will wake me
if you're an asshole when you're waking me up, you best be prepared that I will be an asshole all day. Because that's how it's gonna go. Like I am like my mom, my mommy, when I was little, she always did the like coaxed me awake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like very kind and made sure that like I was nicely awake. My husband, on the other hand, sometimes he'll just be like, the alarm's going off. Why aren't you up? And I'm like, don't fucking talk to me like that.
I literally, so I tried that with my kid because that's what I like, but he just then won't get up. So now I've taken to, well, not now because school's out or whatever, but like I will go in and be like, come on, get up. You're going to miss the bus. Like no matter what time it is, I got to tell him he's going to miss the bus. That's how he gets out of the bed.
That's so messed up. My oldest, he's a night person like me. And so even during school, he would go to sleep really fucking late. So then he'd go to school and then he'd come home and he'd go to sleep. So as of the last few weeks of school, he'd be getting up at like 6 or 7 o'clock at night. And he would think it was 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Like he would be like going to like go take a shower and like go get ready for school. And he's like, ask my husband, he's like, did we have dinner last night? It's like,
we did.
It's still night. Like we're about to have dinner right now. Instead of my husband would just like totally like let it go and be like, oh my gosh, are you like not going to school today? Like what's going on? And he's like, oh man, I gotta take a shower so I can get to school. I'm like, stop giving him such a hard time. Leave him alone.
That's why I don't take naps. They're disorienting. And also I wake up from a nap miserable. But like,
sometimes
I can't.
Sometimes my body's done. Like it's like you're laying down or you're gonna not feel good. Like that's how it's.
No matter how tired I am, if I take a nap now, well, if I take like one of those naps where you're like still awake, you can still hear things. I'll leave my curtains open in my bedroom so the sun's still coming in, and it's just like a very like the best naps ever is when you've been at the beach all day and then you come back and you take a shower and you put on comfy clothes and then lay down. Like, that's literally the best sleep I ever have. But it
That's such
beats
a
my
good one.
nighttime sleeps. But like, for example, about the waking up thing, you can wake me up even if you just creep around. Okay. I'm asleep at my mom's. I don't sleep good in beds that aren't mine. The one she has in her spare bedroom is hard as a rock.
Oh, sometimes I sleep so good in a bed that's not mine.
No, well, okay, like a
Oh,
hotel,
I
I
always end up
do.
with a tiny person in my bed. It's like there's
Hotels
no
where like,
room. There's no room for the grown-ups.
yeah, hotels that have like nice, soft, comfy beds and comfy bedding, because that's how I make my bed. Because I once was told that like you spend most of your time in your bedroom, so like it should have all the things that you like, and if you're going to spend money on things, it should be on like nice sheets, nice blankets, stuff like that, pillows. And so I bring my own pillows to my mom's because her pillows are like the cheap ones from Walmart, and I just don't sleep well there. Well, and
That's
they
why,
tried
because
to
it's
kill
fucking
me.
hot as hell at your mom's.
Exactly. They tried to kill me
Yeah,
with no air
no,
conditioning.
that's ridiculous. Oh,
And they don't even,
oh,
they
you know
have
what I
these
got my
old,
husband? You know what I got my husband for
what?
Father's Day? One of those cold blankets.
Shut up. There's a cold blanket.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, wait. What is it though? Is it the one where you like blow the fan underneath it?
No, it's just a blanket that has like cooling. So it's a cold blanket.
Oh, I'm going to need to find that. I'm going to need a link or something, but, and I'll like leave it there just for that. But like, so I was hot. I did not sleep well. I hate sleeping with like just a sheet. And it was so hot there that like I couldn't even sleep with the sheet. So I felt like uncomfortable. I didn't feel secure because I had nothing covering me at all. Sweating to death. Their windows aren't normal windows. They're like really tall window. Like they're not, and they slide open. Like you can't put air conditioners in. So it was just a mess. I could barely sleep. I like finally closed my eyes. I don't know, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And I hear the door creak open.
Oh.
And then I hear her like walking across the floor and like creak, creak. And she's like trying to make herself tiny like a mouse. And I was like, I opened like one eye. I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like immediately she's like, I'm sorry. She's like, where are your keys? I was like, are you serious? What do you need my keys for? She's like, just give me your keys. So I'm like, okay, well now I'm up. So we might as well like get going. Like, cause I'm awake now. We might as well drive back home. Since I'm not gonna be able to sleep. You know, as dramatic as you picture it is how I was.
Did you end up driving home?
Yeah. But I gave her the keys because like even when I wake up in the morning, I like to lay there for a little bit. I don't like just jumping immediately out of the bed. And I was like, here, she's like, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get you some gas. And I was like, I got gas right before I got here and I haven't driven anywhere else. I probably don't need any gas. But thanks for waking me up. And like gave her the keys and like she went. And I was just super dramatic. So then I had to apologize afterwards because I felt like a piece of shit. And then my kid slept till like 10 o'clock anyway. And I didn't want to wake him up. It's literally called the cold blanket.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different versions of it, but the cold blanket is what I got him. It's like the OG version. And then they have a cold comforter. So if you want something like heavier but not hot, it's a cold comforter.
A blanket would do.
I'm
And
trying
really,
to find the videos of it. Let me see.
really, even if it was like the size of a throw rather than
They have that. They have it as
yeah.
a throw size, or a queen size. They have it in different colors.
Yeah, I would leave that like at her house. And she's like, well, don't worry. The next time you come back, we're going to be going down the shore. I like bed shore. I have their, what are they called? Like their down comforters to put in my duvet.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know that it's actually like cold. Like I wouldn't say like, I don't know.
The videos won't like won't have any. They don't have any sound, so I don't know why. I don't know why they don't have any sounds. I think it's just like the way that they're advertised. I don't know. I was
But
going to try to
overall,
show you some videos of them, but yeah, it's the cold blanket.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that. But our trip was good overall. I got tomato pie, which
We haven't used it yet, so I don't know if it actually keeps you cold, but that's the whole thing of it, is that it's the cooling blanket. So it's supposed to stay cold. Like if you flip over your pillow and you get the cold side of the pillow,
yeah.
that's essentially what they explained the cold blanket to be. So I don't know. We haven't used it yet. So I'll let you know how it is, if he thinks
Yeah.
it's cold or not.
My kid, well, you all already know how he is about his blanket, right? Because he put me in death's way to get his blanket. That's how important it is to him. Well, it's like a fuzzy blanket. Like it's one of those like hot, like we can't sleep in, what do they call like the fuzzy pajamas and stuff? Fleece.
Oh,
Like,
fuck no. No,
yeah,
no,
like
no.
we can't sleep
No,
in,
no,
like
no,
I'll
no,
wake up and
no.
my whole ass will be sweating. I have to take my pants off. Like we
Yeah,
can't,
no.
cute pajamas and stuff. We can't do it. But he has that, um, his gray blanket that he's obsessed with, and it's hot as fuck, and he has to have it. So like we were at my mom's, and I was like, you're gonna kill him. She's like, well, he's sweating because like he was literally laying there sweating, like you could see it beating off of his face. And I was like, you're gonna kill him. And she's like, well, it's because he's that blanket. He's got to have the blanket. I was like, yeah, but you know he's got to have the blanket. I was like, I left my house, my perfectly freezing house.
A perfectly freezing house.
Yeah, like whatever. In the daytime, I could sort of handle it. I don't like getting out of the shower and sweating.
Oh God, no. I haven't. This is gonna sound terrible. I have an issue with being wet.
Being what?
Like wet. I don't want to.
Oh,
So it's gonna sound terrible, but I don't like getting out of the shower and being wet. Like I have to be like fully dried.
oh, before you put clothes on and stuff.
Well, like yeah, like people just get dressed or whatever. Like I don't like. I cannot stand the being wet. So if I'm hot immediately, then I'm like, I'm just in a bad mood. Like
Oh
I
yes,
can't. Like, I don't want to be dry and then be hot and like get like moist.
yes, yes,
You know, I
and like
cannot stand it.
yes, and like men don't understand. Like we either are wearing a bra and that holds moisture, okay, so like we stay damp, or we don't wear a bra, we have boobs, and underneath them get sweaty too, and that's gross. It's uncomfortable. And like I said to you the other day, I know he's sick, but I feel like that air conditioner should have went on. He could put on several layers of clothes, wrap
Mm-hmm.
himself in a big ass blanket.
Uh-huh.
Once
Or
we're
go outside
naked,
where
we
it's
can't.
fucking hot.
Yeah, once we're naked, we can't get any more. Like in my house, I know that my mom like at night she'll freeze to death in the spare bedroom. It's like half the size of my bedroom, and there's one vent in both rooms. And so if I have it down cold, um, I usually like I have a big fan that goes like over the. See, we don't have ceiling fans yet. We have like when they built the house, they set it up to where I could just buy a fan and just hook it up or whatever. I've only done that in the living room so far. And so it's not like I can put the fan on in my bedroom and then leave it a little warmer so that other people are comfortable. So I just make it really cold. But like when she's coming and it's almost nighttime and I know that I'm going to turn it down to like 61, I'll go in her bedroom and I'll close the vent most of the way. Like there's ways to make yourself a little more comfortable while everybody else doesn't have to sweat to death. Shut your vents in your bedroom.
Yeah, just close your vents.
Mm-hmm.
Let everybody else be comfortable.
Close the vents and shut your door. You know what I mean?
I see my husband. I'm like hot blooded. Like I'm just like hot. I'm
Same.
all like a hot person, and my husband is not. And so like the thermometer
Oh well.
is has been a point of contention in our relationship for a very long time.
Yeah. Listen, my kid. So Bubby was born in a snowstorm. Okay, in February in West Virginia, and you know how they say that like babies can't regulate their temperature or whatever. So like you have to like don't open the windows, don't keep it too cold, blah 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 blah. They're still trying to regulate their temperature. Well, I just had him after they had me push for like a whole day. Then I had the emergency C-section. I went up to the room, and he was crying. And he kept crying. I was trying to feed him. He wouldn't really
hot.
eat. Kept crying. Kept crying.
Yeah.
I said, you know what? I'm hot. He's probably hot.
Yeah. He's
And
hot.
the lady was like, well, it's probably something else. They can't really
No,
regulate their,
he's
blah, blah,
fucking
blah.
hot.
So I opened the window, and I swear to God, maybe 10 minutes after I opened the window, he stopped and he didn't cry again, like the entire time we were there.
Because he was hot. My
Mhm.
oldest is extremely hot-blooded like I am. And
Yep.
I remember, like, when I was pregnant with him, like, if you, like, I was like a furnace. Like, if somebody, like, you touched me, like, I would, like, it was heat coming off of me. And he's hot like me. And so when
Yeah.
he was little, he would go outside and it would be, like, quote-unquote cold for California. And, like, everybody would be like, oh my gosh, like, that kid doesn't have a jacket on. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, you don't get, like, he's not cold.
Yeah.
Like, if he's cold, he'll go get a sweatshirt. Like, he did. Like, my mother-in-law was always like, you can't go outside, Jacob, without your sweatshirt. And I'm like, he's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leave him be.
Like, it's funny because my mom would just make us sweat, right? Like when we were growing up, going to the shore, we were not allowed to, there was no air conditioning, none of that. Well, then we got older, and now all the kids get everything we didn't. Okay. So my uncle put in, like, my mom bought a shore house, so we didn't have to all be cram packed in my uncle's, and only a couple houses down. And she'll put the air conditioner on immediately. Like, as soon as, like, if the weather says it's going to be hot, she'll put the air conditioner on. Because, like, my kid, he won't really complain to anybody, but he will complain to me. So, like, if I go in his room down the shore and he's still awake, I'll be like, what's the matter? And he'll be like, I'm really hot. I can't sleep. And, but he won't tell my mom. So he'll just lay there in discomfort. And I'm like, Mom, he's sweating to death. I'm putting the air conditioners in. Or like my uncle, we all got older. The kids get central air. He went and put central air conditioning in. So now it's always cold. And because my grandpa, when he was alive, he always said that the reason that, like, that if you had air conditioning inside the house and you went outside when it was hot, it would be like a million times hotter outside because you were inside and it was cold. So that you're, like, better able to handle the heat. If you are just hot everywhere. And I think that's just being an old person that lived through the Depression. But so, you know, they get all that, but he'll say, like, he can't sleep when it's hot. And so I just thought, I left my,
Christy says we need to get our thyroid checked. Christy, I don't have most of my thyroid. It's gone.
I actually had a checkup in November. And apart from the other things that I have going on, like, I'm perfectly healthy. Like, my cholesterol and all that is good. My A1C, they checked all that. I'm fine.
Might be a different issue. That's your CKO. Now you sound like my husband. He's like, well,
I'll tell you what.
Make more money to put on the electric bill.
Listen, my mom thought I was crazy till I presented her with all of my bills in this new house.
Private justice correspondent.
It is half, literally half, if not more, the price to run my air conditioner the way that I do than it does for me to put the heat on. I do not know why. They both run on electric, but my electric bill, and I keep it very cold all the time, and then I turn it down at bedtime. My electric bill for a month in the summer months is like $70.
Oh shit!
But
Dude,
in the winter,
you wouldn't be able to survive. You wouldn't be able to survive on California pay. Then I'm telling you, because running it low, whoo, they'll come for you. Hold on, I want to play this because I want to hear what Karen said when she walked out of court.
Okay.
Well, it's very loud. There is even more people than on Friday, which was the first day of verdict watch. It all comes down to this. Everyone, as you mentioned, on pins and needles here at the courthouse in Dedham Square, waiting for any sign of a question or a verdict. They're also watching very closely to see if the vehicles for Karen Reed will arrive, meaning that she has to go in to face her jury for said question or verdict. Just a few moments ago, she left the courthouse here behind me after her team filed yet another motion asking for an alteration to the lengthy verdict form. Let's listen in on what she had to say just moments ago to Court TV and other media.
There was no preparation this weekend. What did you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict
Yes.
list, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves wanted to use it, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently the court is not moving. So we'll just move forward and we don't.
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well. I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
And after that, she went to David Yanetti's office. He has an office not only in Boston, but here in the Dedham area. It's about 10 minutes away from the courthouse. All of her supporters lining the streets within the buffer zone, but that buffer zone has been lifted of sorts to where they can stand there and be silent without their signs. They show hand symbols in solidarity with Karen Reed. It's also a very interesting mood here at the courthouse as everyone is now scattered trying to find some shade. It's very hot here in Dedham, Massachusetts today. Across the way, we see added security staff over at this very tiny, historic 300-year-old courthouse. And out in front, there's additional state troopers to keep the peace as well. Ted.
Wow. What a scene indeed. Let's talk about the jury, because one of the extraordinary things about this trial is all the jurors that were originally picked ended up completing the entire trial.
That is extraordinary.
Yeah, I agree.
Of people either getting sick or getting bounced. So remind us.
He just said getting bounced.
About the deliberating jury.
Yeah, this was an 11 to 12-week process for most of these jurors that sat through the process start to finish, that included 49 witnesses from both sides and also 8 weeks of testimony. You had some jurors that waited 3 weeks to just hear those opening statements. We did not lose one juror. It was split right in half, 9 men and 9 women in the box hearing testimony and looking at the evidence, 18 people, and then that was brought down to 12 for this deliberating juror. They were selected by that historic brown wooden rotary box where the alternates were selected, the 6 that will not be making the decision in this case. But here is the deciding jury, 7 women and 5 men. The 4-person was chosen by the court. We saw that last year. A lot of evidence to go through again as they're back there in that jury room, today being the very first full day of this verdict watch. They, of course, got in about 2 hours on Friday when they first got the case, Ted.
And now over the 3-hour mark, approaching 4. As it continues to tick, we all continue to and wait with anticipation, and Matt will be there obviously throughout this entire process. Matt, thank you. We'll be checking in with Matt throughout the day, as we always do. Joseph Tully's watching along with us. He's a criminal defense attorney in California.
Matt's probably really pissed at Ted for Ted being inside with the air conditioning, and Matt's outside where it's fucking hot and he's got his suit on.
I mean, what's the weather there?
I don't know. Hot, according to Matt.
All right, Joseph, a quick verdict. Is that good for Karen Reed if they come back in the next few hours here? Or what's your take? And overall, give us a sense of what it's like to be waiting and waiting and waiting.
Literally 70
and this process could just be getting underway. Who knows how long it's going to take? To 3 days last time around. Your thoughts?
It's 70?
It's only 70 there, dude. I don't want to hear any complaining. Also, Nunya, I miss Chanley too.
Chanley Daniels? Is that
no? It's
Chanley
Painter.
Chanley Painter.
Yeah, she got moved up. She's like one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen. But she got moved to now she stays in the studio or whatever. She's not a correspondent. She's like a news anchor or whatever.
No.
Well, a quick verdict, most of the time is good for the defense, but sometimes it isn't. I think the best and most seasoned trial attorneys will always tell you, look, you can't.
I can find the chart that we had for like some of the high profile cases, and I'm telling you, it was pretty much down the road of some long deliberations were guilty, some long deliberations were not guilty, some short deliberations were guilty, some short deliberations were not guilty. It really didn't have a leaning one way or the other. It was just, it is what it is.
Ever tell what a jury's thinking. I mean, the closest that you get is when they come into the courtroom to deliver the verdict. If some of the jurors that seemed friendly to you won't make eye contact, that's bad. If they come in and sometimes they'll have a stare or maybe even a smile, they'll smile at your client's family, smile at your client, that's good. So a quick verdict usually is good for the defense. I think here,
they feel bad.
as I said early on,
Yeah.
this did devolve into or evolve into a battle of the experts after the first trial. The prosecution said, look, don't take my word for it. Here's the experts. The defense did the same thing. So I think, you're just always sick when you're waiting for a juror's verdict. Sometimes I'm in court and they'll have a light that goes on for an unrelated trial, and that light goes off and your body just kind of, you get this flood of adrenaline. So I know that's what both sides are going through right now.
Yeah, both sides have put in so much work, and now there's nothing to do. Yeah, the Reed team filed a motion today, but overall, not much to do. Let's talk about that motion they filed today. They want a different verdict form because last time around there was confusion around it. The jurors that came forward said they had actually come to unanimous verdicts on the top two charges, and those were not guilty verdicts. What do you think can be done here to prevent that? And that is, let's say that the jury comes back and says, hey, we are deadlocked. Will the court, if you were Karen Reed's team, will you insist on some sort of polling to make sure that they have not come to any agreements on any of the charges?
Yes, you will not see the defense sit idly by if it happens again. The defense will ask the judge to poll the jury and will take every effort to make sure that they.
Well, here's the thing: is they would have asked last time, but she didn't even talk to them about it. She immediately just said, "Okay, it's a mistrial. I'm not going to keep you guys here anymore. Go ahead and go." She didn't talk to either side. They would have probably asked for that then, but she already announced that she was done. They'll have to fight for it if she tries to do that again.
They know exactly what's going on.
I think that this time, Jackson specifically has been much more forceful with, you're going to listen to what I have to say. Whereas last year he wasn't even throughout the course of the trial, I think he was very much more forceful with making sure that he says what he needs to say. Yannetti too. You could tell he was getting tired of her shit because every time.
That's probably why they let Alessi do so much, because they were like, "We're fucking over this bitch."
Yeah, every time he would go to argue something and she would say something about the time or how long is this going to take, or I already know this. He's like, Yannetti now is like, listen, you just need to let me make my argument. Sit down and shut up.
Alessi would be like, what are you trying to do to us, Your Honor? See, Tara, I'm in agreement with you. I think the jury or the verdict slip is fine. I understand their issue. The defense's issue is that the jury last year just didn't.
But that's assuming that the foreman understands it as well.
Well, isn't that kind of when you're chosen to be the foreman and they give you what your role is?
Yeah, but I mean,
how do you not? Okay, so let's just think of it like this. for count one, we sit down. We're the 12 jurors. We talk it through, and we go, okay, she's not guilty on count one. Okay, we fill out the verdict slip. Done. Put it to the side. Okay, we cannot agree on count 2, so we'll wait on that, but we all agree on count 3. Verdict slip, here, done, sign, put it to the side. And then we go to the
Yes,
second
but
one,
but
and we
wait,
can't agree.
But last year, the reason that didn't happen, what you're saying now, the reason that did not happen last year was because when she gave the instructions, she said that they had to be in agreement on all counts before they filled out any forms. So that's why that didn't get done, because they thought, and then the foreman confirmed to them that they had to come to agreement to all of them before they could fill out any of them.
See, but you had somebody on the jury who had been on a jury before. So like how does that person not say like, that's not how we did it when I was on the jury before?
Maybe it
Maybe we
wasn't
should
multiple
ask her for
counts.
clarification. Like, how does not one of these 12 people go, that's not normal?
Well, the story from the juror was that they wanted to ask the judge, and the judge, or no, and the foreman, you're welcome. The foreman said basically no, because the foreman is who has to send the notes. And he said, no, this is how it has to be before we can fill it out. We don't need to ask a question.
I would have, I don't know. For me, I would have been like, well, then I'll ask the question.
Yeah, I mean, I would have insisted, but not everybody's that way.
I know, but that's why I'm like, how do you, out of all 12, you don't have anybody who's like that?
You would think you would.
All right, here's where everyone is getting confused. The lesser charges aren't applicable if you don't find count 2 guilty. Right, so like you just go to count, like this is what I was saying. So like our last one is count 2, and it's like we can't agree or we don't know what boxes to tick. I think the top one, I think they corrected last year where it says not guilty of count 2 or any of the lesser included charges. It's like, there it is. So like if you're not guilty on any of the charges or the count 2 or any of the lesser charges, then it's not guilty. I mean, I don't know how else somebody, I don't think putting a not guilty for each thing, they're not separate counts.
Well, they were hung on. Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's all one count. You see that? Yeah.
Meaning
So
if you're hung on the lesser, you're hung on the charge.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just then it's confusing when attorneys chime in and they say, you're right, because how could they hang on that?
That's what I don't, that's why I don't think there's an issue.
I think for me, the issue is that, like I said, if I were the one writing these, it would be very specific, like
you've got hundreds.
Like yes or no, and then go to the next one. Make sure you answer this if you're going to move on. If you can't answer it, then it's not guilty. Like that's what my sheets would say.
Yeah, you're not guilty. If you can't say yes to this, then you go to the next, and you can't say yes to this, you go to the next. You can't say yes to this, then you're not guilty on the entire thing. That's it. Vinny's talking. Let's see how his audio is.
That this jury doesn't know
The opinion.
They'll have a verdict and then they'll come back in the morning.
Well, hopefully the jury will.
I don't know.
You won't see a
Massachusetts. We talked to Bill in the middle of the people. That's where we find. There he is. Lead anchor, Vinny Politan. All right, Vinny, we've covered a lot of trials. This is different. There were people outside courthouses before, like a Scott Peterson, but they were there for the lynching. This has people on both sides, and it is unique. Give us your perspective of it and set the scene from your perspective.
Let's be for real.
Is DLR there? Because that's like the only one who showed up last year. Was him by himself against the entire FKR crowd.
I mean, the people that are there for Karen as innocent are also there for John, but I want you to show me 2 people that are there that think that John is guilty, or that are there for John that think Karen is guilty. Last year it was like 4 of them, and they all came together on the last day.
That's what I said. It was like JLR showed up, and that was like it.
Yeah.
Um,
And I don't like that they make it seem like they're not there for John. That's annoying to me.
yeah, they're all there. It's all for John. It's like it's not Karen versus John. I don't.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's a media issue.
Mm-hmm. But Vinny did a clip or did a segment the other night, and he had on that John DePietro, who's literally insane. I can't.
That guy's an idiot.
Dude, they'll be talking about something entirely fucking different, and out of literally nowhere, he'll say something good about Jen McCabe. It's like, sir, did you lose track of what the question was? What are you even saying right now? And he's just there to dote on Jen McCabe. It's so bizarre. But anyway, it was him and I think Nurse Kim. And Vinny was like talking about the amount of support or whatever for even public, not there, but like the public in general. And he's like, we've done all these polls, and like every time it's 80%, 80 to 90% is all in favor of Karen being innocent. And his answer was basically like, well, it depends on where they get their information, where they're hearing, how they learn about the case, blah, blah, blah. And whatever he said, Vinny did push back and was like, but that doesn't explain like all the people that we've encompassed. Like, it's not just the people that are outside, it's this. But I liked how he pushed back that like, it's a much larger portion than just saying, oh, well, and you know, what he was trying to imply was that basically these people all learned about it through the turtle, and that's why they think she's innocent, which is like not true at all. When I learned about it, I didn't know who he was.
I knew about Karen Reed before I knew about Turtle Boy, but when I researched everything with Karen Reed, you learn about Turtle Boy and then you learn the origin story. But I didn't think she was guilty or not guilty until the first trial.
Yeah.
And then the second trial, it's just like, this is a fucking joke. And I think, who said it up here? Somebody said, like, it's really easy. There's no medical person testified here. No medical expert said she was hit by a car. It's simple. All the people who understand the medical side of it are all saying his injuries do not match being hit by a car that size at that speed.
I still stand firm in the thought that if she's found convicted of anything, it's just going to be based on her interviews that he played, the clips. Like, they were the worst idea.
The
And I
problem
get that
is
they were
if they
doing it.
hang on the last OUI charge, there is no way to indicate that they reached a verdict of not guilty on the other charges. Well, that if they hang on the OUI charge, they hang on count 2.
Right.
So they're not separate charges. Count 1 and count 3 are, which the jury last year screwed up. But for count 2, if they hang on just the lesser included, they're hung on the entire count. The entire count is hung, no matter what. If they hang on one lesser included, the first one, the second one, the third one, doesn't matter. The entire count is then hung. We cannot come to an agreement on count 2. So there is no not guilty for the other charges. There's only one charge. There's only one count.
Also, it says next to each number, it says blank guilty of blah, 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 blah. I mean, if worst came to worst, couldn't they just write not in the box? Like, on the blank line, couldn't they just write not?
Like where? What do you mean? Like on the other 2 lesser. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, on the lesser included, it'll say, number 2, blank guilty of blah, blah, blah. Number 3, blank guilty of blah, blah, blah. And you're supposed to like put a check marking that it's guilty. But you could just write the word not.
you no, because the count is the count. It's count 2. So there isn't like a guilty of like involuntary manslaughter and then also guilty of motor vehicle homicide. Like you can't be guilty of both of those, because if you're guilty of both of those, then you're guilty of the count. The actual count as it's charged, the offense as charged.
Yeah, but if you're saying guilty of OUI, that does not make you guilty of the charge. Like in terms of what
You're found guilty on count 2 of a lesser included charge. It is still count. It's count 2 no matter what. But you're not found guilty of the charged offense. You're found guilty of a lesser included charge. I'm not listening.
But if you're found guilty of OUI, right? Just driving under the influence.
Correct.
That would be them saying you drank and you drove, not that you killed anybody.
Correct.
But the main charge is that you killed somebody while you were driving drunk.
You're not guilty of the main charge.
Okay, but you just said if you're found guilty of one of the lessers, you're found guilty of the main.
Yes, you're found guilty of that offense, but not okay. I have to share my screen.
Okay.
The other way, so I hope it doesn't.
I'll just mute.
But I don't know how to do. I don't know how to share pictures.
Well, let's test it. If I still whatchamacallit, then I'll just mute. But maybe it corrected itself.
Hopefully it did. Oh, you know what? I don't have to share audio because it's just
oh, there you go. Yeah.
So we'll do it that way.
Hello.
I can hear you still. Do
no,
you have? Okay. Yeah, I don't have to share audio. So okay. So here's your offense: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Okay, that's the charge. There's one charge. That's it. That's the charge. Everything
let's say we're jurors, and I say I don't think she manslaughtered him. Okay.
Okay. So you don't agree with the fact that of manslaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At all? Do you? Okay. So let's talk about. Do you agree with involuntary manslaughter? You just don't.
I don't think
no manslaughter.
She didn't manslaughter at all.
Okay, we're all in agreement of that. Let's just say, but
yes.
Let's go to the fact that we do think that she was drinking and driving, right?
Right.
Okay, but not hitting him. She just was drinking and driving, but doesn't hit him.
Right.
So we mark here. See?
Little X.
Yep. But if you go up, there's only one count here. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. See, this is what bothers me, though, is that like what I would have an issue with as a juror is me being like, okay, I think that she was driving and was drunk, but I don't want to find her guilty on that count because I don't think she manslaughtered anyone. And if I'm checking that she's guilty of number 5, if that equals she's guilty of count 2, then I'm not checking it. You know what I mean?
Well, no,
Lenya, that's how I understand it. If you're guilty of a lesser charge, means you aren't guilty of the higher charge. That's how I understand. That's the only way I would.
Well, you're not, because you're the charge. It's okay. So I think that we're confusing the two things. So let's go with, you guys are talking about charges, and I'm going to say, okay, so let's go with 2282 CR 117 offense number 2. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Mm-hmm.
All of these are this.
They're the things that make up that charge.
Correct. So if I find her guilty of any of these, I'm finding her guilty of a lesser offense of this charge, this offense here.
Because if she was guilty of that charge, the bolded one at the top, you would have to find all the things below it.
Well, you can't find her guilty at number 2, the guilty of offense as charged, and then find her also guilty of everything down here. It's this, or this. If you check one. That's it. Or if you don't check 2, 3, 4, or 5, if you don't check any of those and you think she didn't do any of it, then you just check number 1.
So then I'm asking you, this would be my question. If I check number 5, that has nothing to do with killing anyone, am I conceding that she's guilty of count 2? Because if I am, I'm not checking it.
No.
Okay.
You're conceding that she's guilty of a lesser offense that is included in the charged offense. Just like if you, so let's go opposite and not talk about the OUI. Let's talk about the fact that we don't know if she was drunk. We can't prove that she was drunk, but we do believe that she accidentally hit him with the car. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this one doesn't apply as charged, right? I have to go to 3. So I believe this one, which means I'm still guilty of a lesser included of this, even though I wasn't confirmed under the influence. Does that make sense? I would only involuntary manslaughter under this count. So just because I'm guilty doesn't mean that I was under the influence, even though it says it up here. So like the same question then is, if I mark involuntary manslaughter, does that automatically include that I was drunk when I hit him? No, it doesn't. It's just everything under this charge. So you are guilty of count 2 on the lesser charges, but it's still count 2. But you're not guilty of manslaughter. You're not guilty of count 2 as charged. See, like each of these, like you can't, if you put, okay, so here's why I think it would be confusing if you added a not guilty to everything. If I add a not guilty to, okay, let's say 1 and 2, that's the not guilty for 2, right? If I go here to 3 and I go involuntary manslaughter, guilty, not guilty. Guilty of lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, guilty, not guilty. The jury then would go, okay, I have to find her either guilty or not guilty of this, and I also have to find her guilty and not guilty of this. And then it's like they're all separate charges. They're not. They're all one charge. So if I find her not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, they're all the same charge. So I have to go up here and hit it. And when I say the same charge, it's this right here, this offense, this number. Now, I don't say charge as in the wording, because if I think she's guilty of the wording of the charge, the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, then it's simple. I think she's guilty of hitting him, and I think she's guilty of being under the influence while she did it. And number 2, boom, boom. Done.
Okay. So what if in the instance that they don't think she did anything manslaughtery, okay?
Okay.
And they're only discussing 5, which was just whether she was drunk and driving or not.
Perfect.
Nothing to do with John.
Perfect.
And they hang on that.
They hang on the whole thing.
But they all agree she had nothing to do with any manslaughtering.
Doesn't matter.
How do they mark it?
No, you don't. You hung.
Right. So they'd have to hang on the entire count.
Correct.
Now, is that, I don't know if fair is the word that I want to use for purposes of like retrying her, that a jury already found technically that you had nothing to do with a manslaughter or his death, and they're only hung on a DUI. How is it fair for you to be charged with manslaughter again when a jury already found that you had nothing to do with manslaughter?
Because the Commonwealth doesn't offer up the lesser included. The defense puts these in here. The defense does not have to ask for these.
Yeah, I don't know why they did, other than the fact that I think they listened to the previous jurors that was like, we thought she was drunk and driving, but there was no way that we could mark that or whatever.
If that streets, that's 100% right. If that's the case, the woman just paid millions to defend a DUI.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't matter because the defense wants all these lesser includeds in here. Don't put them in here if you think that you can convince the jury, well, even though you shouldn't, or that you don't believe that the Commonwealth can convince the jury that she did anything. You want the lesser includeds because you're asking for compromised verdicts. That's my opinion on lesser includeds when it's a issue. That's my opinion. That doesn't mean that that's always the case. It's just my opinion. I want to clarify that. So no, yeah. So if the jury hangs on one of the lesser includeds, that's too damn bad. I'll retry her for it.
Yeah, I think that the defense, that how I could maybe make it make sense in my head, is that perhaps Karen and the defense were like, when they were discussing it, they were like, well, if that's what they hung on last time was this DUI because it was not an option.
Right.
So they hung and we had to have a whole new trial. And you have to remember that Karen's paying experts, her attorneys, everybody's flying in from different places. She's generally not well, and she's already been doing this for 3 years. That maybe the discussion was, rather than them hang again, would we rather just have her convicted of DUI and be done with this entirely? And maybe she said yes. Maybe the 2.5 years, if she got the maximum, which she probably would if we're being for real. Maybe that's worth it to her and her parents' old age, although her mother looks younger than what she is, but they are older. And instead of doing this all over again and paying all that money again, she already was relying entirely on crowdfunding this time. She can't work. She can't drive.
What happened? So Grace Basto say they suspended her license.
Yeah, at her bail, when she was first arrested, they suspended her license.
How?
Because that was a condition of her bond.
That she can't drive?
Yeah, because she was charged with being drunk and driving and killing someone. So they took her license. And her car. Well, I think at one point they were discussing that car, and I think she's been paying for that car despite the fact that she can't drive it.
Let me see.
And I don't know what that would mean for the civil case if she is found guilty of DUI, and also the idea that she could sue the county for malicious prosecution. If she's not found not guilty on everything, I don't know that she can. So if they were to convict her on one of the lessers, I don't think that she would be able to do that. Which is another reason why it's a little strange they would ask for that. But it could just be, like I said, that she wants to be done. Maybe she's just done with this.
Hold on, I'm just checking something real quick.
I have her bail terms, people. Let me just look. Hold on.
Is Travis in chat by chance? Hey, Ange.
So this is the second one, which was June 10th. So this was after she was indicted again. And it says, explain how the bail was calculated after taking the defendant's financial blah, 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 potential. Okay, so Canoni wrote, stay away / no contact with Officer O'Keefe's family and home. Do not operate a motor vehicle. and then has something in MS. But it says do not operate a motor vehicle. It says was out on $50,000 bail, charges now murder 2, $100,000.
Hmm.
Oh, here's the first one. 2/2/2022.
This is crazy. They suspended her license. What if
This
they hang on the OUI? What do they check? Nothing. They will hang on everything and they will charge her again. If they hang on the OUI, then they should still fill out the verdict slips for count 1 and count 3 and hang on count 2. So she's not charged with, and this is what like Tara was saying, she's not charged, there's not a fourth count for only like the OUI. It's just under the lesser includeds. Do y'all know if they can see, the jury can see the people around the courthouse when they arrive and leave? They're supposed to be arriving through a different entrance that is on the other side, but I don't know. I've never actually seen the entrance. The jurors won't know that, but why wouldn't they know that? I see, this is what's hard for me, is because I think that because we had 12 people last time that didn't do it, does that mean that what is the history here of juries not knowing how to fill out a jury form? Do you know what I mean? Like just her jury, which of course obviously is very important for her. I think it would be more confusing if you added not guilty to every one of those, because they think they're all separate charges. I just don't think it's, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Now, a foreman should probably have to watch a video on VHS on the little rolly thing with the TV so that they can understand how to be a foreman and when not to ask fucking questions. Can we just get a verdict already? I know, right? Okay. All right, let me put this screen back up now so that we can go back and listen to what was going on with Vinny. Do I KO? Because I don't know if I do. Sometimes I feel like I talk too much.
All right, Ted. Great to see you, Ted. Sunny day here. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. I don't know if the weather is adding to it, but there are so many people here. It is a literal sea of pink. I don't see people for the other side. This is one-sided. You and I were there for the Scott Peterson trial, Ted, and I remember how many people were there, and I was like, oh, my goodness. It pales into comparison to what we see here today, the number of people that have come here. I'm going to walk you through the crowd, Ted, so get ready. Just be careful. Watch your step here with the camera. We're going to go down nice and...
So, R&M, I think that's a great point. But see, for me, and I think on my side, if you do it the way that the defense wants it done, I think it's more confusing. I think if you add a guilty and a not guilty to every one of those, the jury thinks it's all separate counts that they have to find her guilty or not guilty on. I think that would be a nightmare for me, because I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why am I finding her? That would almost be like I can find her guilty on 3 and 4 and not 5, or I can find her guilty on 4 and 5 but not 3, and that's not it. You know what I mean? Like that for me, I would be so much more confused if that. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just like, keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. But I do fear that like they just think that maybe this jury is going to be the same as the last jury. Hopefully they're not. That's exactly it. I think they were trying to correct for an issue last time, and in doing so made an issue. Yep, 100.
Slow. We're not going to go fast. But as we walk through the crowd, first let me show you down this way because it starts on this side down here. Okay? They're here all day. Everyone here, I believe, is expecting a quick verdict. They think it's happening today. Now, I don't know if it's happening today. They don't know if it's happening today. I don't even know if the jury knows if it's happening today because we don't know what's happening in that room, but it can happen at any moment. But as you walk through here, the one sense you get is that they expect not guilty. They absolutely are locked in on not guilty. And you wonder what will the reaction be, right? What is the reaction if it is not guilty? What would the reaction be if it is guilty? That's what I want to find out. So let's talk to some of the folks. Can I talk to some of the folks, Ted? You want to hear from the folks?
That's what I would. Yes, absolutely.
Ted wants to hear from the folks. Okay, here we go. The pink ladies, let me ask you. If it's not guilty, what happens here in the streets of Dedham?
We're not going to be happy.
If it's not guilty?
We come back and
Yeah.
do it again.
No,
We're not going to be happy if it's not guilty. What the
What
hell?
she just said? Is she just nervous?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rewind it.
Here we go. The pink ladies, let me ask you. If it's not guilty, what happens here in the streets of Dedham?
We're not going to be happy.
Oh, I guess
If it's
she's
not
gonna
guilty?
have to live with this the rest of her life.
Yeah.
One of those moments that, like, throughout the rest of eternity, you just go, remember that one time when I said that really fucking stupid thing, and I shouldn't have done that, and now I have to live with it forever? That's gonna replay in her mind 100,000 times.
She probably got 30
Oh.
phone calls after she said that.
Right. Like, what are you doing? She's like gonna have an attorney like contact court TV, like, remove that, remove it. Oh god. It like gives me like the insides I get like all like because I know that feeling of like when you do something really stupid and you're just like, why did I do that? And I've only ever done it in front of you guys. But she just did it on court TV. Oh, that sucks for her. Everybody's gonna remember. She'll be putting her house on the market tonight, and she's like, I'm out of here. I can't even live with myself at this point. Yeah, petition Al Gore to remove it from the internet.
No, if she's not guilty. Oh, if it's not guilty?
Okay, Ted, I'm so
Oh my God, he didn't even let her
I'm so
answer.
sorry, Ted.
Oh my God.
Can we do another take on that, Ted?
Yeah,
Okay.
Me too.
Wait, I'll walk up again. Let's walk up again. Take two.
Oh, he is. He's gonna give her
Okay.
the whole
So-
opportunity.
What do you think the reaction is going to be here in the streets of Dedham if the jury comes back not guilty?
I'm so dead.
Are you kidding me? It's going to be party in the streets. Yes.
But you
Yes.
can't. Shh, but you can't scream now, right? We still have to be.
Oh, please. If
She's already so
Karen
embarrassed.
comes back
Leave
and
her alone,
comes back
Vinny.
not guilty,
Let-
this place
let
is
her
going to
walk
be
away.
joy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be tears. It's going to be happiness, relief, the pressure that we've all felt, and the anxiety and the frustration and the corruption and everything that
party
we've
in
been
the
feeling
streets.
for all this time is going to be worth it in the end if we finally are able to see Karen get the justice that she deserves.
Well, the corruption will still
You can
exist.
notice that the lipstick actually matches the shirt.
I want to know what's in the water bottle. What you got in the water bottle?
This is not
Well, that's first rodeo.
Not your
Let me ask you a
but just
question.
answer the question.
Who wants to speak here?
I will.
You'll speak. I want to ask you.
I don't know why the screen's froze
If
for
this
me.
jury comes back and says guilty,
It's frozen?
Yeah, like it just now moved to the lady with the red hair, but he's not moving.
Well, now I have it paused, so he's not moving.
Well, I know, but I'm saying it was like glitchy and then it stopped. Like hit play.
guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not moving for me.
The streets of Dedham.
Sad, very sad. Very sad
Moving
time
for me.
because
Is
we
it
all know
frozen for
she's
you
not
guys?
guilty. He wasn't hit by a car. and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. It's very simple. But if they do come back guilty, we'll all be very saddened, and there'll be a lot of I don't know. What else can I say?
No, that's interesting. I just want the truth. That's all we want is the truth, right?
Yeah.
All right.
We want the truth. And it's too bad that they don't find the truth and actually go after the people that actually did kill John O'Keefe. Because now you've got an innocent woman being framed, and people that did it are getting away with murder. And that's just not right.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to walk further down here. You see some of the stars and stripes, Ted. You can see those as well. This is Ted. I'm going to show you the VIP section. You ready, Ted?
Yes.
These folks, you got to get here early.
They got
to get the lawn chairs.
Yeah.
6 a.m. 6 a.m. they got here to get the spot under the tree. You got the shade. You're ready. I just haven't seen any of the waiters or waitresses coming by yet to serve them lunch, but
I have
sure
a
that's
feeling
just
they
around the
brought
corner.
their own
Let
in
me
those
ask.
tumblers, but
Yeah, they brought some of their own refreshments. That is true, Ted. Here's crackers right here. Okay. I
don't see
She
Gray
does
out
not
there
want to
yet.
be on camera, but this guy does. Ted.
Oh, I've seen that dude.
You ready, Ted, for the best dressed man? Best dressed man right here. There's my man. How's it going? Going good. Let me ask you. How long did it take you to decide what you were going to wear for the verdict watch today?
I just open up the closet and just pick what I feel. Yeah.
Will you come every day? Because, the verdict may not be today. It could be in any minute, any moment, but it may not be today. Will you be here tomorrow?
I'll be here as long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm so jealous, Ted. I'm so jealous that he's got that outfit and I don't have that outfit.
He looks so
Are
sweaty.
you guys going to come every day?
Yeah, I would like to. As long as it takes.
As long as it takes?
As long as it takes.
Are you using vacation days today or?
I'm off today. Business, but.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Because it takes time to be here. Right. Right. Like, to me, that demonstrates.
Just quit your jobs.
Well, to me, it
It's
demonstrates
70 degrees.
a level of belief, right, and concern that you have that you would take your own personal time to come here. I mean, that's making a statement.
Yeah.
I believe. Okay. But you'll be here every day.
Be here every day.
We'll take attendance. Make sure you're here.
All right.
All right. So, Ted, the other thing that is really interesting, everyone's got a camera, right? Which is awesome. Can I speak with you?
Sure.
Let me ask you, why do you think so many show up? Like so many. I've never seen this. The closest we would get to this, Ted, is this probably close to Michael Jackson, maybe?
yes, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, this is, and that was the world's most famous celebrity. This is Karen Reed. Nobody knew her before this. Why so many people?
I think people are just convicted in what they believe. Whether you feel for the family, which I do, but I don't believe she did it. And people are strong about that. They don't want it to happen to me or you or anybody just because someone's covering up for something, which could be or may not be. I don't know. But
The jury will tell us, right?
I guess so.
Well, hopefully the jury will tell us. Ted, the other thing, I've spoken to folks earlier today, and there are people coming in from different states. There was a family on vacation from Nebraska, made sure to make this one of their stops coming through. So the interest, yes, is extremely high locally, but I think second time around, what is different is how it has spread nationally. And that interest now has brought some folks to Dedham, which is it's a nice town.
There was people coming from all over the world last trial. I feel like there was way more people out there last year than this year.
I'm hearing that there's way more people here this year than last year.
Only now.
Yeah.
But I'm talking just in general, people were coming from all over the place the entire trial.
Yeah.
Well,
people probably need to save days.
Not on your tour.
People what?
People probably needed to save days. And so they were like, if I have to take days, I would rather, since I can't go inside, I would rather it be for verdict.
Yeah, it's true.
First list of things to do.
No,
Until
you
now.
might go to Cape Cod, you might go to the city, but like to Dedham. But this is where the story is. This is where the action is, and this is where again, it's everyone's wearing pink, just about. Should I find some? Yeah. Now is that actually pink or is that?
This is hot pink.
That's salmon.
No, this is fuchsia.
That is salmon.
This is fuchsia.
Okay.
You're
Fuchsia.
awesome. You're doing great.
Thank you. What are your expectations about when you believe this moment will happen?
I believe by the end of the day, they'll have a verdict and then they'll come back in the morning with it.
They're going to sleep on it.
I believe
What?
so. I'm praying
Why?
it's today, but who knows?
Okay.
We're just hopeful for a not guilty, not guilty, not guilty for Karen.
Not guilty.
All right, you just got a fourth not guilty over there. Ted, and like I said, Ted, most of the people I've spoken to expect it to happen today. They really feel that strongly about the case, and I think a lot of them were very impressed with Alan Jackson's closing argument. Obviously, we've been watching him for years, Ted, and you watched him out in L.A. Many years before this, so I think that had a lot of impact on the opinions of people here because of the strength of Alan Jackson's closing argument. But I'm trying to remind
he delivered
everyone
a
that-
doozy. I mean, that close was as tight as you could get with the emotion in the right spots, the length. But Hank Brennan came back too. There doesn't seem to be, Vinny, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody thinking that this is going to be a hung jury, which to me, if I'm going to lay down some money, that's where I'm going.
Right, I'm not.
Right, and what I try to remind people is that as much as they see the evidence as being so clean cut, let's turn around. You see what's happening here. Someone came down the street honking their horn, and now they get approached by police because this is you notice how quiet everyone is, Ted?
Yeah.
Like you've got hundreds and hundreds
honk.
of people here that are remaining quiet. A car comes through, honking the horn. Police immediately emerge on them because not everyone understands what the buffer zone is and what it isn't. Usually you see a demonstration, you show your support, you honk the horn. Not here in Dedham, you can't do that. They don't want anything to influence the jury, which is in this old historic courthouse with very thin walls.
Is there
hear
any way,
everything.
Vinny, that this jury doesn't know what's happening outside the courthouse?
I would say no. I would say no. I would say if you live in the area, how could you not know about the story, about the case? I think the jurors they got, may not have been in as deep as the folks here and many of the folks online, but you may have heard of it. But the thing that's interesting, Ted, is that we're looking at it now at the end of trial 2, which to me is so much bigger than trial number 1. That there may be many more people that before this trial began, may have been in a place where they weren't as familiar. So I think that plays into it because you pick the jury before the trial starts. And now that we've gone through number 2, with it being so much bigger than number 1, I would say if you had to do number 3, it's going to be very difficult to find those 12 at that point because of the way this has spread. But if you look around, take a look down the street. It goes even further down. I was up here in the beginning of the trial, and none of these people were here, Ted. These are all Johnny-come-latelys. I was here when this trial started not when it started, 2 weeks in May. I came out, there were a dozen people over here. There were 6 people over here. But once it's time for the verdict and deliberations, it's obvious that everyone's going to use their time to show their support. I think the support early on was hampered by the weather, was hampered by the rulings in the buffer zone, completely changed the dynamic. But since it's been relaxed a little bit, the dynamic has come back. And the best part is, like I was saying, Ted, you have hundreds and hundreds of people here who are abiding by the rules, which is you're not chanting, you're not screaming, you're not yelling. And it's not easy to do. You get in a crowd, you get the gravity of it. And I think that's where we are.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, you just be careful. You stay there and get to know some more people and hang out. And we are going to come back to you many times throughout the day. And of course, as soon as we hear that there's a verdict or a question, we'll rely on you as well.
Ted, can I show you something, Ted?
Yeah.
Ted, can I show you something?
Sure, of course.
You know we're in a verdict watch. We're in lockdown. Well, you know why I wear the purple tie, because I can't wear pink, I can't wear blue, I got to split the baby. But when it happens, Ted, here it is. The verdict tie is ready. The verdict tie is ready. So
Verdict
any
red.
moment, I'll be changing ties. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
Back
we
to you,
will.
Ted, in the studio.
That's Vinnie Politan, our roving reporter in Dedham, Massachusetts. Thank you, Vin. We'll be checking in with Vinnie all day. And of course, he'll be hosting a show, Closing Arguments, tonight, right here on Court TV, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's get a break. We'll be going back and forth to that courthouse. And of course, a lot of times people say, well, by the time the closing arguments come, jurors have already made up their minds. I would argue this time around that might not have been the case. Let's go back and look at a bit of the closings from both sides. Just a little sample. Alan Jackson talking about dog bites, and then Hank Brennan recounting what he says was a drunk carry.
The defense has it here. Remember, it's not who's right and who's wrong, who proved the truth, who didn't. It's who established, or can the defense establish reasonable doubt? And is their theory plausible? Is it reasonable? The answer is yes, they've proven that. It's really up for the jury to deliver that.
Joseph Tully, as always, thank you for your valuable time. We're going to get a commercial break in. You see the live picture there on your screen. People have flocked to Dedham, and one of those is Vinnie Politan. We're going to check in with Vinnie right after this.
In this case, so if we hear those magic words.
I want Vinny to go talk to Gray Space. Wonder how close they are together.
Upgrade. Ted Rowlands, it is Monday, and the jury in Dedham has been deliberating now for 4 hours and 45-ish minutes, and we are on pins and needles watching our friend, the fan, in the courtroom.
Yeah, well, something different happened this year. We've never had a verdict in this case. So if we hear those magic words, that jury has a verdict, regardless, this is monumental in a case like this.
Yeah, what was different? Well, there was a lot different in this case. You had Hank Brennan. You had a different defense mounted. You had battle of the experts, and you did not have the Brian Higgins there.
A different Commonwealth theory of the case.
Alberts and the proctors coming into the courtroom. So it is a vastly different case that was put on, and so many people are waiting right now. Any word, and we have you covered. That's our camera shooting the fan. That's inside the courtroom.
It's our camera.
But outside the courthouse, there's a lot going on there too as well.
Now, that's something that's the same as it was last year, but maybe more. We're learning that. Let's go live outside right now. That's where we find Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan. Vinnie, I was watching you earlier. I couldn't get over the glasses and the people that you're talking to, but what have you heard since we talked to you last?
Julia Janae, I'll be honest, I could not hear you. The crowd is not making noise, but there's just this palpable anticipation and excitement that is drowning your voice out of my ear. But I'll tell you this, we know what public sentiment is. Every poll that has been done, whether it's by Court TV or others, it's between 80 and 90% of the public believes she's not guilty. The question that we have is, all the people here obviously believe she's not guilty, but what about the 12 who are deliberating across the street inside the courthouse? Those are the 12 that matter. And in recent times here at Court TV, everything's kind of been in sync, right? Johnny Depp case, we didn't know the way the public was necessarily going to react to that one, but it was overwhelmingly Johnny Depp. The jury saw the same trial. Alec Murdaugh, same thing. The jury saw the same trial that the public did. But I have a memory. I was down in Central Florida. Ted, I know I hate bringing this up. You know I hate bringing it up, Julia, as well. But I was there for Casey Anthony.
Do we have to say the name? We have to say it for him?
I said the name. I said it. I said it just because I have to make the point. I mean, I was there at the courthouse, and the crowd wasn't as large as it was here, but everyone there believed that she was guilty. And we know what that jury said. So that's why you never know what's going to happen. And despite what the public sees, you don't know what the 12 in the box are necessarily seeing, especially in this case. because it was held in such a small courtroom, the public didn't even get inside the courtroom. So we literally didn't see the same trial that they saw because they are there inside the courtroom. 10 seats for the media, and that was it. Family and friends. It was very limited this time around. But I will say this, as we usually the stories on the courthouse steps, but these are the steps across the street from the courthouse. Obviously, this is where Matt's been doing all his stuff, but people are getting as close as they can to the courthouse. And again, it's all about that anticipation. So I'm going to literally sit on the steps here and talk to some of my new friends. Although she clearly doesn't want to talk to me, I can tell. She does not want to talk. So I'll come over here. So the anticipation, how will you feel if there's no verdict today?
I'm gonna be very upset because she's innocent and she should be. This shouldn't even be going on like this. She should have. It's innocent. She's.
Let me ask you this: the last time I was live, was I talking to you?
You was.
So I keep talking to the same people. I'm not talking to.
Don't talk to me. You wasn't talking to her.
She's always here. Oh, you're new. Okay. All right. Over here. Okay. Then this is interesting that I told you there were people traveling for this.
Yeah.
Where did you come from?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? There's 2 Sleuthies.
Yeah, I got rid of the other me. I was trying to close tabs and I accidentally went
I
out.
don't know.
Am I here?
Do I have the right one?
Hello?
Did I? Okay, I did. I kept the right one. I'm like, I don't know which one to keep.
All the way from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Hey.
That's a long trip. Now, just for this, are you going to the Cape or something? Or
I did go to the Cape. I went to the Yankees-Red Sox game. Go Yankees. But I obviously had to stay for the verdict watch.
So you'll stay until it's over?
Well, I'm supposed to fly home tomorrow, but I can always change my flight.
Ted, should she change her flight now?
Yeah, go ahead and change it. I don't know. I think it's going to last till Tuesday or Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday. If it's not Tuesday, I think it's hung.
Ted is thinking Tuesday, Wednesday. Julia, what do you think?
I think if they don't come back with a verdict tomorrow, that is going to signal that they are hung.
Yep.
Okay.
I agree.
So Julie Janae thinks maybe tomorrow.
Really?
But if it's after tomorrow, you could be here a long
Well,
time.
it's a good thing I'm on Southwest and I can change my flight at any
There you
time.
go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
So nice to meet you.
See, here we go. So the crowd is fully anticipating this whole thing to happen today. Now, obviously, it didn't happen this morning, but most of the big verdicts come in usually in the afternoon. So if it's going to happen today, obviously it'll be in the afternoon. Will there be much warning? What will the reaction be, I think, is the big question. Because I don't know, and I'd have to ask someone. Are you prepared that there's a potential that a jury could come back and find Karen Reed guilty?
I am. I don't know how I'll handle it, but I'm prepared. But I mean, there's so much reasonable doubt. There's so much.
What drew you to this particular case?
Because I once was in her shoes.
Wait a minute. Give us the shorter version. But what happened?
I was framed as well in the state of Ohio. I spent 8 years in Montgomery County. 5 years in Montgomery County jail, waiting my trial.
And you got out and you were found not guilty.
Yes.
And you did 8 years for something you didn't do.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So
How are you doing now?
I'm great.
Okay.
I'm pardoned. Everything's good. So
Pardoned?
thanks to God, I'm good.
You were convicted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still trust our system?
I do.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. I'm telling you, Ted, people are here. It's more than just it's an interesting case. It's a salacious case. No, it's about a cause. People believe that there is injustice taking place here, and that's why they're here. Overwhelmingly, they believe not just that there's reasonable doubt. They believe that she's factually innocent in this case, and that things were done by people in the government to make a citizen look guilty. And that's really what drives.
Ricky Faye's like, we're all like, wait, what? Huh? Ricky Faye's like, I got bullshit. Young Black economist oh, fuck Montgomery County. That's Dayton. I was born there. Yeah, they suck in Dayton. There's a lot of Nazis in Dayton, Ohio? Damn.
I think the passion of the people who are showing up here. But what's interesting, Ted, I'm going to turn the camera around, so we're going to go this way now, is when I first spoke to you, Ted,
TV's like, yes.
I feel like
Damn, I
the
didn't realize
anticipation
that.
is growing. Like the
They come over from
conversations,
Indiana.
no one is
Now that makes
chanting,
sense.
no one is protesting, but I think the conversations are getting a little bit stronger amongst each other, because I think it's all part of, we believe this thing can happen at any moment, like at a moment's notice. And I'm wondering how that reaction is going to go down, but obviously we'll be here for that reaction, Ted. Ted, what was it like? And I want from Julia also, I'm sorry to interview you on your own shows, but I think it'd be interesting to compare your experiences at those huge trials, whether it's Michael Jackson or Derek Chauvin, you know, that those moments just before the verdict comes down.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like it. There's
He's interviewing
when you
them.
hear that there's an actual verdict, the adrenaline runs through your body. You get in there, and especially in a case that could go either way. You know, Michael Jackson was found not guilty in the molestation case in Santa Maria. That's where the big crowds were, and like this, the crowds were waiting for the not guilty, and the reaction outside of the courthouse you could feel and hear. Peterson went the other way, but again, the reaction, and that when you don't know. It's crazy. Robert Blake found not guilty. I thought he was going to be found guilty. To Vinny's point, you just never know.
It became a parade for the Derek Chauvin trial. Once he was found guilty, when people were waiting, crowded around their phones, crowded around radios, listening. And once they heard guilty as charged, I mean, it erupted in Minneapolis. And it turned into really a block party, a parade that went on for hours because people were just so happy and so connected to a cause. And though it's unlikely to think about Karen Reed and the death of George Floyd in the same breath, but there's this conviction that people are there for something larger than the person, and that's what it sounds like you're hearing from people there, Vinny.
Yeah, Julian, I just bumped into Court TV alum Michael Bryant. Michael, great to see you.
Nice to see you. Hey, could you give me your thoughts on this verdict slip? I'm asking folks what they're thinking of this second page of the verdict slip. Take all the time you need to figure that out.
It's a little confusing. What are your thoughts about the scene here? Because you've been in a lot of the big cases.
It's unbelievable. And having seen this grow over the last 2+ months, I never would have anticipated this. First of all, let's just say the lawsuits that were filed on behalf of what I'm calling the First Amendment zone led to this, because the cops here were brutal in keeping this whole area sanitized. Really, the buffer zone, they called it. It was just wrong. We filed the lawsuits. Mark Randazza did an amazing job. This is the result. And are people yelling, screaming, burning buildings? I mean, this is a pretty sedate but large crowd here.
It's extreme. I mean, it shocked me when I walked up, because I was here back in May, and a few people here and there came back with the relaxed rules and the anticipation of the verdict. How do you think it'll go here, though, if it comes back with a guilty, like we see in the overwhelming majority of verdicts on Court TV?
I'm going to call it loud disappointment. I mean, I don't think any of the state troopers' cars are going to be turned over. Things are set afire. Major disappointment, and hope that on appeal things will be changed.
How about, and the alternative? The not guilty comes down. What do you think happens in the streets here?
Just a loud uproar of vindication. Remember, this is, Vinny, this is as much about Karen Reed as it is all the folks who live here, who see issues with law enforcement here, who see issues with the DA here, who see issues with the court here. And this is a symptom for them. So if they see a victory here, I think they're going to read it as a victory on a much larger scale.
And folks are watching you streaming where? On Justice Serve?
Justice Serve TV. Yep. Justice Serve TV. Linda Kenny Bodden and I having some fun there. Yep.
All the Court TV alums. Great to see you, Michael.
See you, buddy. Hang in there.
Michael Bryant. Ted, it's intense. It's more intense than it was this morning. That's all I can say. And it's not just, because we have a camera on. It's walking through the streets. I can't explain it. It's like a simmering that is now bubbling. And we'll see how this verdict ends. But I have the verdict form now. Michael gave it to me, apparently. This page is a little confusing.
There were some issues with that last year.
And this morning.
With the verdict form, where not looking the way that the defense wanted it to be. It was
Which is,
debated.
you know, I think that it's safe to say this time around, both sides are going to look for clarification if indeed the jury comes back and claims they're hung.
A little thing called polling the jury.
Yeah.
Even if it's behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, what's your prediction? Do you predict? You got another person there.
Well, I really feel, because Thursday is a down day, right? So Wednesday, for me, has the Friday feel. If the jury is going to
Thursday's a down day,
go through the evidence, and I've been at a trial in this courthouse, so it's the same jury pool. It was years ago. Julie Janae was in grammar school, but the jury, it was a very clear-cut case. There was DNA, there was a lot of evidence, but the jury went through the evidence, and they did that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't even vote until Friday. So if you have a jury approach it that way, it could take some time because of the amount of evidence, the number of witnesses, exhibits. And then if you don't agree, that jury agreed in their first vote, but they didn't take a vote until Friday because they went through the evidence. So the question to me really is, how do they go about this? Do they go about this by taking a vote right out of the gate and figure out where they are and then work from there? Or do they say, well, let's go through the evidence and try to agree on what happened here? And if you talk about doing that, it's like you've got to figure out, was there or was there not a collision? That's the first fact that I think any jury has to determine. So if they try to figure out if there was a collision or not, what are they debating? They're debating expert testimony, which is thick. You're debating digital evidence. You're debating whether or not she confessed. You're debating whether or not the pieces of the tail light were broken at 5:07 in the morning. So there's a lot to go through. But if they take a vote and they're almost there, it could be quick. It could be this afternoon. But I'm thinking Wednesday, if we get past Wednesday and we come back here on Friday, then I'm on high alert on Friday, and then we're getting into a longer deliberation.
Yeah.
Was that vague enough for you, Ted?
Yeah, perfect.
And it even reminds us about the first jury. It seemed like they took a vote the first time out of the gate, came back allegedly with not guilty for 2 of the counts, and then spent time really just infighting. They didn't get a lot of evidence back to look over that we sometimes see with juries.
Yeah, and you just never know what's going on. Who, to Vinny's point, if the jury foreperson is a deliberate.
Yeah, I don't know anything about what them not deliberating on Thursday, but I mean, she does like to do her half days on Thursday, so maybe that's why. I don't. If DB, I got that too. So if we get past Wednesday, fucking Vinny, then we're getting to a longer deliberation. No shit, Vinny. That's how it works. The more time goes by, the longer the deliberation. I totally caught that too. That's fucking hilarious. If we get past Wednesday, then my interest is piqued. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they have to do like drink on. Like they have to go drinking on Thursdays. I don't know. I don't live in Massachusetts. What's the deal? Thursday's Bev's day to go to the salon and get her her hair pressed. He's just talking and talking, gives us nothing. I know. This is such a great word. Great. A great way to describe him just being out there, though. He's just like, whatever. I'll just start saying stuff. Thirsty Thursdays. Exactly, Joanna. So I think maybe that's it. There's never been a 1-hour hung jury. No. Thursday's Juneteenth. It's a federal holiday. I don't want them to. I want them to be done by tomorrow. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to do verdict watch for an entire week. So they got Sleuthie sent me the proposed verdict slip. I'll tell you, it's exactly what we thought it was. It was just literally adding not guilty, guilty to each one of those sections, which I think is more confusing. And then she sent me this other one that she said is floating around. I'm wondering if this is like internet made, Sleuthie. Is that
Might be. It might be internet made, but also from coming from somebody that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the actual one. So I don't know.
No, the last one with the blue check boxes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, hold on. I mean, it's actually, if you're going to add the not guilty stuff to it, I'd say it's probably the most comprehensive and easily understood.
Well, and it has the directions, like we were talking about. Like, if you find, if not guilty, go to the next one or whatever.
Right. So let me get it up here. I think this is internet made, but I mean, I can see why they put it this way. So it's like, okay, crime charged. Here's your manslaughter. Not guilty, guilty. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. If not guilty, you can continue below. Lesser included involuntary manslaughter, not guilty, guilty. If you find the defendant guilty of the above crime, stop. If not guilty, continue below. Lesser included motor vehicle, same thing. So it's like, I mean, if you were going to go that route, this would be less confusing than. Let me show you the other one. Where was that at? Hold on. I'll pull up that. So come on with Vinny. Let me see.
And Gray Space does have pink hair.
Yeah, Grayspace has the link, so whenever she's available, she can come up. I don't know what else she's got on her agenda today. I'm pulling up this other one. Okay, so this is the one that's actually in the exhibit. It's the exhibit that goes with the filing from this morning. But it's like literally what we thought that they were asking for. So it's nothing surprising. So it just goes, here's your charge, not guilty, guilty, and then lesser charge, involuntary manslaughter, not guilty, guilty, motor vehicle, not guilty, guilty. See, to me, I think this would make things harder because they think that they have to figure out each one of these, which would mean that they could do like guilty, guilty, which they can't do. So I think this would become problematic, and I don't think it should be changed to this. So, but I know that everybody has their own opinion on it, and which is fine. That's just my opinion. I would find this more confusing.
So Aiden said, or the turtle said, I'm inside court for day 2 of juror deliberations. The O'Keefe side just came in. Noticeably absent are Peggy and Paul O'Keefe.
Okay.
And then
when was that?
3 hours ago. So when they came in briefly and then left.
Oh, okay.
2 hours ago, he said the jury has entered. Here are some facts about the 12 people who will decide Karen Reed's fate. 5 of the 12 are women who appear to be 30 or younger. This is a really good statistic. Only one juror fit this demographic in the last jury, and she was reportedly the staunchest not guilty voter. 2 of the 12 are men who look 25 or younger. Not one in the last jury fit this demographic. Juror 4 had his seat moved for talking to juror 10 too much during sidebars. Juror 14 seems nervous and potentially easily swayed. The foreman is a middle-aged black man. He took no notes during the trial. I firmly believe he is a not guilty vote. Juror 5 is a middle-aged white man who smirked the entire trial and seemed to really like the defense. If the jury was rigged, he would be the first to be made an alternate. Juror 15 is a middle-aged white woman who I noticed was hung on every word of Alan Jackson's closing. Juror 3 and 12, I believe, will be the biggest hurdles to overcome. Juror 12 is the oldest remaining juror, a woman in her late 50s. She didn't make any faces that indicated she's bad news, but in the last jury, this was the profile of a guilty voter. Juror 3 is a man in his late 40s who was called up to speak with Auntie Bev early in the trial. He looks like a cartoon character. I have no idea what to think of him. Oh, Grace Space is here.
What's up, Grace Space?
I'm live with Goosie. Hi, Sleuthie. How you doing?
Hi.
It's Glamouseuse. How are you?
How's it going out there?
It's pretty good. Weather's pretty nice as far as things go. Sun's a little hot, but there's a nice breeze going. And let me flip my. Yeah. So I'm out here in front of the Registry of Deeds across the street from the courthouse. And
did you get to talk to Vinnie Politan?
No, I didn't particularly want to talk to Vinnie Politan because that's intimidating.
Yeah, ask the lady that he asked about what she would react if it was a not guilty.
So how's it going out there? What's the feeling like?
I mean, you can see people are just kind of hanging out with their chairs wherever they can find space. I've been walking around.
Have you run into a lot of people that you know from like the Twitter Spaces?
I've met a few people that I know from the Twitters. Glamouseuse has adopted me a little bit for the afternoon, though.
Aww.
Something's gonna happen and nothing happened. Now I'm back on my own, but it's I don't know. Things are pretty good out here.
How many people do you think are there?
I don't know how to estimate people, like some hundreds, a few hundred, maybe.
Few hundred.
Yeah.
Has there been any altercations with anybody out there, as in like people coming from the Karen Reed is guilty side?
No, I have not seen any of the Karen Reed is guilty folks at all. Weird.
That is kind of weird.
You know, there's supposed to be so many of them.
You took a picture with Turtle Boy?
I did.
Did you get to chat with him?
No, he was being mobbed for pictures by, everybody.
I'm sure. Were you there when Karen and her attorneys came?
No, I got here like a few minutes too late to see them arrive, but I saw them leave the courthouse.
And how was that?
It was mostly, I saw her and I saw her lawyers, and she was walking out with AJ, and then immediately got like fully mobbed by media, like we're used to seeing. But it was honestly so wild to see in person, like her just get like fully encircled, and then like this huge clump of people slowly move down the sidewalk with her in the center of it.
How close to her and that mob were you?
I mean, I was across the street.
Oh, okay. So what's the general feel out there? Do people think that there's going to be a verdict today?
I think that's the hope. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's here today because the hope is we get a verdict by the end of the day. But honestly, who the fuck knows?
They did. You know, what are you thinking?
What am I thinking? I mean, it would sure be nice to get a verdict by the end of the day. I mean, if not today afternoon, tomorrow morning, if they need to like go home and sleep on it.
Do you know why there's no court on Thursday?
Okay, Deebs. Is there no court on Thursday?
That's outrageous.
It's a holiday?
Today's Juneteenth.
It's Juneteenth. Okay. Since when is that something that closes the courthouse?
I don't know. Since the past few years, I think.
Oh. I'm gonna see if it closes all the courthouses. It became a federal holiday in 2021. That's interesting.
Yeah. I know Massachusetts does observe it because it's one of the days where my co-advisor at Harvard will have the day off, but I won't.
See if we do out here. Yeah, apparently we do. I mean, since it's considered a federal holiday now, that's crazy to me.
Hi.
So Arizona, Florida, Indiana, Iowa, Mississippi, Montana, Oklahoma, and the North and South Carolina do not observe Juneteenth. Every other state does.
Interesting.
And in California and Michigan, it is actually considered a state and federal holiday.
This is making me crazy.
As of 2021.
This waiting
The
is
lack
for
of
the
court
birds.
dates. Let's just hope that there's a verdict today, at the latest tomorrow.
I'm so
Wednesday
impatient.
I won't be around much. So
Yeah,
I
it
don't want
tomorrow.
a verdict to come in on Wednesday when I'm not here. So Gray, have you been talking to a lot of people out there? What do you kind of feeling people are thinking?
I mean, everybody who's here seems, I mean, it's all, free care readers, and the mood seems to be that the verdict will happen sooner than later, though I'm sure the longer we go without a verdict, the more, the the more down the mood we get. But you know,
Well,
for
yeah,
today,
people are gonna start getting worried.
I think the longer it goes on, the more likely it's a hung jury.
yes.
And I just don't have it in me to do this again. I know I've said it a million times, but I want you to know I mean it.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do. I don't know if I want to do this again at all. I mean, I know I don't want to, but I don't know if I would actually do. I wouldn't do this again. I don't think.
Yeah.
I may just like maybe a weekly update or something. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
Not much would change a third time. I mean,
Travis, do you want to come up? I know I was asking for you earlier. You had sent an email about what you have for like probation and so on and so forth. Do you want to come up, or are you busy?
Yeah, I've been on the
Let me grab the link. Sorry, but you guys will have to do it again because I need to watch it again. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much.
it's so loud there. My annoyance for loud noises would never allow me.
It's not that loud.
Yeah, it's like chaos.
Yeah.
I like my quiet too much. I don't know if I'd want to be out there, Grace.
I'd be tanning.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel
She's
that
got
loud.
She's got the heat going.
If they did another trial, do you think that they would have Brennan do it again, or would they get another special prosecutor, or would they have Lally do it, or what? Or like, what do you think they would do?
I know. Very interesting question. They've already paid Brennan too much goddamn money.
Like, you would think you would bring somebody new in that would have better luck, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
I saw people saying they thought they probably wouldn't charge her again. I don't know where they got that idea, because I don't ever see them doing that.
I think if they're hung on all charges, that would probably, if they're hung on everything, then the state of Massachusetts may consider doing it again. If they're hung again, like supposedly they were last year, where it's only like they're hung on one of the lesser charges of count 2, and then they wouldn't recharge just count 2.
So then I guess if they do convict her of just OUI, since that technically means she's guilty of count 2, would that be a win for them then?
Yeah, it means that they can't come back and get her and try to do this again and get her for involuntary or manslaughter in any way. It'd be done.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it'd be double jeopardy. So yeah, I mean, and obviously they want a not guilty on everything, but an OUI for a lesser included count would be a win for the defense in that aspect, because they can't recharge her with the count 2.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if they would be able to use the fact that somebody died as, like, for part of their penalty, like when she goes to decide a penalty or whatever.
No, I think it would be really improper to increase the penalty just because there were other charges that she was acquitted of.
Well, even the main charge,
Well,
like above
if she
the
gets,
lesser.
well, if she gets the lesser, that means she was acquitted of the main charge.
I think.
Can you two handle it real quick? I just step away.
Yeah. I think Bev doesn't really have any regard for things that are improper. I don't know why, but
So, I mean, I don't know. When it came down to it, and the sentencing, we got to the sentencing, which is like fully in her hands. She might do something kind of normal.
right.
Like, I saw her be normal in the bench trial with Penny McGee.
Well, maybe because she's in full control. They're not. The jury's not in any kind of control, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas here, the jury's in control. Like, even the stuff that she thinks are facts are not up to her to say that they're facts. It's up to the jury.
Sure.
I
But
still
then
don't understand how she's been allowed to be here this long when their whole system is literally set up to avoid the same judge being stuck on these cases like this.
Well, I think it's still pretty normal for, like, once a case gets to the point where trial's coming up, for it to stay with the same judge. I don't know. It's certainly normal for it to stay with the same judge for a second trial, because then a new judge would have to learn all the.
Indiana said, Allie was saying earlier, if they find her not guilty on 3 of the lessers and hang on OUI, they can still charge her with count 2 completely again.
I mean, that's what it looks like on the verdict form.
Yeah, so then I guess if they were to hang on the OUI, it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah. In some ways, the funniest outcome would be for them to find her guilty of just OUI. Because, like, imagine spending over $1 million on a trial to get an OUI conviction.
Yeah, I mean, but again, if you get convicted on an OUI, you know, maybe that's worth it to not have to pay all these experts and attorneys and stuff all over again. I mean,
No, I think it's probably 100% worth it. That's why they did it, I assume.
I assume too, but that's if it works. You know what I mean? And I agree with Teresa that, like, it's kind of silly to, I mean, I guess in my opinion, to assume that this jury is going to be the same as the other jury. So just because the other jury was hung essentially because, according to Ronnie or whatever, essentially only because they felt like she was guilty of OUI, but not the other stuff. I feel like that doesn't mean this jury would think that.
Yeah.
And now you're kind of just giving them like I don't know. It feels like giving them a.
Well,
like, what if they find her guilty on everything?
Then it wouldn't matter that the OUI charge will fail.
Right.
Because, I mean, if it's gonna be like, either we really need a compromise verdict or it's gonna be a hung jury, you would rather the compromise verdict be OUI than motor vehicle homicide.
Right. I personally don't see them. I don't see a world where they're going to find her guilty on all the things, but I definitely think that they're going to come back guilty on the OUI.
I don't know. I mean, if they really just think that this was like such a fucking mess that you can't find proof beyond a reasonable doubt of anything, then they'll find her not guilty of everything.
I told Teresa earlier, I think a lot of her statements that she made on like interviews and stuff is like, I would be smacking myself for that, but it's not like they could have known.
Yeah, I mean, like they had like that whole documentary thing going on for the whole first trial, and hung juries really are super rare, so you can understand why they did not foresee this outcome. And also, probably if the people at whatever, Unsolved, whatever, had fought the subpoena from Brennan, they might not have had to turn over their shit because California has journalist shields, like when they tried to get stuff from ABC in New York. But they also couldn't have expected that the director they were working with or the producer or whatever would, when the jury hung and Karen was like, we need some space, would totally turn against her and was like, and be like, actually, we hate you now. We're going to make a McElroy documentary.
Right.
There's just a lot of circumstances came together to be very unfortunate.
What do you think about the fact that before they went back for deliberations, that she didn't let Rensler's slides in?
I mean, a lot of that information was in through other stuff. Like Wolf's slides got in, which had all the video.
Like, I wonder if they're going to slow down the video of Welcher where Rensler pointed out that he basically missed the entire arm.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Request what, Rexy? I requested all of the exhibits, and the last email that I got was before they started deliberating, and he said that basically they were getting all the exhibits ready for the jury so that we wouldn't be able to get it after that. Until after a verdict, if there is a verdict. That's what he said to me. And I immediately sent a message to Teresa and was like, that's suspicious, isn't it? Yeah, they can't request testimony readbacks. I think that should always be allowed, like, to a degree. I mean, I don't think it would be reasonable to let them reread entire testimonies, but Teresa, are you not back yet? Also, what's this that Teresa's not going to be here Wednesday? I must have missed why she's not going to be here Wednesday. But I'm just saying, the day that I was unavailable, they decided to be the day of closing arguments, which was annoying. So I wouldn't be surprised if when she's unavailable, they do something like that. But I have her cell phone number now, so I could just blow her up like a crazy person. Oh, you're right, Lacey. I didn't finish reading that. So, I don't remember what I ended on. I think it was juror 3 and 12, I believe, will be the biggest hurdles to overcome. Juror 12 is the oldest remaining juror, a woman in her late 50s. She didn't make any faces that indicated she's bad news, but in the last jury, this was the profile of a guilty voter. Juror 3 is a man in his late 40s who was called up to speak with Auntie Bev early in the trial. He looks like a cartoon character. I have no idea what to think of him. Last trial, there were only 2 jurors under the age of 40. This trial, there are 7. Last trial, there were 6 men. This trial, there are 5. The defense should feel very optimistic about the outcome. Let me refresh. At 12:11, so like 37 minutes ago. He said, crowd is on pins and needles awaiting a verdict. There is not a single supporter of the Commonwealth here. Not one. The biggest lie they've told is that the community is evenly divided. They are not. Karen Reed supporters are the only ones who show up and demand justice for John O'Keefe. But also, I'm of the opinion that you can't really tell about these jurors. Like, if someone's staring at Alan Jackson throughout his entire closing, that could be that, you know, she believes everything he's saying or whatever. But it could also mean that she's like dumbfounded, like how I stare at Hank Brennan because I'm just dumbfounded at the lies that come out of his face. I just saw that the guy Vinny interviewed earlier from Justice Serve TV interviewed Michael Easter. I did not see that. Did he really? I don't understand why Michael Easter wasn't allowed to testify. I feel like the fact that the defense asked all the questions like Bev basically expected them to, she had to know that they weren't going to give honest answers. Like none of them were going to sit there and be like, yeah, what we did was pretty shit. I mean, we really didn't do that great of a job. Like, she had to know that the answer from everybody was going to be, we did the best that we could. I should switch to my computer. Oh, shit. I am going to switch to my computer, but I'm not sure. I think I have to leave first, because then I won't know who to get rid of. I'll be right back. Can we hear me?
I can hear you. I'm
Okay.
I'm here. I'm just shoving some breakfast in my face.
That's okay. I can see more of the chat on my computer, so I figured I'd switch over. Between one. I think it was between 1 and 2 that they can't come back because they'll be at lunch or whatever. But I know Bev made a comment about, like, you guys have been here for so long that I think we can make an exception. It's like, bro, everybody eat at the courthouse. And not for nothing, I don't understand why the jurors can't deliberate while they eat too. Like, you're sitting in a room, you can eat and talk, can't you? I can't wait to go to the beach. This all needs to be done before I leave for vacation. What time is it now? In my time, it is 12:52. So if I would, Nanya. What is this? I can't hear that if I'm supposed to.
There's no sound. No, I didn't turn the sound on. It's on mute. I just wanted it for the ticker, and then we can turn it on.
So they're currently at 5 hours, 37 minutes, and 51 seconds.
Yeah, this is live. So yeah.
She
According
didn't.
to Court TV, Law and Crimes ticker is about almost a minute different.
I don't remember her saying one way or the other for sure if if she was going to like let them come back with a verdict during that 1 to 2 hour. But if not, then here soon we definitely won't hear anything before 2 because there's only 7 minutes to 1. Do you think they're going to come back earlier than they're allowed to be there and be like, we want to go home because we haven't come to like the fact that if they wanted to leave on Friday because they were so at odds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not great in my opinion.
I think Friday they were just like, all right, we're not going to come to a verdict today. We might as well just go home and rest for the weekend and come back fresh Monday.
Well, and Allie brought up a good point because at one point she's like, they could have been fighting so much that they were like, okay, nobody's going to agree, so let's just leave. But then she's like, it could have been the other way as well. Like, we all agree she's not guilty, but and maybe we should sleep on that not guilty for the weekend and then come in and like, I don't know, review evidence or something on Monday and then come up with our verdict. But I tend to think that's not okay because if we all agree on not guilty, then we shouldn't be further reviewing the evidence. Like, you know.
I agree, but I don't think that's the case anyway. I feel like they finally got after she went and fixed the jury instructions and the verdict slips and blah, blah, blah. And they got all the stuff. I feel like they were just like, this is a lot. We're going to need to go through all of this, make sure we do it right. Let's just go home for the weekend. Does that sound good to everybody? Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's go. That's how I feel like it went.
And they're not even allowed to like bring the instructions home so they can like actually review them and understand them. So
no, I think that's also what they were doing this morning.
They do what? You talking to us?
Yeah, they do get the instructions.
They get to bring their stuff home?
Oh, not home. But they
Just
get it
not.
in the room.
Oh. Yeah, I knew they get it in the room, but which I guess is good. But I still am annoyed by the fact that she said, if it reads differently than you remember me saying it, then go off of how you remember me saying it. It's like that doesn't make any sense. They should literally be the same.
No, that's the dumbest shit ever. Especially because she's like, oh, I'm gonna go fix the things that I realized were wrong while I was saying them.
Yeah. But also, you probably should have made sure nothing was wrong before you started reading.
Like, okay,
Is anybody doing anything? Are there any whispers about any questions?
Nah.
I hear laughing. Like,
I mean, if she made sure that there was nothing wrong before she started reading.
Oh, I agree.
Then she would be able to like give copies to the jurors.
She absolutely should have proofread them before she ever read them.
I don't know shit.
But do people seem optimistic or do people seem like they're getting worried?
Yeah, no.
I feel like I'm screaming at her. Luke wants to know if you can see if there's any lady who sells.
I mean, I can only judge so much from like the vibes, but everyone seems happy.
Is there a lot of cops there?
Schellenberg. Oh yes, there are very many cops here.
Are you keeping an eye out for Buchanan?
I have not seen Buchanan. So there's a lot of like addendum cops in neon who are like on bikes around, and then there's all the state troopers with those stupid hats.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good point. Did they say if there's going to be, like, is anybody talking about what kind of notice it would be if there is a verdict, if any notice?
She said 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Well, she said stay within 10 minutes. She originally said 5, and he said my office is 10 minutes away. And she said we'll work that out then. And she said okay, 10 minutes. They have to be able to be back in the courtroom within 10 minutes. Hey, kitty cake.
Feeling people stop.
Let's see what she's got going on there. Oh. Nope.
Sir, you probably I know you daughter said something.
I'm not conflicted, but like there's so much.
There was shade over here before, and the fucking sun moved. Good news, I found a tree.
I'm surprised everyone's not huddled up under the tree. It got significantly more quiet, too.
Yeah, I went like around the corner to a spot where nobody's hanging out.
Oh, Turtle Boy said that
huddled up on High Street. Where?
Turtle Boy said that Peg and Paul O'Keefe were not in the courthouse this morning. Have you seen them?
I've not. I saw like their usual retinue leave, and they were not with them. So yeah. You know, the Rizzitano cousins, and you know, that one guy who's in all the documentaries.
Was John's movie date that one time from 2 decades ago? Was she there?
I did not see her. I did not see Tara Kerrigan.
He said Jackie Dugall was there.
Yeah, I think I saw the Dugalls.
Hateful creatures.
Yeah.
Oksana said they're waiting for 227. It's so funny because we said that last year and they didn't, but this year it was so bizarre that like Jen got called at 227. Like, I don't know that they're actually waiting for 227, but that would just be, I would be dead.
Yeah. And then there, what was it that, was it like her
transcript, her testimony.
Her grand jury testimony or something
Yes.
with 227 pages. I was like,
yes.
Jen.
So strange.
It's wild. I was like, I can't believe she said it instead of saying it's like over 200 pages. I'm like, why would you? lean into
Right?
that.
Like, aren't you should be a little sensitive about 227, just like last year when she tried to say, I can't remember if it was last year or this year or both, where she tried to say she didn't know the time. And he was like, or the phrase, and he's like, you don't know?
It definitely happened this year, where she was, well, it might have happened last year too, where he was like, so do you know what you Googled? And she was like, no, I don't have an independent recollection of it. I just know what everyone says. And it's like, well, I mean, it's from your celibate extraction, so like, it says what it says.
Everyone, I sent it to Teresa, but I don't know if she read it. The new Howie Carr article. Has everyone or anyone read it?
No.
Oh, it's so good. I was
gonna read it on here with you guys.
You should read it. It literally, you would think me and Teresa had some type of input. It was all the things we were thinking.
Oh, really? I haven't read it yet.
Oh, yeah. He makes fun of him the way that we do.
Okay, let me pull it up then, and we'll read it.
Like this. Oh, I only briefly saw it. I have to respond. But Nick Starro.
Yeah.
I love his channel, but he said if the transcripts for the Delphi transcripts, he said if the transcripts aren't paid for by Friday, he'll have a fundraising stream. Just so everybody knows.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I literally just put out the update.
Oh, did you?
20. We're at 2520.
Wow. So we only have like $1,000 to go.
No, 2,000. 4,600. We're at 2520.
Yeah, 2,000. So we're more than halfway there.
We're more than halfway there. Yes.
That's amazing. And we're what?
That's
Day
amazing.
6?
We haven't done a fundraising stream at all yet. We've only been.
I know.
It's really just been Twitter based.
Excellent, man. People are so generous.
So, I mean, there's people $5 to $500. So, I mean, it's been amazing the amount of help that's come in.
Wow.
It piles up quickly. Like even if 10 people give you $5 each, that's $50.
Yeah. Well, all the help in the world.
Yeah. It goes fast. Okay. Reed, you're going to die.
Okay. So this is Howie Carr. You guys probably know him mostly too from like Turtle Boy goes on with him quite often.
Yeah. I literally never listen to them.
You don't? Oh, I do sometimes. Okay, so do you suppose Steve Flemmi watched any of his old nemesis Hank Brennan's latest courtroom humiliations in Dedham last week? Probably not. The serial killing partner of Hank's late client and hero, Whitey Bulger, is 91 now. Stevie is locked away for life in some secret federal prison reserved for treacherous rat bastards like both Flemmi and Bulger. But let the record show that it was the rifleman who, at Bulger's 2013 trial, was the first witness to make a complete ass of Hank Brennan during one of his trademark nonsensical cross-examinations. I didn't know that. Now Brennan is the $250,000 special persecutor is what he actually put in the second.
I like that he did that.
He put persecutor, yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are saying the people are heading back to the courtroom. I have it on live over here, and I don't see that happening yet. So I guess we'll see.
I'll keep looking while you read.
And Gray Space topped down, but I mean, hopefully she would have said something if people were headed back. All right, Sleuthie, you'll keep an eye on that while I read. Okay, so the persecutor in the second Karen Reed murder trial in Norfolk Superior Court. Traditionally, a prosecutor is supposed to be a white hat, a good guy, or failing that, at least honest and truthful. It is a role for which hammered Hank Brennan is spectacularly miscast, and so it was that he melted down at the end of the trial, first in another series of disastrous cross-examinations, and then in a bumblingly bad closing argument to the jury. In his interminable closing, Hank continued his unrelenting assault on the English language, at one point telling the jury that the timeline is not in dispute.
I love it.
Court TV is saying that? Like that? Court TV is what I have on, so.
I'm looking, and I just sent you a different tweet. It's not to do with them going in now, but I find it really powerful, actually, probably more so than all the screaming. But I'm looking on Twitter for people that are actually there to tell me what's happening. Aiden hasn't said anything.
Yeah, and right now Court TV's got the clock up, and they're just showing Yuri Buchanan's testimony with the fan. So, all right, let me keep reading. Not dispute, but dispute. He also forgot the names of his own two fork-tongued expert witnesses, Shannon Burgess and Judson Welcher. He combined their names into a composite Shannon Welcher. I totally got that. It was so funny. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm at, like, the way that this is written, I'm having a very hard time reading it.
I know, because it's like old newspapers.
Yeah, at least he didn't get into dental issues. Earlier in the week with a forensic physician, Brennan inquired about teeth that he called incisors. Not incisors, but incisors. Oh, shit, I missed that. They're not making mob mouthpieces like they used to. Objection. I think I missed the incisors.
Dude, I pointed it out so many times. It was driving me fucking insane.
Was I not on the stream at that point?
I don't remember, because we got a little wonky. We were like, one of us was here and one of us wasn't. Like most of the last week, it was so old. So like, but yeah, he'd say incisors nonstop. To the point where at one point, what's her face? Dr. Russell, like repeated it back. And I'm like, she knows that's not how you say it.
I wasn't here for that. I totally remember. I would remember that. There's no way I was here for that.
He's always called them incisors, like a jackass.
Incisors. What a fucking idiot.
What's worse is someone will literally be talking to him and say incisors, and he'll still repeat it back incorrectly. Why? How?
I don't know. He was called out by the defense team to make it so like the details matter, remember? And like saying words correctly matters on like one of the very first witnesses, and yet he didn't correct what they told him was wrong.
God. I'm so glad he pointed out the incisors and dispute. I hope he never lives it down. He deserves it.
So they're not making mob mouthpieces like they used to, nor are the traditional Norfolk County jury intimidation tactics working anymore. At Reed's first trial last year, thug ex-Boston cop Brian Albert and his punk nephew, Colin Albert, showed up to glare at the jury during closings. Both Alberts were no-shows Friday. Instead, the jurors had to file by a different Keystone cop, State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. Buchanan is the as-yet unfired member of the detective unit that strung up Karen Reed back in 2022. Yuri materialized in the courthouse Friday in a black suit with pants cuffs absurdly above his ankles.
Did you see the video of him?
No, that he had on high waters.
Oh, hold on. Because I commented on it and I said, someone got a video because I was like, why does he have a walkie-talkie? I'll send you the link to the video.
Okay. No, I never saw him get on high waters.
Nikki Conway, she retweeted and said, is he going to a wedding after closing arguments? What the fuck is he wearing? I said, and he had a walkie-talkie for what? Also, did his and Hank's pants get switched when they were putting them on yesterday morning? Because these are too tiny for Yuri. Sending link to your messenger now.
Okay. Let me keep going. The suit looked like something off the rack from KGB haberdashery to be worn only to a USSR. I can't even say half of these things. Commissar's funeral in 1977. Even more preposterous than Yuri's Sunday go-to meeting duds were his striped white socks. Black suit and white socks. Seriously, is that Kiev? I don't even know what that is. He looked like one of the old wild and crazy guys on SNL. When Karen Reed's lawyer spotted him lurking around the hall, glowering at the jury and channeling his sinister Iron Curtain heritage, they complained. Finally, the hulking moron fled back into his boss, DA Meatball Morrissey's lair. Maybe someone called 911 to report a suspicious rubber ducky sighting somewhere in Norfolk County, and he had to scramble to Milton with sirens blaring. Or perhaps a housewife in Avon had posted something mean about Meatball Morrissey on Facebook and needed a good talking to in Yuri's broken English about witness intimidation raps. This is how Bukitic earns the big bucks, $211,960 last year. He loves screaming at young rubber ducky wielding moms almost as much as he relishes those $750 a shift, no heavy lifting F-troop details at the airport. Despite fleeing his homeland, he now poses as a big Ukrainian patriot. Invincible in peace, invisible in war, that's Yuri. He's big into the war effort, although oddly, he prefers banging on the hoods of double parking motorists, dropping off their kids at Terminal C, to returning to the old USSR to toss grenades at Russian tanks. Maybe that's why Yuri was roundly booed by Karen Reed supporters outside the courthouse as he took it on the lam Friday afternoon. Or perhaps the crowd was just appalled by his unfortunate sartorial choices. But getting back to Hank Brennan, I knew back in 2013 what a crappy lawyer he was when he got his head handed to him by Steve Fleming. The rifleman was testifying against his partner in pedophilia and murder, Whitey Bulger. On cross, hammered Hank just kept yelling at Fleming. The prosecutor finally complained to the judge that Brennan had no interest in questioning Fleming and was merely trying to embarrass, humiliate, demean, and badger the witness over and over again. Sound familiar? You can't teach an old Bulger hack new tricks. During cross-examinations, Hank abandons himself to a bizarre obsession with food. Last week with FBI witness Dr. Andrew Rentschler, he couldn't stop asking about ham sandwiches. He returned to the subject again in his closing about ham sandwiches. What was her name? Jessica Hyde was talking about the food too. Like they really did talk about food a lot on the prosecution's case. There was a lot of food going on.
Yeah.
And D&E pizza with the sub sandwiches and what they had for dinner. At least we didn't get to hear Matt McCabe having his string cheese. In 2013,
it wasn't string cheese. It was cheese. They probably eat fancy cheese. But again, tell me a diet where you can eat cheese at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Keto? Atkins. That's what it is.
But then he had to drink Crystal Light and whatever.
Right.
He didn't lose no damn weight. I would have been like, who won? You guys were in a competition. Who won? Liar. Waffle burger chicken pizza.
The prosecutor finally complained. Said that one sound familiar. During cross-examinations, Hank abandons himself to bizarre food. Where I read that. In 2013 with Fleming, Brennan became fixated about the alleged gourmet dining in Winsett. What?
That is how absurd Hank is.
It's like the Club Med of federal facilities. Fleming, you really think so? Brennan, you have a store at your prison that doubles as a delicatessen. Fleming says, that is absolutely ridiculous. Brennan says, can you get a ribeye steak? Fleming says, if I gave some of that food to my dog, he'd bite me.
Like, what the hell is this? Like, is he that bad? Like, I don't understand.
He's very fascinating. Maybe he's hungry.
Maybe. It's like going to the grocery store when you're hungry.
Yes. It was comic gold, and it wasn't like Fleming couldn't have been dusted up. In 2018, he was back in federal court in Boston as a witness in a different mob murder case. On cross-examination, the first question Fleming was asked was how many murders he participated in over the decades. He had to think about it, add them all up in his head, probably about 50, Fleming finally answered. After that admission, how much more did the jury need to know? Brennan could have come up with a decent question like that, or at least less ridiculous one than jailhouse stakes. But that would have required some thought. And as everyone can now see, to a battle of wits, Hammered Hank Brennan comes unarmed. On that fact, there can be no dispute. One last question before the verdict. This one's for Yuri Buchanan. Comrade, how long do you have to wear those white socks to win the bet?
Now, would it not have been the perfect ending to make it Haslong?
Haslong.
That's what I would have did. Haslong. All right, now go look at the video and you can see his pants.
Okay, hold on. Is it the last one you sent?
Well, you should show both of them, but
Well, his pants are all high.
Sir.
You know how bad that is if he sits down?
They're probably up to his knees.
Why are his pants so short?
I don't know. The other video, you don't.
They're not cuffed, though. I don't see them being cuffed. They're just fucking short.
The other video doesn't really have sound, so you don't really need to share sound because it's silent. They have to be silent. Not the white socks.
Why is the other one not coming up? Oh, here it is.
See, they're not allowed to make any noise, and Jackson actually asked them not to make any noise, or they were all going to be kicked out of there. So this is what they're doing instead.
And that the attorneys would end up having to stay there, and they wouldn't let them out of the courthouse.
Yeah. So this is what they're all doing in silence.
So it was only the one video of Yuri, though?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, let me take these down.
Also, I don't see anything about like what's going on inside.
I don't think anything's going on. Has anybody said anything about something going on inside?
I thought people were saying that they were going inside. That's what
like on Twitter. Like, have you heard anybody else saying anything?
No.
Let's see.
But that didn't come from nowhere.
That was 2 hours ago. So somebody posted on Twitter, too, that they're not taking verdicts during lunch. But I thought that she told them that she would.
Well, she said, you guys have been here for so long and you've been so patient that we may be able to work something out or something like that. But she never like said, we definitely won't do it. So if you let us know between 1 and 2, then we will still take your verdict. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She didn't say it, so I don't know if that's actually what she'll do.
I'm momentarily not outside, so I guess if something happened right this instant, she wouldn't know. But as of a few minutes ago, nothing was happening. Okay. Hey, Lynn. Indiana Girl says, for some reason, I thought she meant for that day. Well, no, because they'd already had lunch on Friday.
They didn't start deliberating until after 2. Do you think it's odd that they haven't had a question yet, or not really?
Hopefully, maybe they don't. Yeah, no, maybe they're good. They just don't. They don't have a lot of questions. So Joanna said between 1 and 2, no verdicts or questions or something like that. And Joanna's transcribing Bev's instructions tonight. But I'm almost positive she said that she would let them do it. They meant that day. They hadn't had lunch. She said they could do a short lunch or a full. They'd already had lunch. She didn't give jury instructions until she got back.
After lunch. Yeah.
It was after lunch. They had lunch, and then she came back, gave them jury instructions, and that's when she said that.
Did she say anything to them this morning about it?
No.
She didn't say, like, just a reminder, no verdict between 1 and 2 or whatever?
No, let me go back.
I mean, I don't really think she said much of anything. I don't know. I could have missed it.
No worries, Travis. We'll be here. Come up whenever you want.
Research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
That was it.
Case, even though there's strong evidence to the not malice murder charge, that it was, simply because it was an accident. I think that there's a lot of reasonable doubt that the jury has, the defense has had the opportunity to create over these 2 trials and figure.
It has a lot of people's attention, a lot of people at home right now watching and waiting. What are your thoughts?
Thank y'all so much for having me. I'm so happy to be back to talk about this with you because we are at my favorite part as a jury consultant. So we're like 6 hours in. Usually when you get to about 3 days worth cumulatively in a difficult trial like this, they're done. And in a difficult trial like this, when we know there's the potential for there to be a hung jury, I would wait for that 3 sort of day mark where they've been back for 3 days. It doesn't necessarily have to be like 8-hour days, but if they feel like they've been there that long, statistics show that that's how long it takes. It's interesting that you just played the clip about the taillight because, in my opinion, after having watched a lot of the trial, to me, that's the most that's the most persuasive piece of evidence that would cause the jurors to have reasonable doubt. And remember, it's not just doubt, it's reasonable doubt here. And while I think there's a lot of reasonable doubt as to there not being any intention to hurt her husband in this case, even though there's strong evidence to the not malice murder charge, that it was, simply because it was an accident. I think that there's a lot of reasonable doubt that the jury has, that the defense has had the opportunity to create over these 2 trials and figure out what works the best to be able to share with this jury.
Well, you said husband, he wasn't her husband, and you said you didn't watch the whole thing, so.
I don't know how much her opinion matters.
Yeah, I don't really much care about her opinion because of the things I just said.
Yep.
I'll use the word aggressive, but I mean that the debate goes beyond just civil debate inside of that room. There are times when we then get notes from jurors who say that someone has shut down, they refuse to deliberate, that there is this contention that is palpable.
Last week.
That just happened. So tell me about what you think when that happens, and what are some of the factors that lead to that inside of a jury room?
That's a fantastic question, and it's a lot more common than people think. So I didn't know about it in the Weinstein trial. So now my brain is going off in that direction. But in this case here, a lot of times what happens is with any group dynamic, the way that I explain it to people is 2 people have a hard enough time deciding what they want for dinner at night. Imagine getting 12 people to agree on all of this. And it's also something that they're very frustrated about because they haven't been able to talk to each other about it this whole time. And so we were talking earlier about them having lunch and being able to work through it. The chances that they're not talking about it during their lunch are 0 because they've been dying to talk to each other about all of this. So once you finally get those feelings out, if you are a person who feels very strongly and communicates very strongly, and there's another person in the room like that as well, that's something that your jury consultant and picking the jury should have taken into consideration because you're forming a team. And so when you have multiple strong personalities within the same room, it's very common that one person's going to go, nope, don't care, shut down, not going to do it. And that's how you end up with a hung jury. And it's very difficult because what happens sometimes is you can give them, and it's called different things in different states. If you get a question like that or a comment to the judge can bring them out and kind of admonish them and tell them, look here, guys, like school teacher style, I'm going to need you to get your stuff together because these people worked very hard to put this on. You spent all of your time here. Let's not waste this opportunity. Like if you truly can't come to a verdict, I understand. But so that's the level of intervention that can be taken if that happens here.
Yeah, the old Allen charge.
Dynamite charge.
Yeah, Allen charge.
It does work, boy. It's basically like you said, Madeline. Get back there and take the other person's side for a second in your brain so you can see where they're coming from.
And reminding them that they are the best jury to handle this.
Right.
And in this case, it means even more because you are the second jury to handle this, and we know that you can come to a decision.
Yeah, we're going to get a break. You know what I also wonder is how the defense bringing that juror from Karen Reed 1 into their team
alternate
factored in on this case overall.
Okay, so now that's live. So I'm going to switch. I want to do, that's not the right one. I was going to go back and see what she said about the 1 o'clock thing. Actually, here, let me switch to this. I didn't see this. That's really fucking loud. I didn't see this. It says that John O'Keefe's cousin and friend joined Court TV.
I haven't seen this. I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I haven't seen this.
Now is take some time to remember what this case is really about. The beautiful life that was lost. The life that belonged to Officer John O'Keefe. He was a son, he was a brother, he was an uncle, he was dad to his niece and nephew. He was a dear friend to so many people. And I'm so honored to have with me on the show this morning 2 people.
Lynn, I just learned that too, that that apparently
it's Jackie.
They suspended her driver's license during the bond hearing.
Yeah, we read that. But it's Jackie.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Gross.
Who love him dearly and miss him dearly. And they're hoping for justice in this case. I want to welcome on now John's dear friend, Jackie Dugal, and his cousin, Renee Resitano. Good morning to you both. And Jackie, I know you and I have met before. You've come on the show before. Renee, this is the first time that you and I are meeting. So I want to start just saying person to person. I know you're John's cousin. I am so sorry for your loss. I know this has been really tough for you all. Jackie and I have spoken about it. And so let's start there. Let's start with what it's like missing him for you ladies, what it's like missing John and the void that him being gone has left in your hearts. Jackie, would you start us off, please?
I just think that the start of this verdict watch really puts things in perspective. You know, every day we kind of go into what's happening in court today, but now that it's over, we start to think about him again and this way that we were unable to during the trial. And it's just such a emotional day, emotional feeling for it to be in the hands of the 12 jurors. And, just you're here and we're putting up pictures. His friends have printed out pictures and put them on all the tables. And it's really about remembering him and hoping for justice.
That's just it. I don't think I'm going to be able to listen to her. All right, let me go back to trying to find what I was actually trying to find before. I'll play regular court TV until I can find what I'm looking for.
And we know exactly. Oh, a bailiff.
Someone comes out and
this
tells
is real
them.
time now.
They are at lunch, so we'll stop the clock and do the math this way. We're not getting that. So what we're going to do is just as long as when we know they are in the courthouse working, whether they're eating lunch or not, we're going to factor that. Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. We are on Verdict Watch in the case against Karen Reed. Live look outside the courthouse and inside the courtroom where the trial took place. The clock continues to tick, 6 hours, 18 minutes, and counting. We do understand that the jury did take a lunch, and we're not sure if it's a working lunch or not. So some trials we cover, we have a liaison. Usually we're the only media there, or we have our people there, and we know exactly. Oh, a bailiff.
And someone comes out and tells everyone.
Yes, they are at lunch, so we'll stop the clock and do the math this way. We're not getting that. So what we're going to do is just as long as when we know they are in the courthouse working, whether they're eating lunch or not, we're going to factor that in.
Yeah, so that's the latest, is that they did take that lunch break around 1 o'clock. So that was 30 minutes ago. And they resumed or finished that lunch at 1:30. So 2 minutes ago. And this could be an important.
So only 30 minutes?
Because a lot of times they're.
Apparently. So did they take 30 minutes off the clock? Is that what she's saying?
Oh, I don't know. I thought he just said that as long as they were inside the courthouse, they were gonna count it.
Oh, maybe because they don't know if it's a working lunch. Then how do they know they're back from lunch? Does that make sense? If it's a working lunch, aren't they just in the room?
I don't know.
There are jurors who are juries after they come back from eating. Once they're able to just take that break, they just have already come up with a verdict, and they will actually submit it to the court.
Yeah, there's been some wild stories through the years about how juries act. And when in high-profile cases, you can go back to the OJ case. They took a vote. They had a verdict within a few minutes. Then they faked. They had some readback just because it looked bad.
And then they got bored of it, right?
Yeah,
and didn't want the whole thing.
So who knows what's going on with this jury? Are they close? Have they come to a decision? We'll find out. We got you covered, but right now they continue to deliberate. And while we wait, we've been going back and looking at some of the best moments from trial, things that maybe they're considering. The character of the witnesses.
I'll be right back.
The state's evidence and the character of the investigator. It's a big part of this case.
Huge part of this case. The missing witness was Michael Proctor, now a fired trooper, Michael Proctor.
Okay.
So in his stead, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan did all of the testifying about some of those text messages in a group chat that included Michael Proctor and other officers. Here is a look at some tense cross-examination with Karen Reed's lead defense attorney, Alan Jackson.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you're shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kakowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DeChico, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the
yes.
court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and admitted.
Sure, we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper DeChico's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm then responded again, Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded, yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
All right, that was Yuri Buchanan going back. And those text messages, you know, you hear them time after time, and it still is jolting. Like,
Every time.
Really? That's what you...
Yeah.
I mean...
With other officers while you're investigating a case.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that no doubt turned off the first jury. Who knows what it's doing without Proctor being there, being the one to read it. I think it took some of the sting out of it to not see him, his voice, his mouth saying the things that he apparently was thinking at the time.
Absolutely. Let's get a break. We'll get you, well, we'll either be inside the courtroom, outside the courthouse, or looking back at video from the trial. We're all in on Karen Reed, 6 hours, 27 minutes and counting. This jury has been working. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
We're getting you ready for the biggest trials across the country before court is in session. Plus, deeper dives into true crime stories with our daily spotlight.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
Rude. Guess we'll have to find something else to watch.
I mean, each count.
I'd really be interested in listening to Easter, but I don't know. I don't know those people, and I don't want them to get mad. Jury is now deliberating the fate of Karen Reed. How dramatic. Video on Julie. Albert? Let's see here. I'm assuming you need microdots.
Okay, go. Stand up. Color.
Then I guess, okay, it's not on this microdots one. Maybe it's on the clips. No, I don't see that. Oh, dear.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We continue to be in a verdict watch in the Karen Read murder retrial as we all wait together for a note from the jury, a question, or a verdict. And while we do that, we are taking a look back at some of the best moments from this trial.
Let's head back to that courtroom back during the testimony of the Commonwealth's case. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan came in, basically took the place of Michael Proctor from the first time around, and Alan Jackson went after him, especially about those inappropriate text messages that were being sent around with Proctor and Buchanan on the chain. Let's go back and listen to more.
This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss Long to Die in Cold, which is the query that started all of the
We don't want to watch that, do we? Would you want to watch a microdots? Oh, about Julie from Court TV. Sleuthie, what are we looking for? What do you want me to play? What do you want to play? It sounded like Luke. Luke, what are you doing on Court TV? Okay, hold on. Let me pull up YouTube so I can grab that ATS.
Case happening. We start this hour with a fascinating case happening in Boston. It involves the murder of a Boston police officer, and the officer's girlfriend, Karen Read, is the accused. But she says she's being framed. Jennifer McCabe, homeowner Brian Albert's sister-in-law, was searching on her phone how long to die in cold on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m. There is simply no innocent explanation for McCabe's search at that time. The evidence unequivocally exonerates Karen Read because it establishes that individuals who were in the house at 34 Fairview that night were aware that John was dying in the snow before Karen even knew that he was missing.
Sources say investigators have video of the incident on doorbell cameras.
Now, in addition to that very incriminatory Google search, Reed's attorneys also discovered that they apparently deleted 18 calls from that night, as well as 7 phone calls between Albert and McCabe. The prosecution's case just might get destroyed tonight. Boy, does that stink. Almost as bad as the facts of this case stink. Josh Schiffer.
We talk all the time about how trials in criminal justice is so often a quest to hide something. The defense stood up and said, hey, we know there's this evidence out there. And the judge turned around and shut them down. I am flabbergasted. I would be as uproariously angry as counsel was. I'm shocked that the truth is being stymied here by the state in what really looks like a cover-up now.
I think Karen Read is innocent. And I think
They believe this with all of their hearts.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know a lot of our courties think so too. They think that this is an innocent woman who's being framed and just outnumbered. There's nothing worse than a dirty cop. You know, I'll take a criminal all day long before a dirty cop, right? Because they're held to a high standard. And that maybe those bite marks we're looking at right there might have been from a dog.
There's zero question of
you know, in the house or from a fight. You know, who knows? If they're right, I mean, what might happen there to this department?
Well, sadly, Julie, we're not talking potentially about a dirty cop. We may be talking about several dirty cops. There's a conspiracy here, and it's going to force certain individuals to answer very, very hard questions because that evidence is going to be irrefutable. Phone calls that were made, phone calls that were placed, received, research that was done, Google searches, things of that nature, that there is no way to explain away. As an investigator, this is exactly the kind of evidence that I rely on. Who are the first 5 people they spoke to? Develop their identities, interview those folks. What did you talk about? What was the conversation like? What was that person's demeanor? What was going on? You can't push back on because it is irrefutable. You have to explain these details.
You're trusting that someone else did an honest investigation. Did they not see what might be happening?
And like good cops, good prosecutors get angry when they see that kind of corruption, the mere appearance of impropriety. Whenever you see something that just doesn't pass the smell test, and that's what we've got here from the outside in. I can see how this case unfolds, how the scapegoat, Miss Reed, gets picked, and how this case proceeds to right now.
Who lost the love of her life, who is being falsely accused, and who is going through this process probably as shocked and appalled as the rest of us.
You're right. She went through a trauma. That's one thing to remember, too. You know, she might be a defendant, but she was traumatized without question, trying to save his life, trying to do CPR at the end of all of that.
Okay, I mean, that's, I don't know, that was, I mean, it's interesting that she has all these people on that are talking to her, who's paying her, right? Talking to her about how Karen Reed's being framed, and then she flips over and now thinks that she's guilty. I mean, that is kind of weird. There was another thing I was supposed to share, and I don't know what it was. Let me go back to, we'll go back to Court TV until I can figure out what Sleuthie wanted me to share. And then Travis is going to come up, and let me check my email and see. There we go, Travis. Now I got it. Okay, I'll put this over here. For when Travis comes up, he'll go through all of this with us. Julie's fake as fuck. Well, you know, I mean, it's interesting too because Vinny was very flip-floppy. He would go back and forth, but then he's now, he really kind of leans towards that she's not guilty. But I don't know if that's, he kind of leaned towards guilty, and then he kind of flip-flopped to the not guilty side. I mean, so is that just as bad, or is that okay? Does she now think Karen Reed's guilty because she thinks Brennan provided a better case? You know what I mean? All right, Travis is here.
Hello, all.
Hi, Trav.
Nice to see you
Hi.
guys.
It's good to see you. It's been so long.
Yeah, but I've been following you guys, following this thing. It's gone on forever and ever and ever. Gone forever and ever and ever. So I, when they were going through the jury slip and all of that, when you guys were on Friday, you came back and said, "Oh, Travis, are you still here? I got a legal question." I think it was on how lesser includeds worked, but from what I saw, I couldn't jump back on.
Okay.
From what I saw, you guys explained that and explained it correctly. But if anybody has any lingering questions on like why these particular offenses, and especially I'm just going to refer to it as a OUI, what they call a DWI. It's a DUI in California. It's a DWI in Texas. It's an OUI in Massachusetts. Other states call it a OWI. It's all, driving or operating under or while intoxicated. But, people I think had a lot of questions. How could a OUI be a lesser included of this really harsh intoxication manslaughter crime in Massachusetts? And I think y'all explained it really good, but if people have lingering questions about that, or if lingering questions, why did the defense asked for this? They were the ones that requested it, apparently, which you guys caught from the beginning, and I think have explained well. But the one thing that kind of keeps coming up, questions, or what are the penalties for each of these things in Massachusetts? So Massachusetts has a lot of quirks. And the reason why it has a lot of quirks is it's got probably the oldest judicial system in the country, because their judicial system goes back to before when it was a colony, and before the formation of the United States and the original 13 colonies and the blah blah blah. Then the initial United States of America, the judicial system has carried through. So they have a lot of antiquated terms that we don't have anywhere else in the rest of the country, like chalks, third party culprit. It's not called that anywhere else. It's third party suspect or alternate suspect instruction. Anyway, so there's some quirks in Massachusetts law. And so if people are interested in what the various penalties are for she's found guilty on any of these things, we can go through that. And that's the document you have in front of you.
Okay. So, and I think you'll probably answer this as we go through this document, but Young Black Economist asked, does OUI separate have the same punishment like as it does as a lesser included? So like if it's lesser included of this second count of murder in the of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, is it the same punishment if she's just charged with an OUI?
Yes, that's a great question. Who asked that again?
A Young Black Economist did.
Oh yeah, that's typical of her. Pretty astute questions.
It is.
No, the punishment is exactly how it would be if it was a standalone offense. Good question, and perfect timing for it, because it's going to apply to all of the lesser includeds on that second count. Involuntary manslaughter, for example, the motor vehicle homicide, alcohol and negligence, all standalone. The punishment would be as if the defendant, Karen Reed, was just charged with that offense and nothing else.
Okay, I'm going to go to Court TV real quick because it looks like somebody's talking about possibly some movement. So give me
Sure.
1 second.
Sure.
Be there if something of significance is happening. Give us an indication as to why they've returned to the court.
Her boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
Were you all able to follow?
I did that.
For that murder retrial. And we have a live look for you. We've got that court weren't able to pay in terms. So now they are back deliberating, and we are standing by for anything that could happen inside of.
Let me tell you, the later it gets in the day here, the more the anticipation is growing. Not quite yet to a fevered pitch, but everyone is hearing, you know, they understand lunch is over. We know many times at Court TV through the years, a jury has come back pretty quickly after lunch with a verdict. So I think the anticipation is there. The communication, though, from inside the courthouse, everyone has to stay outside, right? It's a very small courtroom. It's a very intense situation. But how will people know that something is happening inside the courtroom? Let me show you how they're going to know. If we turn around right here, if you look where those two officers are, that is the spot or the spots where Karen Reed and her defense team pull up to. They are not staying here at the courthouse. They're staying off-site. But when they need to come back here because something is happening, they'll pull their black SUVs up right there. It's Karen Reed, their security, plus obviously the defense team. And when that moment happens, this crowd starts to rumble and they get ready. They know they can't make noise. They can't cheer, they can't chant, but there's a rumble that you feel in that moment when Karen Reed and her team pull up because they know something is happening inside the courtroom. Now, obviously, the lawyers, there was a lot of excitement. You have the lawyers and Karen Reed coming out, and sometimes Karen Reed, because she's permitted to, may speak and give us an indication as to why they've returned to the courthouse. Could be a note, could be a question, could be a verdict. So that's why all eyes are
old footage
focused
of them
on that
up.
area across the street. Now, where we are is the buffer zone. And a lot of drama and controversy surrounding the buffer zone throughout all of this. Take a look at how the crowd is gathering on the other side. It starts to fill up because that's as close as you can really get to Karen Reed. When
seeing everybody here is just, it's so.
I think he was just telling us, like, showing like old footage of when the car pulled up and like where they go and whatnot. Okay, Travis, we switch back over here to this one.
Okay. So I think we answered the question. I think Headphones had a question, if we want to answer that. How are lesser included constitutional, or have you already addressed that?
Nope, I haven't. I was on a different screen and didn't see the question. Let me find it. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah. So how does Miku's headphones pronounce Miku? Miku?
Oh, I pronounce it, so I hope that's right. Miku's headphones.
Okay. So how are they constitutional? Because by definition, if they haven't proved the overarching offense, by definition, a lesser included, they haven't proved their case. So there's beyond reasonable doubt. And yeah, that is true if it's just the main offense that's charged, but either side can request lesser included. And a lesser included, by definition, has the exact same elements as the main charge, less one or two or more, but they have to have the identical elements of the main charge short at least one. So if the main charge requires A, B, C, D, E, and a lesser included only requires A, B, C, yeah, that means the state, the Commonwealth, didn't prove D, E, F, but those alternative charges are allowed under our system, and frequently happen because prosecutors overcharge all the time because it's a big bargaining chip on plea bargains. And I don't know where most people sit, but regardless of, to me, I would think, I'd like to hope that regardless of where you sit on this thing in terms of the facts and Is she guilty, not guilty? Was there an accident, not accident? I think that this first murder 2 charge is just way overcharging. And I think the Commonwealth became very, very aware of that when they didn't spend nearly the amount of time on Aruba as they did in the first trial. So tried a much more compact case, possibly too, that was the impetus for the decision to get an outside prosecutor. You know, who knows, but yeah, they way overcharged. But when we go through these lesser includeds, we're not going to go through the elements. We can at another time. We'd need the instructions as given. Either that or we need to go back and listen to Bev read part 2 of the instructions again. I don't know if I could take that, but
Joanna's transcribing them.
Okay. But you know, when we go, all of those things are, I mean, it's like a law school exam. You're really splitting hairs on what's required on each of those lesser includeds. But I hope that answered your questions, Miku. I always like your comments in chat and your questions. It's a very good one. But yeah, if it was just the main charge and nobody asked for anything, no, the jury can't go in and fill in their own thing. Oh, well, we don't find her guilty of A, B, C, D, and E, but we do feel the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt A, B, C, D, and that is X offense. They don't do that. Either side can request that be done, and so that's allowed. And frequently the state wants to do it. Frequently the defense wants to do it. And
so my question is then, what does it indicate to you when the prosecutor is the one asking for it? Or what does it indicate to you when the defense team is the one asking for it? And like in this circumstance, like what does that tell you about the charges?
So it comes up all the time in my trials with, which are frequently peace officers, use of force, typically deadly force. And so it can be under Texas law, it can be murder, can be manslaughter, it can be criminally negligent homicide. The state, the Commonwealth will typically ask for lesser includeds when, you know, they just want multiple ways of at least coming out with a conviction, and that they understand that a reasonable jury could look at things multiple ways. That's when they'll want them, or they know they've overcharged the case. The defense will want it when you know, we feel that you have put on a really, really good solid defense, but a jury could look at this with sympathy, and they're human. We don't define beyond a reasonable doubt in Texas, as hard as that is to imagine. We don't give a definition like to a moral certainty like Massachusetts. And so they are free to define it how they want to define it. We can tell them it's more than something. It's more than clear and convincing evidence, but it's up to the jury to define it. And so, you know, explain to the client, look, it's our if we want to, we can ask for a criminally negligent homicide instruction. But when you do that, juries tend to like to compromise. They compromise all the time. And so by offering that, that, you know, you may increase the chance that you're getting convicted of something, but that something is way better than what the alternative is, which is this case, the murder 2, life with the possibility of parole, versus the main charge, which we'll get to what the punishment is for that, and then the various lesser includeds. But many of the lesser includeds are not that much of a, you know, difference in the punishment range, as we'll see. But those are the main reasons, and I think both of you have articulated the exact same thing, that, you know, that's why you would want to do it. It's kind of what we do in everyday life, right? And in relationships and whatnot, you kind of, you pick your battles, is really what it is. And you know, do we want to offer a reasonable compromise, or do we want to stick to our guns? You know, it's like with any ultimatum, asking for a raise. You know, if they don't do this, I'm gonna do that. And then you ask advice from a friend, and they tell you, well, maybe you should consider, you know, being open-minded and not put yourself in a box, paint yourself into a corner, and there may be other things to consider. So anywho, that's why either the state or the Commonwealth or the defense will want a lesser included.
So do you think that they offered, like they added this OUI, because this wasn't on there last year, but it is this year, the defense wanted it on there. Do you think that is because of how the jury came out last year, and they feel like this would be an okay compromised verdict because that was the only charge, and it was on the lesser included that the jury stated that they couldn't come to an agreement? So do you think that the defense did this intentionally so they could come to the agreement? And do you think that's a smart move?
So why an OUI charge, standalone OUI charge, which is a misdemeanor in Massachusetts, and not in the first trial? You guys are much more adept at the differences between these two cases. When I try and go and find out what the differences are, you know, I come in here and catch your all's commentary, but my thinking is that the closing argument in this case was one key factor that kept getting hit over and over and over again, was there was no impact, no collision, no accident, no contact. And then if they're buying that, if 11 are buying that, but one is like, no, I think there was, then that's what jurors could use, a majority, 10, 11, to get the one or two holdouts that I think there is an impact. Well, we can go with this then, and you don't have to find there was a impact, and, you know, we can go with that and end up with a verdict on that. I think that's the shift. Why it wasn't the first time, but you all would have to tell me, you know, was there more about conspiracy, planting, fight inside the home, first trial, and whereas this trial, it seemed to me, but you guys again know better, that it was here are experts from ARCA, and there's no impact. And then on top of that, we've explained some reasonable alternatives with the ME that talked about the dog bite pattern evidence and wound evidence. So that's my thinking. I don't think it's solely, hey, well, we better offer them something. I think the thrust of why it's there now is the differences in what was argued to the jury in closing.
So do you feel that the defense was like, it's going to be okay if you are convicted of this charge, so as long as it drops the, because then there's no double jeopardy on the charge at that point?
Well, if they convict her of that, there's double jeopardy on everything. In other words, they can't retry her. So if they didn't have OUI in here and it was a not guilty across the board, they cannot come back. And this again relates back to Miku headphones or question. That's the balance to this, the constitutional balance. If neither side requests the lesser included and there's a not guilty, double jeopardy bars any lesser included, which has a legal definition, bars any lesser included, whether pled or not. It's that's kind of why it's allowable, is that if the state chooses not to add lesser includeds like involuntary manslaughter or OUI, they're gone forever.
That's what I'm saying. So do you think it was like it was smart of the defense to do it so that they would be able to have, like, if she's convicted on that, then you have double jeopardy? So was it smart that the defense added this OUI in there?
Well, as we go through these lesser included offenses, what's in there, I mean, none of them are really a good alternative as compared to a straight OUI. I mean, they're all bad, and if it turns out that the majority of people are, no, I'm really for the main charge here, and so they start compromising their way down, and maybe they're split on the Melanie's law, and it's kind of like, well, I can go with OUI, but I'll never go for, and that tips the balance. Then yeah, they were brilliant for having it in there. And that could be part of the consideration. They advised Karen Reed that, look, by having that in there, that decreases the chance of a hung jury, but you end up convicted of something. So, I mean, it's chess, like Michael Osbrook likes to say. It's definitely chess when it comes to this stuff. I can't say I don't know enough about it. I mean, it could be that Karen Reed insisted upon it, and they're going to follow what their clients' wishes are on something like that.
Like she just wants to be done with it, so just put it on.
Right. There. Yeah. I can live with that. And, if it decreases the chance of a hung jury, if it gives them a compromised way out, then yeah, I want that in there. But I think the majority of the reason why it's in there now and it wasn't in before was there was no impact, there was no accident. Just seemed to be 90, as it should be, 98% of the argument, with beyond a reasonable doubt, presumed innocent, all of those other things weaved in with it masterfully. Let's see, you had asked a question, Teresa, that I was trying to remember day or two ago, last
Good luck.
week.
I'm not going to remember what I asked.
Yeah, no, I'll think of it.
Okay.
That it relates to that, but I'm sure it'll pop back in my head again. So we want to go through these.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I had hoped to make these bigger by putting this in landscape format and blowing it up. I apologize if I can't read it, but
Why? I can read it fine.
Okay.
I blew it up for them, so they should be able to read it okay as well.
Okay, good. So yeah. Okay, so we're going to start with charge 1. Most people know, it's murder in the second degree. The sentence for that is automatic. It's life with parole. When you become eligible for parole, it's a range between you have to serve 15 minimum up to serving 25 minimum. That's actually the minimum number of years you need to do, 15 up to 25. That's set by the trial court. So that's interesting. And I don't know how their parole works there. I'm guessing that on something like this, you would get parole pretty soon after the minimum time served, if you do everything you're supposed to be doing. But I don't know. In Texas, it would be different. So that's on that. Any questions about that one? I think you all have covered that. Then we get to the one, all of the discussions about manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under influence of liquor and lesser included offenses.
Okay, so Sleuthie had a really good question here about, so if Karen Reed, she goes out to the bar, she's drinking, she has at least 6 drinks, and then she drives, and so they're charging her with the, under the influence of intoxicating liquor, or the OUI, either one with a lesser included. It's no matter what. If they can't show that she drank, I guess I should say, if they can't show she didn't drink afterward, like the jury believes that there's a possibility that she went back to John's house and continued to drink. So when she's driving at 5 a.m., she's intoxicated. The OUI, where's the time frame of that? So if they think like, okay, well, we don't know if she drank anymore, but we know she was intoxicated when she was driving around at 5 a.m., does the OUI still apply to that? Or does it only apply to the 12:30-ish time frame that they believe she was driving and hit John?
Okay, so to answer that question, which is a great question, and about the only thing the defense said about that is when Jackson said they haven't proven what time Karen Reed's last drink was. That's essential to their being able to show intoxication. And so tell me, the state's expert that did, the Commonwealth's expert that did the retrograde extrapolation, which is just fancy language for, they took the hospital blood test, they took that number and the time, and they worked it back based on standard elimination numbers. What times did they work it back to? I
believe it was midnight. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Sleuthie, I don't know if you're listening still, but I believe it was midnight.
So that's really the only evidence that they have. Now, I mean, if they've got.
So if they're testing her at what would it have been, 7:30-ish in the morning, and I don't have the exact time, and she's above the legal limit then, right? So if they extrapolate,
they're testing her at 9 or 9:30.
Okay.
And what was the number?
It was like 0.93.
0.093.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, so if they can't prove or eliminate the possibility that she got home after the waterfall and drank a bottle of wine and then was woken up by the thought that she hadn't heard from John and started calling friends to go look for him, then that number is going to be meaningless. The big joke is, if you can get home, run inside the house and start chugging, a bottle of Jack Daniels. But juries, that's always a trouble in DWI cases, and I've defended a bunch of them, is to get that on, you pretty much have to call the defendant to the stand to get that in, or that needed to have come in during a statement.
No, my question is, can they still find her guilty of the OUI if they just believe that she was drunk driving at 5 a.m. instead of the 12:30 of the time of the crime? So because at 5 she gets up and she starts driving around, and we know that she's intoxicated still because she's at 0.093 at 9 a.m. So at 5 a.m. she would have been too intoxicated to drive. On the charge, the way it's charged, can they convict her if they believe that she was driving drunk at 5 a.m., or does it have to be that she was driving drunk at 12:30?
We'd have to go back to the instructions and see if how much the judge instructed on the time they are looking at. I think the judge just said intoxicated while operating. I don't think she went beyond that and gave a time. If it's while operating, it could be at any time. Midnight, when her friend sees her leave the waterfall bar. Although I thought neither side asked the friend in the waterfall, did you have any concerns about Karen Reed driving? Neither side asked that. If I was Commonwealth, I would have been, but her description of Karen Reed, nothing abnormal, no, conversations she mentioned and whatnot. Anywho, so we'd have to look at the description. If the court limited it in time in some way by the context, then no, it would be whatever time she limited it to. It has to be while operating. So it's either going to be around midnight or around 5 a.m. If she did not limit it in any way, then the jury would be free to find that. However, I will say the only way they can get to OUI is if they find her not guilty of those other offenses.
Right.
And those all clearly relate to midnight, or in front of the residence. And so, technically
that was Sleuthie's question, though, is if just say the jury believes she was drunk at 5 a.m. and they're like, at least, even if we can't prove she was drunk at 12:30, we know she's drunk at 5, so she can be convicted of the OUI still, the lesser included. Like, I just wondered if there was a time frame. So
unless the judge limited it, yeah, they could.
So
but
we have to go back for that too.
But they would have to, yeah, they'd have to go back and have already determined she's not guilty of those lesser included, which are in the context of a midnight to 12:30 time frame, whatever it was. And that could be a compromise. They had a super sharp juror. It's like, well, okay, 8 of us don't think a collision happened. 4 of us think she should be guilty of something. What about we find her guilty of OUI at 5 a.m.? And then, well, we can't do that. Well, sure we can. We're not limited. It just says if we find that she was driving while intoxicated, that's all we need to find. We're not limited by the court's instructions, which they're going to have in front of them right there. But I'm going to think as a practical matter, they're going to be focused in on the time in question.
Okay, that's I agree, but to know for sure, like
yeah, no, it's a good question because day 2, day 3, I'm talking full days of deliberations, and you're 6-6, 8-4. Now you have this alternative offense that they now can consider, and you start to get burrowed into things like no collision, this time, that time, and you're burrowed in, and then somebody that's got some experience in negotiating disputes pops with an idea about, well, what about OUI at 5 a.m.? Can we do that? Well, it doesn't say we can't, and then boom, you got a verdict. But they can do that, unless the instructions specifically limit it to a particular time, the operating, which was defined. The normal things you do, like turning on the ignition, is driving. In Massachusetts, it is pretty much everywhere. If it's not limited in time, it could be any time between. I don't know if you could go back before 12, but whatever evidence the first driving was, let's just say it's midnight, up to the time she has the test in the hospital. And if that's 5 a.m., other times, no, Sleuthie, they'd be perfectly free to make whatever findings on that, and nobody could go back and challenge it unless it's limited specifically in the instruction. That's my take on it.
Okay. Well, perfect. That's what we needed to know. We wanted to know your take on it. So sorry to interrupt. I interrupted your
no
stuff.
I'm sure y'all have already considered like what these punishments are. What's more important are the questions like Sleuthie has, you had, Miku's headphones. It's what questions get generated off of this. Because here's a real big important point, huge point. The jury doesn't know what the punishments are on these offenses. There's nothing in the instructions about, so unless they have prior experience or maybe they looked it up before jury selection in connection with something else, let's hope they didn't do it after jury selection because they're not supposed to do that. A lot of people kind of have common knowledge about what the penalties are for a first OUI in Massachusetts, maybe a second or third. Melanie's Law, which is one of the lesser includeds on this, came into legislation 10 or 15 years ago in Massachusetts in a county, 2 counties to the east of Norfolk. 13-year-old girl killed on the side of the road, left for dead. They enacted the harshest DWI penalties in the nation after that. It's called Melanie's Law. Other states adopted, like New York, a version of Melanie's Law, and they call it Melanie's Law. So it, older folks like me would, they would have been seeing that on the news and whatnot, and had a general idea that this stuff can be, pretty damn serious. But they don't, you'll notice in the instructions and the jury slip, they know it's a felony, non-felony. I mean, it says felony on at least one of them, but they don't know the specific. They don't know the specific penalty ranges for some of these things unless they have prior experience, something like that. So it's in a vacuum. Kind of scary, but the state or Commonwealth never want us defense lawyers being able to say, they're asking you to send this poor lady away for life. They don't, and they say that adds sympathy and bias in asking what the jury should do. They should just look at it, sterile, sanitized. Did she do this? Did she do that? That the ramification should have no bearing whatsoever on deliberations. So keep going, or do you have another question?
No, keep going. Sleuthie, okay. When you come back, I don't know if you're still listening. Sleuthie, when you come back, I'm gonna run to the restroom too.
So if anything important happens, you obviously immediately break away. I don't care. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of intoxicating liquor is chapter 90, section 13 and a half. And so this is the main charge, what she was actually indicted for, along with the other 2 charges. And the lesser includeds are going to be under this. And so minimum of 5, not more than 20.
If she's convicted of the charge as charged, the offense as charged, right? Like that's this
right.
one. Okay.
Right.
I'll be right back, Sleuthie.
So it appears that she is parole eligible for, she's parole eligible, but she might also be eligible for probation, but I don't know. Their law on probation is very complex, but by the language that if they're given probation or their sentence is suspended, they still have to serve a minimum of 5 years in prison. So I think there's a lot of different options available under, if she's found guilty of that she'd have to serve a minimum of 5 years in prison. She could end up, if she did certain things while in prison, she could come out on probation and for a number of years. It's hard to say, but it's a minimum of 5 years for that. Judge has no discretion to go below that, even if they're going to suspend the sentence or offer some type of probation. License revocation can be up to life, and the initial suspension is at least 15 years. Your license is suspended. There are provisions in Massachusetts where you can get hardship licenses for going to treatment or employment. So the next option under that is involuntary manslaughter. I don't know if Sleuthie can move that or not. But I'll bring it up real quick while we wait for Teresa.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Involuntary manslaughter. Again, Section 30 of 13 of Chapter 90, not more than 20 years. But it's one of those offenses in Massachusetts that's a hybrid. So it's a felony charge, but it has felony and misdemeanor punishment. And I don't know who determines that, if there's other factors that determine that, but you'll see in there, in the state prison for not more than 20 years, and then a fine, and imprisonment in jail or a house of correction for not more than 2.5 years. 2.5 years or less is a misdemeanor in Massachusetts. Most places it's a year, and more than 2.5. And so involuntary manslaughter essentially is she could be sentenced up to 20 years in prison, and the judge has wide-ranging discretion on what she could do or not do if it was involuntary manslaughter. Then we have the number 3, the homicide by motor vehicle, felony OUI, liquor and negligence. This was the least. Remember, she told the jury these lesser includeds, they're in order of the most serious to the least serious. And this is where they ended last time. And what 24G under Chapter 90, so it provides that if someone's on the highway and they're either the test is over in 08 or other evidence shows that they're legally intoxicated, and they acted either recklessly or negligently. So I've repeated the statute. So what they've gone with here is not the reckless, but the negligence. And if you could scroll down a little bit more, there we go. This one, so they've gone with negligence, and it's, if they do the felony punishment, it's not less than 2.5 years, no more than 15 years, or by imprisonment in a jail or house of correction, which is a county jail, for not less than 1 year, no more than 2.5 years. What determines whether they're going to give felony or misdemeanor punishment? I don't know. I don't know if that's solely up to the judge's discretion or if there are other things. I'm assuming it must be, because everything's listed there. You kill somebody while driving negligent and you're intoxicated, those are the 2 penalty options. And so I think that's going to be a matter of you get a pre-sentence investigation done and you see what the investigation report comes back with, the judge does, and what recommendations they have, well, kind of determines what the judge is going to do. Teresa, you or Sleuthie know, I didn't see anything about sentencing guidelines in Massachusetts. Do you know?
My mouth is full, but I don't know.
Okay. Then there's a B below that, which they didn't request. And I had big questions about this last time. Why didn't they go for this one? Whoever, upon any way or any place, public has right or access, or upon any way or in any place in which the members of the public have access and invitees or licensee operates motor vehicle, their blood 08 or greater, or under the influence of intoxicating liquor. You see my ellipse there? That's the 3 dots. I took out all of the language about drugs and
all the not pertinent to this situation. Yeah,
that's the only thing that's been removed. Or whoever operates a motor vehicle negligently so that the lives of the safety of the public might be endangered, and by operation causes the death of another person. So it's the exact same language as subsection A. The only difference is it's negligently, and then the penalty is it's no less than 30, no more than 2.5 years. It's misdemeanor punishment. And I pulled up the model pattern instruction on that. I cannot understand why, if you're going to offer a lesser included, it wouldn't be that. And I don't know. So even if the jury found there was an impact, as hard as that is for some people to believe, and others were like, no, I just not going to go with that. Not going to go with that. What about this lesser included? We just need to find that she's negligent and she's good to go. The 30 days in jail and minimum and eligible for probation. I mean, if you're going to go for a lesser included, that would be the one to go for. I was surprised they didn't offer that last time, but anyway, then here's the OUI number 4. And misdemeanors, all misdemeanors in Massachusetts are, unless otherwise stated, are 0 to 2.5 years in county jail and a fine up to $5,000. Here, you got a 14-day minimum that you have to serve if you're convicted of OWI. You can do that if the judge will allow weekends or work release, but you got to do 14 days. Can be sentenced up to 2.5 years.
When you go in on the weekend, you get locked up for the night.
Right. And if you scroll down, what's required in under probation, probation. So the judge is required to send the person to probation department where they get the driving record, criminal record, all the information about the defendant's use of alcohol. They do an alcohol treatment assessment. And if they will benefit from such treatment, which I think would be very hard for the probation department to find that somebody can't benefit from treatment when it's their first offense. Of course, it's dependent upon the attitude and the answers that the person gives. That says probation determines they'd benefit from treatment. they should put the defendant, the judge put the defendant on probation for 2 days. And actually, I was wrong. First offense, you don't have to do jail time. You could serve your time in a residential alcohol treatment program.
Makes sense.
So, which most are more than 14. They're 30 to 90, and most are required to be covered by insurance, depending upon the state. But that would take care of that. But, you know, some defendants opt out. But here, a first offense in Texas is max 180 days. Typically, what a judge is going to give for jail time or a jury on jail time is somewhere between 1 and 5 days. Many defendants are like, no, I just want the jail time. You know, classes and requirements with probation, they're hard, especially if you smoke marijuana. They're very, very difficult. And so they're just like, I don't want, you know, they'll get through half of probation and then stumble. Their probation can get extended for another year. It's just a, you know, a real vicious circle. They're like, been there, done that. Just get me the lowest amount of jail time. So
then I don't think she didn't have it. I think he's just talking about if it was a second offense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't have one.
You know, or they've been through the system on something unrelated, maybe possession of marijuana, and they were offered a deferred prosecution where they had to complete certain things by a certain time and it would be dismissed. But they started coming up positive, and then, you know, they're just like, there's no way I want anything to do with probation. It can be for a number of reasons. So those are the punishment ranges. Personally, I like that one, homicide by negligence. These are just, I put detailed notes. I summarized them more, what we've gone up through.
Okay.
That's the one I like the best. But, you know, I brought it up last time with Allie, and, you know, never really got an answer on that because about the time I was discussing it, the jury was sending notes on we're deadlocked, and, you know, it just got swallowed up in other stuff. That seems like there was a Boston or Massachusetts lawyer on with Bob and Allie. I can't remember his name. It's Polish, ends in SKI. Nobody asked him about it then. He's the one who clued me into the fact that a misdemeanor in Massachusetts can be up to 2.5 years in the county jail.
And that's based on, like, Bev's going to have the discretion for that?
Yeah. So I really would like to know from a knowledgeable Massachusetts lawyer, is that offense, that subparagraph B up above, could that have possibly been a lesser included requested by the defense? And I think if you're shooting for a compromise, that would be the one. It's not that bad in the relative scheme of things if the jury does find that there was an impact. Now, of course, Karen Reed had been advised by her attorneys that, hey, look, this is an option, but, you know, if they're going to compromise, that's where they're going to compromise at. And, you know, they would find that you impacted. And she's absolutely not. No way. I'll go with OUI, but no way on earth I'm going with anything where they, you know, they can compromise and find that, you know, I hit him.
That I hit him. I think that would be an issue for her. She doesn't want anything that says she hit him.
Yeah.
Because she didn't hit him. So she does. I think that's probably part of that too.
Right. So these other lesser included, involuntary manslaughter, et cetera, the state asked for under Massachusetts law, the judge is required to give properly requested lesser included. The defense can also ask. And so the one that they did request was OUI, which doesn't require anything about impact. So I hope everybody that was helpful. People didn't know
that was very
what the
helpful.
ranges were.
So
there's still a couple of questions.
She's convicted on all three, let's say.
The way the forms are, there's, like I said earlier in chat, in Texas, we give guidance, and we would say kind of that flow through form jury slip that you were showing.
Which one? You said that in chat, and I was wondering which one you meant. The
Well,
one
you
with the
showed
box?
one where it said guilty, not guilty. If guilty, stop. If not guilty, go to the next one.
Yeah.
All the way down. So in Texas, it would be the murder 2, and it would. So murder 2 is 1, manslaughter, intoxications 2, and then leaving the scene of an accident is 3. It would say on number 1, manslaughter, murder 2, it would say guilty. It would say skip number 2 and go to number 3. Not guilty, go to number 2. Then it would go all the way down, and then at the end, if all not guilty, you know, if guilty, stop and go to number 3. The different wouldn't even start to look at number 2 if they manslaughter, intoxication. They wouldn't even go to that if they found guilty on second-degree murder, because it's just a much more serious offense. There's no legal need to convict of a lower charge, a lower felony like intoxication manslaughter. So they wouldn't have the jury waste its time on that. But leaving the scene is different enough. So, and I didn't even look up what the punishment is on leaving the scene. That, you know, that's pretty easy, but I'm guessing it's maximum of 5, maybe 10. In Texas and most states, and I don't know the exact answer yet, if the charges are all charged in one offense, typically the judge has to, in one trial, I'm sorry, if you have multiple charges in one trial, except for sexual assault crimes, sexual assault of minor crimes, serious violent crimes, unless it's that situation, the judge has to run them concurrent altogether. And again, I don't think I answered it directly. The jury can find guilty on all 3 of these charges. There's no instructions that, hey, you know, if we do murder 2, we're done. Or if we do murder 2, we don't need to do manslaughter, intoxication. It, you know, doesn't even say any order other than, I think, charge 1, 2, and 3. So they'll probably go through that the way they're laid out. But I've seen astute 4-persons do lots of different things. They hit a roadblock, they hit a brick wall. They'll say, oh, let's go to the next one, see if we can get anywhere on that. Let's go to the other one. And then I've had it happen where they found not guilty really quick on murder. They found not guilty really quick on something else, and they were hung on the lesser included. But we got verdicts. We got double jeopardy to attach on the most serious charge and some lesser charges, like assault, when person died. They're being charged with murder, manslaughter, and assault. And the jury came back not guilty on murder and assault, but we had just really good forepersons that said, yeah, we can move on, and we ended up getting verdicts on those. And then the only thing left was that middle offense. Unfortunately, that didn't happen here. That was the whole mess after the trial in the first one. But no, you're absolutely right. They can find guilty on all three. And so the question becomes, if it's guilty on multiple charges, is it going to be consecutive or concurrent? And
yep, that's my question.
I think it's probably going to be concurrent. And my educated guess based on that is because the way when they really stiffen the laws on multiples, there was a loophole in the new laws in Massachusetts. So lawyers, being lawyers, if somebody had two pending charges, two DWIs open and proceeding at the same time, they would plead them as two firsts at the same time.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which means that you're starting with one in terms of future OUIs. If you got another one, it's going to be your second, not your third. And so these have important consequences, and legislators were upset about that. But one was a legislator that got on that loophole. But so, you wouldn't plead somebody to two first if a judge could stack them, which means run consecutive. So my educated guess, I think there's strong probability they cannot run these consecutive, but we'll try and get that confirmed when and if the time becomes appropriate. Now, there's some legal, which you and Sleuthie have already pointed out, both after the first verdicts, lack of verdicts came in on the first trial, what they were considering, what they were not guilty on, apparently, and whether that made legal sense. And well, how could they be split on this one if, they were willing to go on this one? It makes no sense. Those types of statements, which I agreed with at the time y'all were making. So there are some logical prohibitions, and on the verdict slip this time, which was there an impact, an accident, a collision between the SUV and Mr. O'Keefe? And so if they not guilty on two, and then perfect. So guilty on that one above OUI, the intoxication, negligence, homicide, motor vehicle homicide, the one that has both a felony punishment option and a misdemeanor punishment option. They find him guilty on that, but then they find him not guilty on number 3, leaving the scene of an accident, where they have to prove she had knowledge that she hit him. and those might be logically or legally inconsistent, but they could still find that way, and there'll probably be very little that they could do, the defense, to undo that on legal grounds, because there's legally sufficient, not as a matter of law proven beyond all reasonable doubt, but there's legally sufficient evidence as a matter of law for all three offenses. The state has enough. There's legally sufficient evidence that can go to a jury, and that's what the court ruled, on the motion, when the Commonwealth rested, and then again they re-raised it after they put on their defense, which the judge denied. And I think she's right on that. There's legally sufficient evidence for it to go to a jury on the issues.
I'm over here talking on mute, probably saying some of the most prolific things. I don't even know what the hell I was saying now. Miku says the last trial they were required by Bev to go through every witness, like their testimony. I don't recall it being like that, but I do think that it's like what she gives them, like suggestions on what they should and shouldn't do. Do you agree with that, Travis? Like, should she be doing that? Like she tells them not to go in there and do a straw vote. She tells them not to go in there and do this.
Yeah, I was surprised by that instruction last time. And, Massachusetts is a Commonwealth country, so a state, Jesus. And so what that means is they take the common law. It used to be just you just look at cases for jury instructions. There'd be no statutes to refer to. Now they've codified some of it, but you really have to have the case law. The involuntary manslaughter is case in point. You need to look at the cases. And fortunately, the Supreme Judicial Court has put together with a committee of prosecutors and the defense bar and the justices model instructions. And they incorporate the case law, which is changing all the time, of course. That they put in some of these nuances but in plain language. And I don't know, if this started out with a defense thing or a prosecution thing, but yeah, I was really surprised when I heard that in the first trial. Don't go back there and just vote. So typically, if defense attorneys, we don't have any instruction like that in Texas and even in our federal courts. And so we're free to go up and offer them a suggestion. What I would suggest you do is go back. Don't do an immediate straw poll, but just go around one by one and ask each person, list what reasonable doubt do you have about each offense, and go around and listen, and then proceed from there. So what you're doing is asking them from your perspective. Whoever phrases the issue wins in appellate court. So what you're trying to phrase the issue, do any of you have reasonable doubt about any of the offenses or the elements? And yeah, my reasonable doubt, I don't think there's a collision. And so it's all framed that way. So the people that are on the opposite side are having to prove against that versus, well, I think the state proved their case on this, that, and the other. And then people who have found reasonable doubt then have to come in and argue against that. And if they're soft-spoken, shy, kind of just go along with the flow. Whereas the other way, the group dynamic is you get people to express what doubts they have, and then get people to come in and contest that. And if the people for guilty are soft-spoken, shy, just go along, you're not going to get as many competing arguments about. So I suspect that the defense bar kind of raised that in some cases and whatnot. I was surprised by it, but there are several instructions. That Bowden instruction, I wish we had that in Texas. Basically said, if you got a biased, flawed investigation, you can find the defendant not guilty of that based on that alone. I have to go back and listen to it again, but my impression while it was being read, I typed in your all's chat, but that's a very good instruction for the defense. And then what they call the inference instruction is circumstantial evidence, and they use the example of the postman. It's Nick's snowman. They use, you check your mailbox, there's no mail. Come back the next day, you got letters in there. Have they proven to you that the U.S. Postal Service was at your house between the time you checked it when you went to bed and when you opened it the next day and there was mail in there? That's a great instruction for the Commonwealth, especially in this case. It's the whole thing with the cell phone data and the rear tail light debris in the snow. I know what the question was. The thing was, I asked Teresa, does the state's case, the defense's case on no impact? I understand that ARCA, through physics and accident reconstruction, dynamics, injuries, other evidence, medical in nature, have put forth a scientific case that no impact occurred. But I asked Teresa in chat, does the defense argument of no impact hinge on the jury believing, does the jury have to believe explicitly or implicitly, directly or implied, do they have to believe that evidence, taillight debris was planted? And Teresa came back and answered, well, yeah, I think they do, but need to think about it more. Unless I'm missing something, I haven't heard Sleuthie's take on this, but the problem is, like with false confessions, it's very difficult to get a jury to believe that a person, especially an adult, would confess to something that they wouldn't do, even though they're documented, exonerated cases by DNA of people falsely confessing given the right circumstances. But it's very difficult to get a jury to believe that. It's also very difficult to get a jury to believe that police would plant evidence, which is why that Bowden instruction is so important for the defense. They talk about a lot of things in there. But y'all think that that's a jury has to explain what Brennan hit so hard? How do you explain the cell phone data and how do you explain the taillight debris? That they got to believe it got there through a nefarious source.
For the taillight? I don't know. I think when I answered this question, when you asked it in chat, it was kind of like, well, if you go with like how Dr. Rensler talked about it, it's like you're not even looking at any of that if you're just paying attention to John being hit. Like, was John hit by the car? Did the car hit John? If your answer to that is no, then the other stuff's all secondary. It doesn't matter how it got there. It doesn't matter who put it there. It doesn't matter when they put it there, because you know that it's not from Karen Reed's taillight hitting John, because John wasn't hit by the car. So I think if you look at it going like, I kind of think of it like a linear. If you look at it going forward, you're looking at it like Dr. Rentschler. If you're looking at it like Brennan in the Commonwealth, you're looking at everything backward. And it's like, okay, well, if she didn't hit him, how is the tail light there? If she didn't hit him, how are the cuts on his arms? If she didn't hit him, then, you know, XYZ. Like if you're looking at it backwards. But I kind of like the way that he was talking about it. I don't think it's implied that there was evidence planting, because there is a scenario where John threw his glass at the taillight, broke it, and then slipped. Because, well, the whole thing about throwing, I think they kind of proved that he could not have thrown his glass at the taillight based on the fact that he shot a cannon. Number one, Dr. Wolf did last year, and then two, it's the bottom of the glass, the base of the glass, is found with John. So if he throws the glass, then he can't get that piece of glass back.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up. I'd forgotten about that, and that would clearly be one way. I mean, what's the evidence that the defense got in about the cell phone data that Brennan left out? You know, he makes it sound like there's no way he could have gotten in the garage. Look at the temperature. Now, it didn't have GPS. It was just health data, right? Number of steps.
Yes.
And he doesn't move, and that's consistent with this time.
Well, they take like the phone data, and the phone. That's like what I think it was Whiffen who did that. Like that, like the phone is going this direction, then the phone is facing this direction, you know, and so it was like in a westwardly facing. The phone was facing westbound. I don't know how else to say that. And so like that's towards the house, and then they do like the little radiuses of like, okay, how the accuracy of it and how the signal comes in, and how the longer it's there, then the better the signal can get. And so it kind of reaches in. And so he does like the little overlays with the circular, like this is how far it could have gone. And so like that's going into the house. But if you take that same thing and you put it with the phone, then that means that the phone could have gotten out towards, like he could have gotten out towards the driveway area and walked towards the garage. I don't know. See, I guess for me, like, that's the thing is, does the jury want the defense to have proven that he went in the house, or is it enough to prove the fact that he could have gone in the house, or that he could have just fallen? Like this whole thing could have just been a fucking bad accident where John gets out of the car and falls down.
Yeah.
And then a wild animal comes and attacks him, like Bob's theory, like he's got an owl pig that comes in.
Yeah. So it comes back to that Bowden again. They're like, you know, the judge asked him, do you intend to argue that, Higgins did this? No, Your Honor. We've withdrawn the third party culprit. Under Bowden, we're going to argue that because of the botched investigation, they didn't even look at Higgins. So
right.
That's how we're going to argue it. She's like, okay, I'm good with that. And so it's, I agree with their call not to call Higgins in their case in chief and one of the others, but is there something going on we need to break away to?
No. So they keep showing, that's why I just threw it up on the screen, because I keep getting distracted because they keep showing like old clips of the attorneys and Karen Reed going in and out of the courthouse, and it keeps throwing me off. So I just threw it on my.
Yeah, it threw me off about an hour ago. I saw him coming down.
Yeah, they keep just showing these old clips of him coming and going though, and I'm like, that's frustrating, because then I think like is something happening. So I just moved it over here so we could just watch it together. And since we didn't need anything else on the screen.
Yeah.
So Miku's headphones, no, not really. He could not have been outside that long. So that's not, this went to my whole hypothermia situation of if he instantly dies and he's outside, does a dead body get hypothermia or frostbite? I'm not a doctor. I had no idea. So that was one of the questions I was asking Sleuthie the other day, was because I was like, if he does die outside and there is no hypothermia, does that mean he's not outside, or does that mean that he just died right away and your body doesn't get hypothermia because you're already dead?
Yep, my recollection of the trial testimony was that the temperature, the defense totally blew the temperature thing out of the water, but yet Brennan argued that the cell phone data, I love it saying it that way, the cell phone data, the data, the temperature, proved his point. Just look at the data, I got to break away for about an hour. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Travis.
I'm gonna pop back on. If you want me to pop in, great. But I'll be back in chat and happy to discuss any of these things more. But I always love being on with you and Sleuthie. It's
we appreciate you and your insight very, very much, whether it be in chat or on the panel. We'll see, I guess, what time the jury's going to go home, because it's 12:30 here, which means it's 3:30 there. Are they going to stay till 4? Are they going to stay till 5? So we may be here for a half hour, maybe here for an hour and a half. Who knows?
Yeah. And then
go check your data.
Yeah. And then, so I'll pop back on in about an hour and see if y'all are still around. And then, I do need to talk to you and Sleuthie about getting you some money for some transcripts, but we'll do that offline. Okay. All right.
So,
talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Thank you. That was good info. He put that together for us so that we could go over all the possible scenarios if she was convicted on any of the counts. So I think for me, the whole point is like when he was asking that question, is like, does the defense actually have to prove that John went in the house in order to prove that Karen doesn't hit him with the car? Like I don't, and I think that goes backwards again. That's the backwards thinking of how does all this stuff get there if she doesn't hit him with the car? Where does he go if he doesn't go in the house? He had to have been hit by the car. For me, I think it was simplified the most for me in the last trial when I had all these same different types of questions, and I keep going back to what Dr. Rentschler said, but it was like the epitome of what changed everything for me in trial last year. It was if John isn't hit by the car, and the car does, and there's no the damage to the car doesn't match John, then does everything else? Do you need everything else in order to convict her? Do you have to say Proctor planted this, or Berkowitz planted that, or so and so came in and did X? No. He did go in the house. He didn't go, and I just thought to myself, no, I don't need any of that. I don't need to know any of that, and that's why I'm like, I don't care what the theory was. Yeah, Sleuthie's like, no. That's where I ended with last year at the trial. I was just like, it doesn't matter to me because he didn't hit the car and the car didn't hit him, and that was the final thing for me to say she's not guilty. Just and I wasn't looking at it like that into the trial. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I keep going back because he said it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't care if he went in the house. I don't care if he stayed outside. I don't care if he was attacked by an owl pig. In relation to, do I think she's innocent or guilty? Like, that's where I stand with that part. Now, for justice for John O'Keefe, do I want to know what happened? Yes, but that's a totally separate entity than what we're actually discussing here. Because as I always tell you guys, trials, as much as we want them to be, are not about the victim. The trial is for the defendant. So we can only really go with what we're looking at right now in regards to her and the charges against her. And I just don't think the other stuff matters. But I can see why people do. I don't know what the heck's going on here right now, but. So the jury's officially been deliberating for a little over 8 hours. That counts from Friday to today. And now we're hearing that Jess Machado said on Twitter that there's no court Thursday or Friday. Which is, why don't we have court Friday now? And Vinny said we were back Friday.
See, this is ridiculous. We're still wasting time.
Why the hell would we want to waste 2 days of jury deliberation because of Juneteenth? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Right, Jennifer, 100%. I totally agree with you. And I am realizing like how much like jurors don't base it off of fact. They base it off of emotion, which is like why these prosecutors like Nick McClellan and Hank Brennan are really pushing this whole emotional thing. And it just kind of makes me nauseous almost, because like, since when do we care about the facts of what actually happened? To say like we're not all really fucking sad that John O'Keefe is dead, I think is ridiculous. Obviously, we didn't all know him, but I'm really fucking sad that he's dead. I'm really sad for his niece and nephew more than I am for anybody else that they had to lose somebody else. But I don't know like how that doesn't change the facts of what happened to him. And so it's like there's this overwhelming like we want justice. Therefore, we'll take the first person you give us. Like you say it's Karen, so all right, we'll go with Karen so that his family can feel better.
Yeah, that does happen. It's very sad and scary.
Right. It does. It shakes my faith in a jury of my peers. 100%. I'm like, I don't know if these peeps are my peers. Those Delphi jurors are not my fucking peers. No, I'll take. Can I just pick my jury? I'll just pick the people that go on it.
I really wonder if Bev wasn't the judge, if they would have went for a bench trial.
I wouldn't. I would never go for a bench trial. Not when the charges are the rest of your life. No, I would never do it. The judge is just another person who has their own personal biases. At least with a jury, you've got their personal biases willing to fight with each other a little bit most of the time. Some of the time, you got a better chance. You know, once the judge makes up their mind, you're just like, that's it. You're fucked.
Yeah, but I feel like a judge would know that, like,
12 idiots than 1 idiot.
I can't believe we're still waiting.
I know. I thought today, my vote, when I put that poll up last week, my vote was for today. So just a heads up for you guys, Wednesday. So I don't know what you've got going on Wednesday. I haven't got to talk to Sleuthie about it, but I could be here in the morning, but then the kids have an ortho appointment. Both of them, 2 of the 3 do. So I'll be gone for a good chunk of the morning time, like right around 11-ish, my time. So I don't know. If we don't get a verdict today, tomorrow, then I don't know what Wednesdays. I'm going to be pissed.
I'll be here.
Okay.
I also wonder if they're going to tell or have told the jury that they are closed Thursday and Friday so that they're aware. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like if you don't make a decision by Wednesday, you're still doing this fucking job Monday. Like,
so you get to go on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days, And then you got to come back and you're still not done with this.
Okay, like that's just crazy to me.
But I just don't understand what's so difficult here. It makes no sense to me.
Well, like most people on chat are even saying, it's like half the time that they're in there, they're probably trying to understand the jury instructions.
Yeah. I also wonder if there's like one or two people from one side or the other who's just like not budging.
So that channel that you wanted to play the video with Easter, they said you could play it. Just give them credit.
Oh, did they? I didn't even see an answer.
Yeah, that's what they told you on Twitter. You can play
Okay.
You can play it. Just give them credit for it. Justice served.
Well, I don't know how to do that other than say this is from Justice Served. So you do it.
That's
Whatever
what you do, and then I'll put the. I have a place in my descriptions of every video that has sources, and I try my best. I don't always do it, but I try my best to remember to put everybody that I use, like as a source, so that it, if people can go find the info themselves.
Right.
So I'll put it in there too, but then I also just like tell people in chat, like, this is who it belongs to, and this is the channel, and share their link and go like their stuff. Pretty sure I'm subscribed to Justice Served. Justice Pierce. I have no fucking idea where Justice Pierce came from.
All right, I got it. It's today's stream. They like replayed it.
Okay.
Or wait, maybe they did it today and then they replayed it a second time. Do you want to? Okay. So let me switch.
Yeah, I'll take this down and you put yours up.
Okay.
Oh, that was a question I had for you, and you were gone. Friday, I think it was. By the time you're gone, do you have in your timeline? And I was gonna go look, and I never did. In your timeline, the when the jury came back with questions, what the question was, like.
Oh no, I don't.
Okay.
But Brandy, I still have the link to her first one. She may have it in there, but I don't remember like seeing it. So she may not. I don't even remember what the questions were.
I don't either.
Verdict watch. Okay. So verdict watch. Day 32, June 26th. There's no times though. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Jury question. Want to make sure they can be done today in time to board the bus by 4 p.m. AJ wants verdict form to be clearer with lesser included charges. Argument with Bev and Karen Reed. Bev agrees to have verdict form, not guilty of offense charged or any lesser offense.
Yeah, that's when that got changed. Yep. I remember that.
Jury asks to have search form. There isn't one, so Bev just tells them they have all the evidence.
That was one of them. I do remember that now that you say that.
Yeah, me too. And then day 33 was nothing. Day 34, jury sent a note that they can't agree. Lally says, keep trying. Yannetti says they've exhausted all manner of compromise. Judge pulls them in and tells them keep trying. Next step, if they can't agree, is Tui Rodriguez. And then the next day, day 35, deadlocked again, Tui Rodriguez. And then I'm assuming, if I remember correctly, they got the charge and then they came back shortly after, didn't they?
I think so.
So really, they didn't have any questions. It was just
one was about getting on the bus, so that's not a question. The other one's about the cert report, trying to get that. They couldn't have it.
Right. No, that's it.
Okay.
All right.
So there really wasn't a lot of questions actually asked.
No. So for anybody that doesn't know, this is Michael Easter. He's the one who the defense wanted to bring in to talk about the investigation. He's like a federal, I'm sure he's going to say who he is, but he was like a retired federal agent or something. And he was going to talk about the investigation, but Bev wouldn't let him. Yes, Bub. Okay, I'm coming. So I guess
we know that you're at a secret location. You're on vacation, in fact. And we appreciate you taking the time to join us. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for having me, by the way.
You bet. I think our people are dying to know what the jury did not hear. Obviously, you were hired by the defense. So tell us first, I don't want this to sound like a direct examination of your testimony they didn't hear, but just give us a sense of what you looked at. What did you review? And then we'll talk about your opinions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe some foundational aspect would be, originally I wasn't asked to look at the investigation from this perspective. Originally, I was asked to look at it from my more kind of natural expertise, which is the historical cell phone records and other geolocation records. And that's where Attorney Jackson reached out to me originally. And as part of that, I've testified as an expert in over 200 trials, both federal and state. Clearly, I'm now retired and I do stuff privately. But when I started interacting with Alan on the case, I started asking questions that I would naturally ask about the investigation. How do we look at the phone records? How did the government look at the phone records? How do we incorporate them into the investigation and the defense case in chief? Where does the evidence put this? And as I asked more questions were not answered. And simple questions about, well, whose phone records are we looking at? Where's the victim's phone records? Where are the other suspect phone records? None of these things existed. And as the conversation sort of evolved, Alan's like, Mike, would you mind just looking at the evidence from your investigative perspective? And for that, I spent over 20 years with the FBI as an investigator. I was a law enforcement officer prior to that, and formerly a Marine officer as well. And as he asked, I said, you know what, I'd love to look at the case. Can I get access to the discovery? And so at that point, I looked at the discovery material provided by the Commonwealth, not only with the idea of looking at the phone records clearly, which was the initial aspect, but as a fellow investigator, what would I have done? How would I have looked at this case? And what are some logical steps that I would have taken along the way? And did those logical steps take place? And maybe I'll add to that last aspect was, in that review, my focus wasn't just on what evidence they collected or didn't collect in those steps, but what is the Massachusetts State Police policy? What does it say they should have done? And that policy guide is actually online. And I looked at that and made a comparative assessment of what did the Massachusetts State Police do? Is that the best practice? And is it consistent or inconsistent with their own policy guide? And then I drafted a report and provided that to the court. And I think you mentioned it, and maybe somewhat famous now, Mr. Jackson's "Do It" comment had made it to the interweb. So yeah, that's maybe start there for you. And I don't know if that answers questions or creates more, but
I didn't realize that that's how it evolved. You know, I thought it was from the start. You know, let's look at this investigation. I've looked at your CV, so I did know that it was cell phone and that kind of data intensive, right? Right. So Mr. Easter, can you tell this jury what your ultimate opinion is as to how the investigation was carried out in this case?
Yeah, I can. Well, maybe the jury's not listening, hopefully, but at least the people on your channel. So for the Bureau, I also was an instructor. And one of the things I always teach is process. Have a process to dissect the problem. And when I looked at this, I really came up with three kind of words to sort of encapsulate the investigation or the lack thereof. And the first one was, I found that the investigation was incomplete. And incomplete in the logical steps you would take to determine whether Karen Reed was the suspect or other people were the suspect. Not following logical investigative steps to collect evidence, to preserve evidence correctly. We can always look back to the crime scene. But even beyond that, as the case migrated throughout that day and how quickly and even prematurely they identified Karen Reed as the sole suspect. So the first word is incomplete. Incomplete investigations in turn birth out this next word, which I think of as an easy way to look at it would be inconsistencies. And maybe I'll stick with I's, is that an incomplete investigation creates inconsistencies. And those inconsistencies can show up in time, typically. And you saw it in this case. This case was riddled with timeline issues. And that's because they never completed proper investigative steps to collect CCTV along likely routes of travel to and from, which they should have done. They should have traced those things. You saw in the testimony of, I think Walter tried to show some Google Maps, which is a great technique. I use it, which is to use routes that the phone or the person could have taken, and then tracing those routes for CCTV, whether those are Ring cameras, business cameras, or static cameras, to see if we can develop a timeline and a route of travel for Karen Reed's vehicle or someone else that could have been there. And then an inconsistency, it breeds the follow-on, and which is another I word. Maybe I should have coined all these, but is inaccuracies. Incomplete, inconsistent, all ends up with inaccuracies, and you see it. Now we have all these inaccuracies in the case that makes you start scratching your head. Why don't any of these things add up? Why do we have so many things that conflict with each other? And the reason that happens is it happens because the investigation had all three of those eyes. Their process was flawed from the beginning. And I get the question from people that know I was assisting, which is, Mike, what do you think? Are they biased? Is it corruption? And that's a really hard question to answer. And the reason I say that is I've worked cases all over the country. I've worked cases in Central and South America and parts of Europe. And I've seen corruption. And I've seen cases that are also worked by people that are just poorly trained and have no experience. And the problem is corruption, inexperience, and no training, they end up looking very similar in the result. And the problem with that then is, how do you determine corruption versus incompetence or lack of experience? And that really then becomes a hard decision for the trier of facts, I think, ultimately. My opinion is that I don't have one, whether it was corruption or incompetence or experience. I think the results speak for themselves that the investigators lack the training and experience necessary to have a complete, thorough, and accurate investigation.
Linda,
I'm just blown. I'm writing this down. I'm just blown away with what kind of testimony Mike Easter would have given, and just the presentation, and just this little thumbnail sketch we have of having it incomplete, inconsistent, and inaccurate, leading to it could be incompetence, it could be bias, it could be anything, but it's the same result. I'm just blown away by the whole thematic approach. And so, Mike, what would you say? I'm sure you had. I always have like a rule of threes. Was the three worst things that you saw that were not done? If I'm phrasing that correctly.
So that's a really good question. I think the worst thing that was done from the beginning was the response. And that's what struck me the most. Everyone focuses on the investigation and the outcome of the investigation. As a former law enforcement officer, I've responded to dozens of OIS, or officer involved shootings. And I can tell you that the response is overwhelming. We don't have to beg people to come in and help find the suspect. In fact, we spend more time telling people to not come in, go home, get some sleep, come back later. When I looked at this case, my first law enforcement reaction was, why didn't anybody show up? Why didn't everybody show up? I would have walked in the snow to go help in this case. I've had agents that have been shot. I've had fellow law enforcement officers that I worked a lot with LAPD, a young LAPD officer I recall getting killed trying to stop just a graffiti incident late at night, brand new rookie cop, and made the decision to try to make a difference and paid his life for it. And the response was overwhelming, right? When you look at this, do you feel you get a response or an idea that the response from law enforcement was overwhelming? No, I didn't. In fact, at times I thought, why? What's going on over there in Massachusetts that we don't see this response? I always thought Boston, the old saying, blue was blue. I didn't see it in this case. Didn't, at least not in the way I would hope to have seen it, which is everybody showing up and not having to be sent home or having to be sent home. Did you want to respond to that? I'll give you a second one, or you can respond.
No. Please give us a second one. This is fascinating. It's wonderful listening to you.
Okay. Well, hopefully I won't overtalk you. The second thing I think after that was what we see in the investigation. So then we have to take a step back. And the step back, the thing that I thought was most interesting was the lack of training. And that is a cultural problem. Their style of policing, the way they respond to this, reminds me of what I used to see about 20 years ago when I first came in. This sort of shoot from the hip, gunslinger kind of, our word is our bond. We just do what we do. This is how we do it. And it bore out in the response. I mean, we see a leaf blower, we see solo cups, we see a shopping bag. We see no chain of evidence. We see, and I mean, think of the chain of evidence that wasn't collected at the crime. So we see no preservation of the crime scene. And instead, we see an abandonment of it. It was never secured. No proper collection of evidence. There was never even a sketch or diagram done that anybody could go back and piece back the crime scene itself. Instead, we have to rely on some really blurry dash cam video to try to piece together where Mr. O'Keefe finally laid to rest, right? That's horrible. I mean, no one, the first thing you learn at responding to a crime scene is secure the crime scene, identify witnesses and suspects, separate them, do a safety sweep. I mean, you have a dead person on the lawn. What's the possibility the suspect's still present or other victims are present, not just on the lawn, but in the property itself? So that second part is cultural. It's a training issue. And I think you'll see Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police PD have a huge cultural shift from this. And maybe that'll be the biggest thing that the city of Canton or that area will see is a cultural shift in the policing process. At least I would hope. And then my third one is the investigative process itself. It lacked a process. And that was the most surprising thing to me that, listen, I will give them this, is that having worked these types of critical incidences, the pressure, not just from the victim family, from your peers as you work this, but management, even elected officials. I've worked some of the biggest cases in the country, and the pressure that you get to solve that thing before people break for the day. They want hourly briefings. The investigators are under enormous pressure to solve that problem very quickly. And that's where the investigative process has to remain consistent. You can't start taking shortcuts. You can't leapfrog investigative steps and get to an ultimate conclusion too prematurely. Or oftentimes what happens is you miss evidence you should have collected. You eliminate people that could have been suspect or should have been suspects. And you sort of fall in love with the suspect too soon and get vapor lock, or which, a lot of people say confirmation bias, that's the person. We're going to prove they did it. And I want it done by 2 p.m. Or some heads are going to roll. Those would be my three things on it. I hopefully maybe didn't spend too much time on them for you.
No,
it's amazing. Let me ask this as a follow-up, because I think if you were to testify, it would have come up. People are pointing out the fact that maybe it wasn't so shocking that the response to a officer down in the circumstance where you have other officers involved, as in, I don't know, the homeowner and some of the others involved in the investigation. Did that play into your analysis at all, that there may have been not just let's take care of the officer down, but let's protect the other officers who might be involved?
I think it's a reasonable question. I don't think that is a reasonable reason, though. And I don't think it was ultimately the reason. I think, let's just say your argument's true. I still would have expected a large response, not to hide, but to a large response and to huddle. And hey, what are we going to do with this situation? And some very, in these big incidences, there should always be a big command incident. There should have been a command incident commander, somebody in charge of the command, a response. There would be big type of group meetings. And then there's the small group meeting. The very intimate people that are going to really solve this problem meet separately. And we would have seen those things if this was responded to correctly. Even if, as you discussed, Michael, there is some, I don't say corruption, but a tendency to protect somebody, there would have still been a response, or we would have seen an enormous phone tree happening. Although we don't know that type of evidence was collected clearly, but I think ultimately that's where the other investigation that was happening was probably looking into.
So I have a question. I just want to tell our viewers that we're going to hold your super chats. We're going to continue with Miss Easter without doing the super chats right now for the moment. The issue of the medical examiner, as you know, my husband is a forensic pathologist. The issue of the whole medical examiner and dissing her with regard to the injuries. What would be the proper response when you have a medical examiner who says, "Look, I've in the first 9 days, I've looked at everything you have. I don't find this a homicide. I don't find any injuries consistent with an automobile strike here." Where does that lead you? Does that lead you to say, she's a whack job? Or I mean, I know the answer to that because that's what was in the text. But where do you go if you want to continue investigating because you don't want to have either what you think may be her vapor lock or your vapor lock?
Yeah, I found you talking about Scortibello?
Yes, Scortibello.
Yeah,
right.
I found her to be one of the most credible witnesses there. Her demeanor, her poise, her confidence, and the science. You hear the science is the science, right? It is what it is. I tend to look at things in my world of the data is the data. It tells the story. It doesn't have an opinion one side or the other. Sometimes it benefits you, sometimes it doesn't. In this instance, to really answer your question a little more fairly, is that that's the investigator's job, is to collect the evidence that proves the medical examiner wrong or allows them to make a more informed decision, right? That's where the see, when I look back at this, the investigation was over by what, 11 p.m. It never really got legs. And because of that, you even saw in the trials, both of them, that they're still trying to figure out mid-trial in both cases what happened. Can we still collect some more or conduct more testing to try to bear out what really happened?
Sue O'Connell wrote, where did it go? "14 minutes ago, according to court staff, there will be court on Friday."
Okay, so that's what Vinny said too.
Okay.
He said no court Thursday, but court Friday.
Okay.
But then Jessica Machado said no court Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, I don't understand. They should all have the same info.
What, has anybody heard whether they're going home at 4 or 5?
I don't see
I haven't found anybody talk about that.
Me either. And I don't know. Nope, I don't see anything. So I'm sure we'll find out here shortly, because it's almost 4.
Yep, that's what I figured.
And I guarantee if there's a third trial, there's more evidence that they're going to try to find. There'll be more testing. So this, in some respects, the case isn't done being investigated, and it shouldn't be. In my opinion, there's still some valuable evidence that's available that should be collected if they knew where to look.
Like what specifically?
I'm sort of reluctant to share, only because my job's not to help the prosecution collect new evidence.
Fair. That's fair. What does the issue of the whole FBI, the judge wouldn't allow them to hear that there's Department of Justice, FBI involved in this investigation. Now, was there things that you saw that you were able to riff on in your report, even though you couldn't mention FBI, as to things that should have been done? I'm not sure if I'm phrasing that right.
Yeah, I understand your question. Maybe just understand what I did for them ultimately was that in review, I talked about those 3 things as I looked at the investigation itself and the discovery items, and took each item, looked at it for what it provided, its incompleteness, its inconsistencies, and its inaccuracies. And then I wrote a report that identified what they did, what I thought the best practice would have been. And then I showed what does that look like in comparison to their own policy guide. And I wrote an opinion that on those key elements. And I looked at crime scene response, crime scene management, documentation, investigative techniques, or
posted that the defense team is on their way back to the courthouse.
So they're probably leaving. Do you still have court TV pulled up?
I do. Yeah.
Do you want to switch?
No, I'll switch it if there's any. It's literally just a court TV symbol right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's 3 minutes to 4. So they're probably just she's probably checking in with the jury to see if they want to leave.
Just send them a note.
I don't think she's allowed to. She can't. They can't have communication with the jury without everybody being present and hearing it.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean,
they were probably perfectly content doing what they were doing, but now she's gonna, instead of them coming and saying, "Hey, it's 4 o'clock, we would like to leave," she's gonna bring them in like Gold did and say, "It's 4. You know, you can stay if you want for another hour, or we can just leave now.
You don't have to."
And then they'll leave. I'm looking for more, but you have your eye on that.
Or lack of investigative techniques that were used, the premature assignment of individuals at 34 Fairview as witnesses only and not as suspects, no chronological case file, no overarching, well-maintained case management from beginning to end. And ultimately, I think one of the critical flaws was no timeline. And you saw that now in those trials, is that they couldn't put the time together, and they're doing it after the fact with these witnesses on the stand to try to make sense of time. Time is, when I teach process for the Bureau, especially like a kidnapping or abduction, homicide cases, where I've worked, if you've seen them, you know, clearly we all seen mass shootings. I was at the Vegas.
I can't tell when they're doing, like they just showed them walking in the courtroom, but then it's not them walking in the courtroom, I don't think.
What are they saying?
Well, that's what I'm going to do right now. Hold on.
You can always glance at that.
Yep, and Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial after a jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision. I think they were out almost 5 days
for that,
or for 5 days in that trial. She stands accused of striking and killing John O'Keefe with her Lexus SUV.
Is that from today?
Now, prosecutors point to fragments of Reed's taillight at the crime scene as evidence.
They can't prove one that doesn't exist.
I don't know. I can't tell. I hate when they do that. All right. I'll turn my closed captioning back on.
I'm still looking.
Well, see that they're showing them outside again. Maybe we'll just stay over here for now. Just let them talk. We can go back to Easter. Is this the clip from earlier?
I don't know. What are they saying?
This weekend, we have no particular word as to why they're returning. We know some of the family returned a little earlier.
They're returning.
Again, this could be a note from the jury. This could be the jury saying they want to go home. We do not know at this time. We just want to keep you updated, of course, on what's happening out there in the courthouse.
I mean, theoretically, it could be a verdict, and we don't know that yet. We really have no idea what this is. Let's compare, though. 8 hours, 45 minutes. You mentioned earlier, today is day 2 of deliberations in this trial. 5 days the first time and 26 hours. A few different questions from the jury sent back to keep deliberating, said they couldn't reach an agreement. So that's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are. Let's bring in our guest. Joining us again this hour, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice, and criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Gentlemen, always a pleasure to see you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the program. And Josh, I'll start with you. As I said, we don't know exactly why everyone's been called back to that courtroom. Just by the looks on the faces, it doesn't seem like it's a verdict that you would have expected, a little more strident nature. But again, you never know. That's, of course, reading tea leaves. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're being brought back for whatever housekeeping at the end of the day. I don't see this as we have a verdict. But you never know. The opaqueness of some of the communication is very real. I expect, though, that this is more housekeeping. But I did call for a verdict today. I think the jury's going to be fast and efficient.
Ooh, now that's something, weighing in fast and efficient, Jack. What do you think? I mean, this would be to have, what was it, 29 days of trial? Was that right? I think it was 31. I apologize. I've been looking at both trials. So 31, I think that we have, hang on, Jack. I think that Vinnie Politan, who's been there live, Vinnie, we never get to have you on during the day, but he may be able to join us here to bring us all of the latest. Of course,
why is this dude
Court
frozen
TV
down here
lead
like
anchor.
this?
Let's see if we have him with us.
What's going on? What's going on down here?
I'm here. Do you hear me, Ashley?
Yes, thank you. Vinnie Politan joining us
Do you hear
now.
me, Michael?
I
Do
do,
you hear
my
me,
friend.
America?
I do.
Let me tell you what the scene is here. I'm just going to point the camera across the street here. You see all this huge, this is the big moment of the day. Anytime those SUVs pull up and the defense, Karen Reed and her family show up, the crowd swells. And they don't make noise, though. They're in the buffer zone, right? So they can't voice their opinions. They're not cheering. They use sign language to show their support. But there are hundreds of them here. And all day long, I started in the morning to the afternoon, the anticipation and intensity has built up out here. When I say intensity, I mean the anticipation of the verdict and what people expect. And a lot of people expect it today. Everyone has just gone into the courtroom. It's the end of the day. Sometimes verdicts just sneak up on you. And that's what I've been telling people here, is that we don't know. We don't know how they're deliberating. We don't know the process. We don't know where they are in their deliberations. So anytime that the attorneys pull up here, we saw John O'Keefe's family go in as well. All the parties are in place. They're in place for any important moment of the day. And what that is, I'm sure we'll find out shortly. But the anticipation here in the streets is unlike anything I've seen. And the difference being why everyone is here. I've seen people through the years, Ashley and Michael, down in Florida for the woman accused of murdering her child. I've seen them out in California, whether it was Modesto or Redwood City, for a man accused of murdering his wife and baby. They all were looking for a conviction. It's the opposite here. They're all wearing pink. They are all unified in their beliefs that Karen Reed, not only not guilty, is innocent. That is what you're hearing from the folks who have shown up here. And a lot of them are local, but make no mistake, there are people coming in from Nebraska. I've spoken to people from Pennsylvania, obviously closer by in New Hampshire, but they're all converging here, all with one belief that Karen Reed is not guilty. And I think the big question is, what will the reaction be whenever the verdict comes down, whatever it is? Because what's happening right here, I don't know if we're ever going to see again.
Vinny, I got to ask you, if they do believe, as you said, she's innocent, the flip side of that is they have to believe that there was a cover-up, clearly, that there is something corrupt. And what is it about this community that you've been able to discern, if at all, allows for a belief like that amongst this many people in what I believe is a relatively small community?
Yeah, the skepticism level is huge, is high. And there have been things that have happened here. There have been other instances. I mean, there's this specific case. This movement was started by Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. He's been here today. A lot of these folks have watched him through the years in their coverage of this, so they know every detail. Then you speak to people from Canton, people from the town where this happened. They don't trust their local elected officials. They don't trust some of their police. And that's how widespread the skepticism goes. Then you look at another case like Sandra Birchmore, and you look at a case like that where there was allegations that have turned into an actual federal indictment against police. And in all instances, people are just so skeptical, and they want to see the proof way beyond a reasonable doubt, and they're not going to take people at their word. And when I say people, I mean people representing the government, people representing the Commonwealth. They do not take them at their word. They want to see the proof, and they don't believe they've seen it, that Karen Reed committed this crime.
Vinny, do you have any sense of what's happened to those against Karen Reed, believing she did it, believing she should be convicted? The first time around, and you pointed this out earlier when you were speaking to some of the people there, the first time around, it was not all supporters at all. You had both sides. So this to me just looks very different.
There was no one here supporting John O'Keefe and his family and the prosecution. Now, a lot of the Karen Reed supporters say they're looking for justice for John O'Keefe as well. They just don't believe justice is the conviction of Karen Reed. They believe justice for John O'Keefe is the conviction of someone that was inside 34 Fairview Road that night. So when you have a different perspective of what the truth is, of what justice is, you can have a situation like this where people are not going after the victim in the case. They just believe there's two victims in this case because they believe Karen Reed is a victim as well, a victim of a wrongful prosecution. Now, when the O'Keefe family walked in, they were the ones wearing blue. The folks supporting Karen Reed overwhelmingly are wearing various shades of pink, probably about 70% of them. That's how they show their support. But you look around and you look for anyone, anywhere, who has a different viewpoint of this case. They're just not showing up at the courthouse. You know, they may very well be online. They may very well be out there. They may be watching, but they're not showing up here at the courthouse.
Vinny, no red tie today. I think you might have jinxed the verdict. I don't know if we have one or not. Any reason you went without the red tie on a verdict?
Yeah, I was going to say, the only person I see saying verdict.
Of course he does. Vinny Politan, the
Wear the red tie for a verdict watch, Michael. Michael, a verdict watch is not a red tie affair. So purple, you can't wear blue. Blue is one side of this case. Pink is the other side. You split the baby, you got purple. That's fine. Red is for the verdict only. So once we get word that there's a verdict, then you'll see the red tie on this shirt. I always have it with me, Michael, during verdict watch.
I knew this. I knew this, and I'm sorry I didn't remember you only put it on for the actual verdict. It's like Tiger Woods, right? He only wears the red shirt on the final day.
But it makes sense because we could have them deliberating for days. We don't know yet. We were talking about the fact that last time they deliberated 5 days before that mistrial, and today's day 2.
We only know that they are all coming back to the courthouse. They're all filing in. We have no idea why or what's going on. Could just be end of the day in housekeeping. Could be a verdict. Could be a question. No idea.
I think the only thing that might change is the weather could scare a few away. If we get some rain, there's some slight rain in the forecast, and that's a real issue. I mean, it's the most beautiful day ever in Dedham, Massachusetts, in the 60s with a breeze and a warm sun. School just let out. There are school children here with their parents, with their moms. What's interesting about the crowd is that you have some younger people. A lot of the younger people I've bumped into are streaming about this case.
Okay, so Sue posted that the court is going to be reconvening at 4:20. 4:20. Court is reconvening at 4:20. So in 10 minutes. For what? No idea. Let's see if she's posted anything else. To the end of the day, or the shbugs. My girl's boobies. Shaboobies. Nobody seems to have an answer, though, to what it is.
Overwhelmingly, they're just a little younger than I am, I think.
Yeah. Vinny, look, we're getting word from the courtroom. I'll let you know, let our viewers know, that Judge Canoni said that she will give this jury until 4:20 to deliberate, and then she will send them home, which is in about 10 minutes or so. That's Eastern time. It's currently about 4:10 Eastern time, so let them go to 4:20 before sending them home for the day. So wanted to let you know, wanted to let our viewers know. And I wanted to ask you this. You've commented a couple of times on your show about the age of the jury, them being relatively young, specifically as a...
What if they come in and they're like, no, we're good. Like, we want to keep going. We're really close. Like, why would Bev be saying she's going to let them go till 4:20?
Why is she interfering nonstop?
I don't know. Like, that's insane.
It's also strange to me that they're getting word 10 minutes before when she's saying she's going to stop or whatever. When we were told that she would give everyone 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
What is he doing?
I don't know. He's sitting at the counter doing crap.
It's Margarita Monday. It seems weird to announce that the jurors are going to be going home. Yeah, that is weird. That is the whole thing. She's fucking weird.
That does seem very strange, especially when you got like all those people outside. It seems weird to announce when they're going to be leaving rather than just bringing people in, reconvening like you're going to, and then saying, okay, the jury's going to leave. I don't know.
Hey, why 4:20?
Yeah, why not 4:30?
Let's go. We.
All right, let's see what they're saying over here.
Come back tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows if we've had cases, and you'll both probably remember them, where a jury kind of agrees and they want to sleep on it. Mm-hmm. That's why first thing in the morning, I'm always aware of what's going on, because you could have a very quick turnaround in the morning. We slept on it. How do we feel? And then a morning verdict is delivered. And I think we had that, I recall, in one of the Scott Peterson verdicts, where the jury reached the verdict, slept on it, and delivered it in the morning. But generally speaking, afternoon, I'm feeling like Wednesday. If we're not there tomorrow, I'm on super high alert on Wednesday.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got about 8 more minutes before the judge says they go home for the day, come back tomorrow. If there's no verdict, Vinnie Politan, we're going to let you head out because of your excellent reporting. Thank you, of course, for being on with us. I know you're there all hours.
Listen, I'll be here. If something happens in the next 8 minutes, you come right back to me, because you'll see what's happening with these folks here if we get word, because word will spread very quickly if, in fact, a verdict is reached.
And we will see you put on your red tie on air. So we will be coming right back to you if that's the case. Vinnie Politan, our lead anchor, thank you so much. We are going to take a break here. Of course, we'll get you back. That fans inside the courtroom so you can see live what's happening. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're...
Okay, so Aiden Turtle Boy just said that there was no word from the jury that the defense team was told to be back at 4. And then she must have told them inside the courtroom that I'm going to give them another 20 minutes. And I'll give them another 20 minutes. If they're not done, we're going to send them home. I just don't understand why. I do get that there's some states that don't have anybody. You don't deliberate just until whenever. I also understand that, like, they have to pay court staff, but they typically, especially with a high profile case, they're just like expected, like that's what's going to happen. I mean, shit, the state of Massachusetts threw away $400,000 on Blue Paint Man. I think they can handle some overtime for the people who are working at the courthouse today.
Why would she have said that they'd be able to stay till 5:30 if she's never going to let them do that?
Don't know. I feel like we had this issue last year, though. I feel like we had. It just reminds me of her. It brings me back, and I'm only thinking she's the one that would have done it. Like that, she says.
No,
like,
Gold did it.
Gold did it too. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of then.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you're gonna stay till 5:30, and then it's like, no, you're gonna go home. Oh yeah, Gold did it all the time on Saturdays. There's supposed to be a full day on Saturday, and then she's like, we're only gonna go till 12.
I'm looking.
Just leave them in there. At least let them work a full day.
I don't understand.
There ain't nothing wrong with 9 to 5. They got a half-hour lunch, a couple breaks.
I don't understand them not saying anything and then you bothering them to cut them off, like at an unreasonable time. Like if it was 5:30 and you told them you would likely let them go till 5:30, like then at that point I could see you interrupting them. But to be interrupting them over an hour early, when they're not saying nothing to you and didn't say nothing at lunch about wanting to leave at a certain time, then I just don't understand.
Beverly is a 9:30 to 3:30 kind of gal. She's like, 4:20, I'm fucking exhausted. I need a drink, people. I need a drink. Yeah, that's what Sleuthie keeps saying too. Like, why does she keep interfering in everything that the jury does? I don't know when they're coming back. So it's 3 minutes supposedly. I'd switch over the stream to the other one, but then we just switch it right back. So that'd be silly.
And of course, there's no source, like actual source. But somebody said, I just saw that Karen's dad said no verdict, but it's Twitter, so take it for what it's worth.
Sue says, we are in the courtroom. Defense counsel is at their desk. Karen Reed and her father enter. Mrs. Reed and Nathan have entered. No one from the O'Keefe family is here. That's it so far. That's all I see. Let's see. Okay, so Jess Machado tweeted that her source told her no court Thursday and Friday. So she reported that what her source told her. Said if it's changed, then plan accordingly.
Well, then somebody else said court staff. So if she doesn't, if
Yes,
she's
we are in
not
Dedham,
saying her
Massachusetts
sources,
this
and they're
afternoon
saying
for
court
Karen
staff.
Reed's murder retrial trial. Here's a live look inside the courtroom where that jury has now been deliberating for 9 hours and 4 minutes. We keep that clock up so you can see how long they've been out.
Yeah, we found out just a little while ago that the judge said she will send them home in at 4:20. They haven't reached a verdict. That's about 3 minutes from now. Let's bring back in Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan. Vinnie, you're our best resource for this stuff, and I got to ask you about. There's this issue with 28 minutes, and it basically is when Karen Reed leaves John O'Keefe's house, headed on over to Jen McCabe's to short ride. But somehow there's a missing 28 minutes in there. A lot of speculation. I thought the prosecutors would make more of it. It was kind of this almost throwaway line in their closing, but I thought there was more to be made of it. I want to get your thoughts on it. What do you think that's about? Is this something? Am I reading too much into it? Love to know your thoughts on that 28, or that, I'm going to call it missing 28 minutes.
Yeah, the missing 28 minutes. Different people have a different perspective of it. I had a guest on my show who broke it down and said it was actually a lot less than 28 minutes. But in the first trial, Adam Lally made it a big part of the case. A big part of his case was that Karen Reed allegedly drove by 34 Fairview before going to Jennifer McCabe's. Because Jennifer McCabe is, 5 or 6 minutes away from John O'Keefe's home, very close.
The O'Keefe family arrived 19 seconds ago, according to Sarah.
Yep, the prosecutors are there, and now the O'Keefe family is there.
You know, do you remember when we were waiting for a verdict with Richard Allen and like nobody said anything? And I said, I bet you I know what she's doing, and she's getting a verdict and then getting the jurors out of there before.
Yep.
It could possibly be that.
You never know.
But she's probably just sending them home.
Do I know when I'll have the transcript fundraiser stream? No, I need to hook up with All Eyes and DB and see when they want to do it. And Indy Cindy, if that's the case, then yes, I did get it. Carla, we're collecting for the transcripts for the Delphi trial, plus the remaining transcripts that we haven't received from the hearing, the 3-day hearings last year. Sorry, I have to
choose that could potentially be a problem for Karen Reed and could be something that someone who wants to convict Karen Reed could look at and say, 28 minutes is a long time. Something else is going on here. I don't like it. It doesn't smell right. So we'll see what the jury does with it, but you are 1,000% correct. The way it was handled in the second trial, much different, much more under the radar. And I don't know, the jury's not allowed to take notes. Are they going to remember that?
And that was my point, the way it went under the radar. I'm not sure they will remember it. There are people with the theory that she did go by the house, which is one of the reasons why when she returned with Jen,
she knew where the body was.
She knew where the body was. That was the testimony.
That's what some people are saying. And of course, all three of us know you never know what a jury's going to do, what's going to stand out to them. I love your analogy of throwing spaghetti at a wall because you just don't know what's going to stick. But Vinny, I must ask you, you were referring to biggest trials in the nation that you've covered. You've been there. I'd love to hear your impressions of this particular defendant, Karen Reed, because we know she has spoken to media. She's spoken to Matt Johnson.
Are we live on there?
A number of times. She has said that she feels good, that she feels strong. We know the attorneys have a gag order, but she has shared some information on different days about what they're going to do or who's going to be called or how the testimony went. What's your impression of this particular criminal defendant?
Very different, and she's been put in a much different circumstance. Most defendants don't have all of this. They just don't. A criminal defendant accused of murdering a Boston police officer, and not just a Boston police officer, a man who was raising his orphaned niece and nephew is murdered, and all these people are showing up to support the person accused of doing it. That puts her in a much different position. I think living this the way she has over the course of years, it's somewhat empowering to know that all these people believe in you. And I think it's given her an extra boost of confidence in the way she presents herself and in what she says. And
Ted Daniel just put no verdict reached Monday and Karen Reed retrial.
Every trial, the lawyers
Why are
know
we in the
stuff,
courtroom?
prosecutors know stuff, the defense attorneys. The only one who knows 1,000% whether or not they are guilty.
We must be in a delay, I guess, because he just put no verdict reached Monday in Karen Reed's retrial. Jurors will return Tuesday.
Yes, so we have actually a shot of the courtroom. Let's get inside.
We're in the courtroom now.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day. Get some fresh air. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Unbelievable. We're ahead of
And there
schedule
we
in
have it at
deliberations.
about 4:22:23. The judge saying, go home. Standard instructions, normal instructions. Don't read anything. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anyone. Don't talk to anyone. Leave it behind. Go home. Enjoy the weather that Vinnie Politan described as beautiful out there. We've been watching that. And come back tomorrow morning. So we'll be going into day 3 in the morning.
Yeah, strong day of work. They put in a full 8-hour day. Probably a little bit more than that.
Does he not know how to count?
4:20 is about that time where they've usually gone home.
Yes.
So this is the time they're used to going home. And as you said, she basically told them, look, leave it at the courthouse. Go home. Don't look at anything. Don't talk about it. Come back tomorrow ready to work.
And what I can't wait to see, I'm not sure if we still have Vinny with us or not, but if we do, Vinnie Politan, lead anchor, still with us. And I just have to say this, Vinny, I can't help but think of something you described, and that is, we know sometimes the jury is close. They go home, they sleep on it, they take a straw poll in the morning, and you might have a verdict first thing. You never know. Oh, Vinny, are you able to hear us? I think you're keeping an eye out for Karen Reed. All right.
Yeah,
he
I'm
was
not
with
sure
us,
he's
though,
got us.
looking around to see who was coming out of that courthouse doing all that live reporting.
Sure. I think at the end of the day, what you have to remember here is that, each one of these days, as she returns to the courthouse tomorrow, that could be the day that her life changes forever.
Forever.
You know what I mean? Not only in the sense that if she's guilty, but even if she's not guilty. The big question now is, will they try her a third time if she's not guilty?
And that's the thing. No matter what the outcome, her life changes forever. Can you imagine a third trial? Oof, don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how she's going to afford a defense for a third trial.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break here, folks. We'll take this opportunity. When we come back, of course, we'll have more. Karen Reed, as we just told you, jury will be going home for the day. Judge just let them go, but our coverage will be continuing. So keep it here on Court TV. Your front row.
Sleuthie, can you check Messenger real quick? All right, you guys. Well, I guess there's. Oh, God said it's an 8-hour. They worked an 8-hour day. No, they didn't. They did not work an 8-hour day.
I just don't understand why she interrupted them. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't either. She was like, I'm done. All my notes and stuff are done. Two words will change everything. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Yep. So, all right, I'll be back tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock my time. That still works earlier. In case
whatever.
Whatever. Tell me what you want. You tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want.
I mean, I almost feel like we should start when they start, because what if they start and then they have a verdict in 30 minutes and we're still not live?
Yeah, see, I wasn't too worried about that today. But now tomorrow, I feel like that's more of a possibility.
I guess I can go to bed now at 4:30.
Yeah, you're done. You can just go to bed now.
This is bullshit. What a waste of time.
All right, well, we'll finish looking at Easter tomorrow too. We can finish that video and then watch some other stuff, and we'll just see what happens. So you want to start at 6? I'll just set the alarm and we'll just do.
I mean, we don't have to be awake really, so. Oh, and we can finish watching that Michael Easter.
Yeah, so I was like, we can just finish watching Easter and see what's going on.
Okay.
We'll do another trial watch or verdict watch.
And I agree with Indiana Girl. That means some idiot there, at least one idiot, is sitting there thinking he still got hit by a car. I'm like, that doesn't make any damn sense.
That's such a sad point. It makes me laugh,
Seriously.
but it's so sad because it's so true.
Because why else would they be
still? Somebody actually still sitting there thinking that, or were they almost done? And then she doesn't even talk to him about it. She's just like, "I'm sending you home," and they're like, "Okay, fuck. Well, we were like right in the middle of filling out verdict slips, but all right. Well, I guess we'll see you tomorrow." Like, they're not going to go and tell the judge no. You know what I mean?
No, they're not going to say anything. Like, I don't even see them being like, but wait, we're almost at, like, they're just not going to say nothing at all. Did you notice how she was like, I know you said it's been a long day or what? Like, she literally was like, it's been a long day. We're going to send you home. It's like, ma'am, what the fuck were you doing all day? Long day to who? For you? That's why we're leaving? You're not doing them a favor. Doing them a favor would be like letting them stay, making them stay as long as possible to get this over with so they can go home and back to their lives.
Doing them a favor is giving them a fucking choice. Not controlling them like children. Do you want to stay? Do you guys feel like you want to stay? What do you want to stay another hour, another 2 hours? Or you feel like you're good for the day and we're done? Like, let me know where you guys are at, because really, you know, I think I'm the boss, but technically you guys should be the boss, but then she's still the boss because she's like, I need a drink. Bev is lazy as fuck. I 100% agree.
Love how she didn't say anything to them about the fact that court's going to be closed a couple of days this week, or one day or both days, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, that's also weird. Florida does stay. They'll stay till whenever. But there's other places that do that as well.
Are you gonna fit?
But I think we just get to see a lot in Florida that do that.
All right, I'm annoyed. I'm going to go cut the grass or something.
All right. Yeah, and for you guys asking about Delphi, we'll figure out a stream. We'll get it. We'll figure it out. We're getting closer and closer every day. I'll put out the update for what we get today. I'll put that out tomorrow. I typically put it on Twitter. Do you guys want me to post it somewhere else? For you guys that aren't on Twitter, where's the best place for me to post it? I put it in my Delphi chat, for the Facebook group, and I just put it on Twitter. So I don't know if you guys want it somewhere else.
I think some of us are here and there and not in one place and the other. You know what I mean? Like some people in the chat are not on Twitter. So probably both.
Yeah, so I do both. I put it in the Delphi Facebook chat, and then I put it on Twitter. So and I also try to tell you guys an update while we're live. And since we'll be live tomorrow, I can tell you that too, because I typically make it in the morning while we're live to post from everything up to midnight the night before. So it's not necessarily real time. It's let me just post it in the Facebook group, Lacey, because you don't like the chat. So maybe I can just post it in there. That's fine. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, we're getting a lot closer. Jody doesn't have to have the transcripts done until July 9th. Apparently they are already done though, and they're just being proofread. So as soon as it goes up on the docket that they are done, that they have been sent for the appellate courts, then
well, July 9th is only like 3 weeks away. So
right. Well, so as soon as it goes up, then I send her the cashier's check, and then she sends me the file. So I'll overnight her a cashier's check, and then we'll get them hopefully the next day. So that's the plan, unless, and I'd probably have to elicit some help from somebody here, which I know a few of you guys wouldn't mind. If I am gone, I mean, I can still send it, I guess. I just have to go to somewhere else, because I leave for Wisconsin the 24th. And then I'm back the 30th, but I'm back for like 2 days, and then I leave for Arizona.
Oh, wait. So in June
24th, I leave for Wisconsin.
Right.
And then I come back the 30th of June. And then I leave the 2nd of July until the 6th of July for Arizona.
This has nothing to do with Karen Reed, right? Because you don't think we're still going to be deliberating.
Oh, God, no. We better not be. No, this has to do with the sending a cashier's check to Jody to get the transcripts. I mean, not that I can't do it. Tea on vacay like Jody. Yeah. Except for Wisconsin's not really a vacation. It's nationals for Kaylee's gymnastics. So Wisconsin.
And you don't owe a bunch of people money and decide to go on vacation anyway, like Jody does.
It's true.
Jody takes everybody's money, goes on vacation.
Technically, I probably do owe a bunch of people money.
She like takes thousands of dollars from people and then decides to go on vacation with it, and then like comes back and is like, I'm gonna need an extension.
There's no way Bev's gonna give them till like next Monday, and she's gonna be like, you guys can reach a verdict. I think that's enough, and you guys have worked hard enough, and you're gonna go home because of a mistrial. That's that.
I'm so annoyed.
Yeah, some people still haven't gotten their flash drives yet. This is accurate.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing that she has to do for the transcripts is that when she turns it all over, it has to have all the transcripts and the exhibits and everything to be sent. So that's another part that's being worked on that she has until July 9th. So I don't have a request in for exhibits. Tammy's been taking care of that for us. And she's sent the request in for the exhibits. That's why I was saying, like, I'll have to figure out, like, if I'm gone, like, where do I go to get a cashier's check and send it and so on and so forth. I mean, I'll figure it out. It's just, we're at like gymnastics competitions from essentially like the time you wake up until the time you go to bed for like 2.5, almost 3 full days. So, yeah, Travis, they're finished for the day. She sent the jury home at 4:20.
Piss me off.
We'll be back tomorrow. I'll start it at, you want 6? I'll do 6.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay, I'll set it up for 6 a.m. my time. That's 7 Mountain. That is 8 Central. That is 9 Eastern. And if you're across the pond, you got to do your own math. Other than that, we appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. And we know you have 1,000 other places that you could watch. You know, you could spend your time, but you could also watch this trial, which is legit when it comes to this trial, because like everybody and their mother is streaming it. So thank you guys for being here with us. We appreciate you. We know that you've been here and, you know, day in, day out and hanging out with us, and we love you for it. So we will see you mañana for Tuesday of Verdict Watch.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
to follow me down, head into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.